now gold. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens.
Changed your laugh, have you?
I haven't done it knowingly.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I'll just sit and just be quiet.
It could be the teeth.
Yeah, it could be an adjustment to the teeth.
That could be.
I think he's always had that same kind of
I don't know.
laugh. Like
It's an honest reaction to Courtney. She makes me smile. I love her dearly.
That's so nice.
And I just the show flies when she's back in.
In certain jokes, there's levels to laughter based on the jokes. There's some that they're so funny you got tears coming out of your eyes, so you have a different laugh.
Yeah. Yes. I didn't laugh a lot at Odyssey, but we'll get to that later. That was a
oh yeah.
Oof.
Well, I can't wait to hear your review.
Right.
And Chime's review of Spider-Man coming up. I would assume during the news. We can get to it then if you want. All right. What else, Chime? What else should we get to during They Said It?
Well, Greg, we brought up Tony Romo earlier, and CBS is moving away from Tony Romo.
Well, he's been suspended indefinitely. I would imagine that he could probably get some help, and if that's what they want him to do, and then he could be back. Do you think he ever gets back with Jim Nantz though, or do you think that you actually think J.J. Watt does a good job?
Yeah, I do. And I think this is a way, as Curtis mentioned, it's kind of a 2 birds, 1 stone situation where they want to get out from the Romo contract and promote J.J. Watt, because I think they really like J.J. Watt, and they don't want him getting scooped up by somebody like Netflix or one of these streamers that's starting to pick up games, is my assumption.
Then that tells me they're going to let Romo go then, right? Because if they're going to suspend him, it only goes down a couple of different avenues. Romo now has to go get help for whatever issue it is to potentially get his job back, right? Because that's going to be the reasoning on why they would bring Romo back, CBS.
But that, to me, leans into Greg's take on this, that some people think it's a money thing, that they wanted to cut their their ties
Right.
with him.
Right.
It was a get out free card.
Right. And so if it is the money thing, which is the 16,
Is that wrong too?
get out of jail free. No, you kind of
Get out of jail free. But yeah, get out free
Get
card.
out
Yeah.
free.
yeah.
Well, you all knew, that
Yeah, exactly.
jail was what I meant.
I laughed with my mic off because I'm trying to
don't-
workshop it.
If people know it, you don't have to say the jail part.
Exactly.
Right? It's an economy of words.
Right.
Why
Yes.
say more words when few words do trick?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, or the 16, and to Greg's point, they don't want to pay him $16 million a year no more, which they don't think he's
Would
worth.
somebody else pick him up? Like a Netflix?
I mean, I would.
Can I
see
tell
why
you
not.
where I would love him? Would be Thursday night instead of Herb Street on the Amazon Prime game.
Great call,
Yeah.
Curtis. You're on your money today. Good job.
And we got an NFL game Thursday night. The last weekend without football has passed. Thank you.
It's an amazing thing, Greg.
Praise you know who. Thank
Tom
goodness.
Brady.
Praise Odysseus.
Yeah. All right. Anyway,
Well, we were talking about Tony Romo and the owner of Tony Romo's former team, the Dallas Cowboys, that would be Jerry Jones, spoke to the media, was asked about Tony Romo and what Tony Romo is dealing with right now. We can hear from Jerry Jones.
Well, I very much have had a chance to talk to him, and I've been talking to him. I love him. I love what he's about. I love his character. I love his love of sport. And he's a very, very unique talent. And the real question is, and I don't even have to ask what the answer is, do you think Tony Romo knows how to get up when he gets knocked down? Okay, he had a life of that. And absolutely, that's one of his greatest attributes, is that he can handle adversity. And so this is something that he will work through. He is a unique talent. His vision was just mesmerizing when he was a player. But he sees things and can articulate it so instantly. He'd walk out under center out of practice, and the defense would have 12 people out there, and it'd take him about a second to say, Coach, we got 12 guys out here. Get one of them off on the deal. He just sees it, and then it goes. He has that skill. It's made him a great, great portrayal of the story of football games. So obviously, I'm a big fan of his family, and let me tell you right now, he's as real as he sounds. He feels every downtime. He feels every uptime.
I mean, it is what made him so great and so unique when he started, but I wonder if the shine has worn off that. Like, I love that when he first started, and he would sit there and be able to tell you what they were going to do. Basically when they were coming out of the huddle.
Right.
It was awesome, but maybe people just kind of got sick of that. I
would just also throw in, he sees things except for the snap on the extra point that he was supposed to catch for the field goal there.
Yeah, that could have been a center issue.
Yeah.
But I think too, what happened, Greg, is Tony Romo was kind of the first to do this and do it like so well. And then it has spawned a lot of other former players that have come in and done very similar things in a much more kind of not vanilla tone, but a much more measured approach compared to Tony Romo's kind of over the top. And so I think the over the top thing has rubbed some people the wrong way. And that's why they're gravitating towards people like your Greg Olsons and your JJ Watts and stuff like that.
Too much trying to be like John Madden. And I think to Shime's point, because
I don't think I would disagree with you. I don't
well,
think
that's the over the top.
I don't think he was trying to be like John
The
Madden.
boom, bang, bow.
Yeah,
turkey legs.
Remember when Amendola was rolling and he goes, ooh, ah, ooh.
I mean, that was John Madden. Because if you look at him, there have been plenty of guys that have come.
This team is DTF, Jim.
Right, there have been plenty of guys that have come before him. We talk about Troy Aikman, Chris Collinsworth. I think people liked Romo and they liked some of that stuff, but then he got into a lot of the over-the-top
Jim!
color commentary, and I think, that maybe people got annoyed with that.
Yeah, people do it all the time. And,
I know,
and
but
it depends on who the person is, and some
that is
people
true.
love it.
Yeah.
So if you just don't like Tony Romo, you don't like Tony Romo. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, that's one of two things. Either the new ownership of CBS says this is way too much money, or this is a bigger issue. There's been issues with alcohol or substances, and this was their ability to exit the contract.
What was he making per season, Curtis?
$18 million.
18, and Tom Brady is making 25.
36.
Right? How much?
36.
36. So
Not bad.
double the money for Tom Brady.
Oh, boy.
Because isn't Aikman up there now, too? Aikman's up there.
Yeah, and Fleming's, I think, $17 million a year.
Yeah, not bad.
Fleming's earning every penny with these home run calls. Just constant.
Interesting, during the broadcast on, I guess it was Friday night, where Will kind of backed Jaron Duran. Did you hear that?
Oh, by the way, quickly, I undersold Brady $38 million a year.
38.
No, I didn't hear that.
We should get to that coming up because he basically was saying he spoke to some people, and when Jaron Duran said that was a thing that they were working on internally and nobody needed to know about it, that it was something that is being worked on. Oh, they're working how to yell at your teammates.
Oh, they're not.
Because you're not going to be doing these, contorting yourself into a pretzel to defend something if you're going to just trade him today to the Brewers.
And all weekend, Chad Tracy was defending him. All weekend.
And Bradford, I heard him on Jones and Keefe talk about, like, the guys in that clubhouse really like him.
Don't go anywhere. Coming up at 6, it's the Greg Hill Show, live on WEEI.
WEEI.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
August is Appendix Cancer Awareness Month. Prominent buildings across New England will turn their lights to amber to shine a light on this rare yet life-threatening disease that has vague symptoms that are often ignored or dismissed as something minor. Appendix cancer incidents have risen over 200% in recent years. It is rare, and early detection is crucial. Visit acpmp.org to learn the symptoms and find out how you can support awareness efforts. That's acpmp.org.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties, because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hi, this is Dr. Franke of Boston Prolotherapy. I'm a big believer that one of the best things that you can do for your joints is to keep moving, especially when you find an activity you enjoy. If you've been curious about pickleball, here's a great way to try it. On August 13th, join me at 11:00 in Foxborough at Patriot Place for a fun new pickleball clinic and exhibition led by Boston's only senior professional pickleball team, the Boston Dragons. Come learn the fundamentals, how to move and play smarter, and how to avoid joint injury. Come ask me questions about your joint pain or come and play. At Boston Prolotherapy, helping people remain active and keep doing the things they enjoy is a big part of what we do. Come meet me and the Boston Dragons on Thursday, August 13th, before the game at Patriot Place. Experiencing joint pain? Call for a free phone consultation at 1-833-GO-PROLO or online at bostonprolotherapy.com.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
The feed is brought to you by Shaw's. MLB trade deadline has come and gone, and the Sox made some moves yesterday, including trading Marcelo Meyer, who was once considered a core part of the future of this organization, to the Giants for reliever Eric Miller. Craig Breslow addressed the move yesterday.
And speaking about Marcelo, he's a really big part of this, or he was a really big part of this organization, and someone that was looked upon to be part of a core. And I still think that's going to happen. It's going to happen with the San Francisco Giants at this point. But he's an incredibly talented player.
Cheap chicken is now on sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Pick up 8-piece fried, grilled, or 30-ounce rotisserie chicken, hot and ready to go for just $6.99 each. Enjoy cheap chicken today from Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. That's what's in your feed. I'm Courtney Cox. Now let's get to the Greg Hill Show.
Rev up those fryers, because I am sure hungry for one
Greg Hill Show.
Broadcasting from 20 Guest Street, kid.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
This is the Greg Hill Show.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tick, tick, boom. Starring Greg Hill.
You know I do stupid things sometimes. Yeah. I'm sorry I showed you up. But let's go win ball games, and they say, who's sorry?
With Wiggy.
One in the hand, two in the bush, right?
Which I thought that was a sexual thing as well.
Right.
That's not the phrase.
Yeah, but what's the phrase?
It's a bird in the hand.
Yeah, I know it's a bird in the hand.
It's better than
two in the bush.
Yeah.
I understand now that we're saying birds.
Yeah, well, that's why I wanted him to clarify.
Okay.
And Courtney.
Career that he's going to be too big for his bridges. It was a get out free card.
Right, and so if it is the money thing, which is the 60,
is that wrong too?
Get out of jail free. No, you kind of.
And Curtis.
If they do nothing today, then Craig Breslow's just go home.
And Shime.
People overlooked quite a bit. Odysseus, bit of an F-boy, if you will.
Okay.
And they don't really get into that as much.
Now,
let's get down to business.
It's time to party.
It's time for the Greg Hill Morning Show.
Good morning. Morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, my neighbors.
On Boston Sports Original.
WEEI. Got my people.
WEEI.
When I say Greg Hill and you say show, Greg Hill. Greg Hill. Show. Greg Hill. Show. All right.
Woo! It's go, 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 go time.
Well, that didn't work. So here we go. Greg, Wiggy, and Mego are with you now. Here you go.
Tick, tick, boom.
What's going on, everybody?
Good morning.
What up? What up?
Well, couple moves by the Red Sox yesterday. Curtis, have you started to work on the World Series Roadshow yet?
I cannot wait.
Get it
It's
going.
back on.
Mitch. Good morning, hello. Glad you're here. I do not care if either of these deals were lopsided or the Red Sox overpaid. I'm on the text machine, and I already am whining about why the Red Sox are overpaying and other teams aren't. I have a legitimate concern about whether or not there's going to be a baseball season next season. So from my perspective, I don't care if multi-billionaire John Henry is overpaying to get players on this team who will help us get farther than we may not have expected we would get yesterday afternoon.
Stop complaining, these people.
So but I'm open to it. Listen, the reason I'm here not only to see Curtis's smiling face and the teeth situation, but to see Courtney and Wiggy and to hear from you. So if you happen to be upset or you don't like either one of those deals, then I'm all ears this morning. All ears.
Right. And I think it's like, listen, I was going to, one of the things I was going to say is, well, Bresbot, there you go. People were saying, got to make moves. He made some moves yesterday. Stop with, he overpaid. Because how many prospects, honestly, when you start to think about it, you just sent Marcelo Meyer to the San Francisco 49ers. How many of them really pan out?
Giants,
excuse me. That's what I said, the San Francisco Giants. So I say 49ers?
I think he said 49ers.
Sorry about that.
That would have been an extraordinary deal.
Yeah.
We get Jimmy G back.
I was on the phone with Len Laird last night.
I'm sorry.
And I was poking some fun at him because of the big three. And this is exactly what you're talking about, Wiggy.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, at some point, maybe you'll be able to throw Bayo in there too. But for how many years did we talk about Roman Anthony and Marcelo Meyer and Christian Campbell as the second coming of Odysseus?
This is going to be my lead.
Unfortunately, in baseball, you end up with prospects who just don't pan out. And a bit of a fall from grace around here for Marcelo Meyer. And so I don't know what that says. There were people DMing me last night saying, wow, Red Sox really needed to get Marcelo Meyer away from Roman Anthony. And I don't know if that's the case or not, but they certainly were willing to part with somebody who had been a part, at least discussed about being a part of the future of the franchise for a long time.
And this was my lead, and I'm just going to get to it now because I'm just done with people putting all their faith in young guys, young prospects before they ever do anything. Like, that's been the issue for me. And then you find yourselves just waiting. I mean, how many years? 4 years? Were people talking about Marcelo Meyer, Roman Anthony, Christian Campbell over and over again?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. To ad nauseum.
Unfortunately, and Curtis has actually spoken about this perhaps once or twice, that is the issue with the John Henry model. And that is the issue with getting these guys who are available for a reasonably long period of time on the cheap. And so, but you're right. You invest in veterans and you pay them a lot of money and you do long-term deals with them because they know how to get the job done. So,
and honestly, what they did yesterday was awesome. They removed what they believe to be, whether it's a big problem or a small problem, but a problem nonetheless in the development of Roman Anthony. And they got a catcher with a division rival, a guy in rush. I don't know what he's going to be, but he's a potentially great catcher. People were saying this is like the Pudge Fisk in reverse. Yeah. This is whatever.
And the negative Neds are talking about how he's been on the 10-day 3 times this season. He's currently on it. Well, I don't care. Yeah. I mean,
catchers get dinged. That's what happens.
Yes.
And,
I mean, how's Roman Anthony doing?
Right.
I mean, he's been here a year and a half, and I feel like he's been on the IL numerous times. So it's like, guys are gonna. As long as you've shown the ability to go out and get an all-star catcher, that's going to help your team.
And Eric Miller looks like he will fit right in here, like an absolute savage. Like he's the
swearing at fans. I mean, he and Durant should room together.
He's the Schwarbs of the mound, Curtis. He's the Kyle from Waltham that we've all been waiting for.
Do you think there's a support group in San Francisco for Devers and Meyer, like they get together?
Doesn't it kind of finally get everybody that's like was all on Durant's gonna be gone, like him.
I think you can. I guess you can imagine that the players on that team don't have an issue. As much of an issue or any issue like we do with the things that Jaron Durant does.
Well, Courtney alluded to it yesterday. There's the report from Bob Nightingale that he's going to be traded in the offseason.
Yeah.
So basically they're like, all right, Durant, don't be an idiot for 2 months if you can do it, and then we'll win a World Series and you can go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So, but honestly, you can't criticize them yesterday. I mean, I think you could try, But the people bitching about the haul you're giving up are the same people that say Henry won't invest.
Oh yeah, I mean they are calling it the worst trade in Major League Baseball in 30 years or whatever.
I mean, Mookie Betts on line too.
I do not care. This is Frank from Plymouth. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, guys. I just wanted to thank you because it's nice and refreshing turning a radio show on and not hearing the Red Sox getting blasted for overpaying when if we turned it on this morning, they did nothing, they would have got blasted for holding on to too many prospects. So
well,
it's awesome to hear because yesterday was just unbelievable that half the shows were just talking about how, they couldn't believe what they just did. When if last year they traded Kristen Campbell, that would have happened, and now he can't hit above 220.
Yes.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
Like, I'm not certain there's going to be baseball next season. So I don't care if you sell half of Fenway Park in order to make it work. Like, I don't care. This you were there last year and you made it as far as you could and you might as well go for it now. And so what it costs you in the future is of absolutely no concern to me at all.
But doesn't it tell you if you're sitting here and you're watching the Red Sox and you're a fan of the Red Sox, doesn't it tell you that the deal that they made for the catcher from Baltimore, they're probably going to re-sign him and extend him to a contract? He doesn't seem like, because I think he'll be a free agent at the end of this year. I don't think it's one of those moves where they go, oh, we're going to be, it's just a rental. I believe that they feel like because they were willing to trade the prospects, we're going to sign this guy to a long-term deal who's going to be part of this core moving forward.
He's a free agent in 28.
Oh, okay, 28.
So it's not a pure rental.
But it's what is that? One year, right? So
you have him from this year, and then next year is an arbitration year, and then he becomes a free agent.
Yeah. So I mean, he's somebody that if you're gonna generally give a haul to get a guy, don't you believe that they feel like they're gonna sign that guy to a long-term deal? And if he's an all-star and he's a three-time all-star, like what are you tripping about? I mean, we've seen it. Courtney, you made points, and we see it in all sports. Wouldn't you rather the known commodity than guys that you don't know what they could turn out to be?
Right. Not to go back to the bird in the hand and the bush conversation from yesterday, but
there it is.
This is the greatest example of it.
Yep.
The next time we're having these conversations and somebody says, you can't trade Christian Campbell for X, you do. When you're the Red Sox, you do. You have that ability. And don't allow the owner to say at any point that we can't do that because we're trying to get financial flexibility. We're trying to not overpay. What they did here is how they should be operating from now until the time ends when they end up selling this team.
You've been one of them, but you're treating this correctly. A lot of people have talked about how the fact that John Henry does not treat the Red Sox like a major league team. Like it's not a big market to him. He doesn't care about it. There he was yesterday in the room. He was there all day with Craig Breslow. The fact that people...
That probably annoys the F out of them.
Right.
It's probably
but
like...
I'm happy he was there. I hate the fact that people just hate the Red Sox, just hate John Henry. So he's doomed if he does, he's doomed if he doesn't. So if he wasn't there yesterday, it would have been, John Henry, nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be seen. He was there yesterday. I just think that he's now playing hardball.
But he doesn't have to be there.
And that's what you need.
As long as you make...
have him be there.
What I'm saying
everyone's like, he never shows his face.
But my point is, as long as the...
How did Linda get in
as long as the organization is making these moves and doing what they're supposed to be doing, I don't think John Henry needs to be there. Those are people who are just like...
We say it all the time, Wiggy. People just hate him to hate him.
No, I know that. But
so the fact that he's there showing his face, do it.
But those people are just looking for something to complain about.
My point exactly.
As long as your owner is willing to make moves and what he was able to do, like he doesn't have to be a front-facing forward type of dude. As long as you're making these moves, that's all that matters. Like, let's stop it. Stop it. People criticize him just because he owns the Globe. That's it. I mean, the guy's been a great owner for basically the whole time he's owned this team.
Say that.
And, past couple of years, they changed their financial.
That's why people criticize him.
Right, but they've changed.
In 2018, nobody criticized him because he owned the Globe.
Right, but they've changed their financial philosophy to go from being a top 5 spending team to somewhere between 12 and 8. And, people don't like that. But he's done more than most owners in this city when it comes to helping a franchise win and building a franchise and bring championships home.
I have him well ahead of Chisholm in my local owner power rankings.
Ooh, where are they currently?
Emergency top 4. Number 1, RKK.
Okay.
Forever and it lasts.
All right.
Number 2, I would have Henry number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would ask you this question, and, you know, we love Robert Kraft, but why would you have him 1?
Because he sat on the bleachers when he was from Brookline.
You know, when it comes to
I mean,
when it comes
was,
to spending,
well, he was willing to do whatever it took to get the AJ Brown deal done.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
He owned the firing of Mayo, and Brian Vrabel stood by Vrabel.
I take him at his word that he has offered Christian Gonzalez some sort of a legitimate deal
to
get things going. So, you know, I would agree with Curtis on that. But all right, well, we have a lot to get to based on a couple of moves by the Boston Red Sox and want your feedback on that this morning. Speaking of A.J. Brown, the man's thumb comes out yesterday, and he just twists the thing back in and keeps playing ball. That's the kind of guy I can admire. I don't know if you know this or not, Curtis. Over 30 hockey in Westboro, shoulder completely out, dangling. Went in the locker room and had one of the fellas twist it, put it back in, and I wanted to go back in that game.
Wow.
Because it was a playoff game. I was not allowed back in by the other guys, but I wanted to go back in.
That's impressive.
Not to go down a side road, but you're not going to tell Courtney the name of your team because I don't want to go back in euphemisms.
No, could be very confusing. Also, some are concerned that we started the show with another misappropriation of a phrase.
Yeah.
Yes?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Oh, no. No, I thought that because Shime played the phrase.
No. They're saying the expression is, am I allowed to say damned? The expression is damned if you do, not doomed if you do. But
He's doomed if he does. He's doomed if he doesn't.
I don't.
You know what?
Same thing, though.
Sorry, that's just me protecting the youth.
Right.
Doomed over damned.
Same thing, though,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Apologies for being PG.
Tomato. It's really the same thing.
Truly.
I
Doomed
mean,
and damned.
honestly, I like your version better.
Thank you.
I like doomed if you do and doomed if you do not.
Yeah.
I
He's
prefer-
doomed if he does. He's doomed if he doesn't. Yeah.
Doomed if he does.
Means the same thing.
If he doesn't.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. We are going to get to leads in a minute or two, and then they said it coming up at 7:15. That includes what Craig Breslow said made him be a mega buyer yesterday. What Aaron Rodgers said yesterday when taking shots at our football coach and at our GOAT, I believe. And what A.J. Brown says Mike Vrabel is going to do for him this season. All of that coming up at 7:15 during They Said It. News with Courtney at 8 and Hill Notes at 9:30. So leave one of those whenever you want this morning on the Odyssey app. 2-minute break. Shorty to start the show this morning, and then we'll be right back. We are going to get going with leads quickly. But first, can we open the window world of Boston weather window for Curtis? And not to be depressed because it happens every year, but I was thinking this morning on the old man walk that we get maybe 2.5 weeks in which the sun is coming up at 4:30 or 4:45, and now, Curtis, it's back to 5:30 or 5. It's just summer. It's over so fast around here. It's very disappointing.
You know, the biggest mistake we make is that we don't take advantage of the late May to mid-July window where the sun is really peaking.
Yes.
And we start to miss it when it's already on its decline.
Yeah. Well, we got about a month of summer anyway. And then I think September ends up being a great month around here, too.
My favorite season's autumn. I love an apple cider donut and some football. Shoot me. And playoff baseball.
Yes. Yes.
Sunset tonight, cover your ears, 7:59. We're not going to be past 8 again until next year.
Okay.
So, pour one out for that. But it's going to be beautiful. Right now, it's 65 degrees, mostly sunny. Going to be 85 as the Sox take the field at Fenway Park tonight against the Shy Sox, the Halos. Tomorrow, 87. Thursday, 90. It's going to be a really beautiful week here in Boston.
Excellent. All right. Window World of Boston is a one-stop shop for everything exterior for your home. So you can visit them at any of their 4 local showrooms if you need windows or doors or siding or a roof. And you can also go to windowworldofboston.com. Let's go, Shime.
This is the Greg Hill Show. Time now for The Lead.
Shime, I would let that breathe, but we got to get the leads. Great one from the Doors. And with so much to love, you don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event going on right now. Find your local Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Hello, Shime.
Hey, Greg. For those who weren't aware, that is Soul Kitchen by the Doors, and I played that one long-distance dedication for my guy Breslow, who was in the kitchen cooking it up.
Oh, my Lord.
At the deadline.
I mean, I hope somebody's doing the dishes over there because he did a
I'll
lot.
do 'em. I don't mind.
He did a lot of cooking yesterday.
That was John Henry. That's why he was there. He was doing the dishes.
The man couldn't stop cooking yesterday.
And I really appreciated it because I felt like, and we've talked about, people who are claiming that it might be an overpay. I don't really care. I think the best part about it for me yesterday was just the enjoyment I got out of a trade deadline for Major League Baseball. I haven't been that invested, that excited for a trade deadline in quite some time. And he didn't wait until the very last second to pull the trigger on Adley Rutschman, which I thought was awesome. Like, you got it in the middle of the day. I mean, the Carabas report came out, like noontime?
Yeah.
And then it was finally confirmed by Passan 3-4 hours later, or Buster Olney might have had it a little bit before that too. So it was nice to get that early, and I'm like, okay, Craig's moving. Like, we're actually in this. And so it kind of even increased the hype as you got closer to that buzzer beater. And then you end up trading Marcelo Meyer pretty close to the end, right up near the deadline. And so I thought it was awesome yesterday. I think that's half the reason I'm so excited, is just because I enjoyed the deadline so much. I haven't enjoyed a baseball deadline like that in a decade.
Yeah. I just, I said it at the start of the show, I don't, if they did overpay, I don't mind.
Who cares?
I think that they had grown tired of some of the Marcelo Meyer stuff. I am guessing that they grew tired of some of the Narvaez stuff. We talked on this show about Narvaez showing up late, an hour late, for a meeting on the road with Garrett Crochet and Alex Cora and Jason Veritek, and somebody who just maybe didn't have his head in it. Mm-hmm. There's not a lot to do on the road, so I think you can show up on time for a meeting. You know what I mean?
Well, and it's not even like you gave away.
By the way, I'm always on time for meetings.
Always. You're early.
Really.
What do you think their per diem is?
Per diem on the road? Do you think it's the same as the road show per diem?
Probably. They probably get more than we get,
You
though.
think they're begging for chicken fingers in Brattleboro?
Yeah.
I think too, but you can say it's an overpay, but they didn't even use two of their biggest trade pieces if they wanted to. Between Franklin Arias and Roman Anthony, it's like, yeah, they didn't even have to go near those guys to get these deals done. And so I think like ultimately you can say it's an overpay, but it's so worth it.
Yeah.
It is at the end of the day. You don't remember prospects. Anybody remember Yohan Moncada when they traded him for Chris Sale? No, he's doing nothing. Like it doesn't. A lot of these guys don't matter.
Even if guys pan out, do you really care about trading Carl Pavano for Pedro Martinez?
No, because
Like-
Pedro's freaking awesome.
Right.
No, I mean, listen, the Connolly early thing was different to me because you've got a young pitcher with a lot of potential who is on a very team-friendly deal. So that, to me,
And he had been established a little bit in Major League Baseball, right?
Yes.
Like he had actually pitched in the big leagues.
Yes. So that is one that you can scratch your head about and go, I hope this pans out the way
Totally.
it should. But not either of these deals yesterday. Like, I love it. So, all right, Chime, thank you. More leads coming after a quick break on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios, no fee unless you win. We are underway with leads on the Subaru of New England text line, and you can text us anytime you feel the need to and share your thoughts, your opinions. The text line is 617-779-7937. Text that says, nothing is worse than fans talking about great prospects and radio hosts agreeing with a salary cap. And it's not hosts. It's host singular. It's me. It's not Curtis. Curtis is not a salary cap guy.
Well,
so.
you and Wiggy are big salary
Yes.
cap guys.
All right. So there are two of us. Yeah, it's me and Wiggy.
I mean, I really don't give a damn if there's a salary cap or not,
Yeah.
honestly.
Mhm.
I mean, I think Major League Baseball owners, I think they want to eliminate the long-term deals more than they do a salary cap.
Yeah. 781 text. I don't care about what we gave away, but the returns are underwhelming. So that is going to be the argument that some will have this morning. And then in the Twitch chat, JC Inc. says, LOL. Everyone says horrible trade. Scheim likes it. Yes. We like the fact that they made a couple moves. We like the fact that Craig Breslow did something, a couple things that he thinks will improve the baseball team, who is, by the way, currently the best team in Major League Baseball.
In one
Get a
game-
little uncomfortable, people. That's all.
In the text, LOL just doesn't work.
So do they not
I'm a
like
big
this?
LOL guy.
Do they not? So do people not like this catcher? Are they trying to say he's not very good?
It's there. That particular individual is calling it underwhelming. So,
all right.
Well, I just
that texter's used to it.
So, I mean, this stretch they're 28-5. Like
they're a game out of the Yankees in the loss column. The Yankees lost 13-7 to the Cardinals last night at home. They are one game out of the Yankees in the loss column. They have earned their best stretch of 27 games of my life.
They are 14-0 in this stretch against teams that are over 500. Curtis brought up Yankees, White Sox, Rays, whatever. I
wish they would beat a good team. Oh wait, the Dodgers.
The Dodgers, yes, Dodgers. Like, I mean, so anyway, I'm as I said at the start of the show, I don't care if it was lopsided. I don't care if Craig Breslow got fleeced. I'm delighted that they made a couple moves. But let's get a couple leads in here. Curtis, good morning. Hello.
Hello, Greg. You look svelte this morning after that walk.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I split it up.
Good.
Try to get a good 3,500 steps in the morning and then get over 10 by the end of the day.
Well,
So.
as I said in a dodgeball, keep the body guessing. So I would like to pour one out for Alex Cora today, Greg. You alluded to it earlier. He hated Marcelo Meyer like poison. I'll bring you back to April 25th. The Red Sox were in Baltimore, of all places, where they had the blockbuster deal yesterday. And they had the bases loaded with one out, and Trevor Story was on third, tagging up. No, Jaron Duran wasn't yelling at him. And there was a sac fly. Trevor Story didn't score, and I don't know if it was Rauchman or whoever the catcher was for the Orioles, picked off Meyer at second base. And after the game, because he was just an idiot in no man's land, just standing around like a doddering fool, Cora, right after the game, said, the way it ended, we've got to be better than that. That's something we've been talking about, playing the right way regardless of the situation. We've got to be smart. We cannot make those mistakes. They know it. And here it is. We've got a bunch of kids who are learning the game. It's my job to keep teaching them the game. You go back to Narvaez showing up late, as you alluded to. You go back to Driveline. It seems like Breslow is sort of on tape delay, listening to all the things Cora said were wrong with this team before he got fired. And I applaud him for doing it. I think they made the right decision. Tracy is obviously the right manager for this team going forward. I think he's the manager. The interim tag should be taken off today. Have him be the manager. But it's interesting to look back at all the things that were talked about. We were wondering in spring training, what is Cora's beef with Marcelo Meyer?
Yeah.
Why is he making it so hard on him? He's having him take the field in a game. They're up 17-1 the day that he was fired, actually. In Baltimore in that conference room where Sam Kennedy was getting some watermelon. And I look back on it, and it's important to say Cora was right and Craig Breslow is right to accept and understand from mistakes and make these decisions when he did. I applaud him for doing it, but I also think we should credit Cora as well for pointing these things out in real time that were ignored by the organization that are now being taken seriously.
Yeah, and when Alex Cora was saying what he was saying to Ken Rosenthal, I think he was pointing out that the organization made a mistake when it came to anointing these guys, the big three, as the next big thing, and to treating them with kid gloves when they hadn't proven anything on the field yet. So that, I think, unfortunately, at least in the case of Marcelo Meyer, he arrived up here with a bit of an attitude.
Right.
Maybe not his fault. Maybe the fault of the organization for coddling him. But unfortunately, and I don't know, maybe he ends up being a guy who is helped by a change of scenery. I don't know.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No. I think he'll be okay, but I don't think you're trading away a future All-Star.
Yeah, it's like Courtney said, he got here and he got too big for his bridges. You know what I mean? And it was like, hey, I'm here, I arrived. It's like, no, you gotta prove it.
Well, and this was my lead, like going right into it. When you anoint three kids, because they were kids when we started talking about them, Christian, Roman, Marcelo, then how do they not get too big for their bridges? Like, these are three guys who have been told that they are the future of an organization. They are the next big three. They are a core of an organization.
Right.
For them to then get there with all the praise in the world, people nonstop talking about how great they are without proving a single thing on the field, that's hard, I think, for any. How old were they when we started talking about them? 19?
Right.
Like that to me, but that's my whole point. We need to stop putting such a big emphasis on the future of an organization falling on the shoulders of these prospects who have never showed us anything.
But that's the manager's job to bring him down to earth. The Christian Campbell thing, what did they do? As soon as he wasn't performing well, they shipped him right down to AAA.
Yes.
It wasn't like they might have had high expectations for him, but when he didn't perform,
well, they gave him a deal very, very early,
and then they gave him a spot on the 40-man entering the season.
He was starting opening day,
and they had his family on Ness, and they tried to make him into some big thing.
But they made the mistake.
But also, if you think that that's all Alex Cora making that decision,
that had nothing to do with Cora.
You're wrong about that.
No,
that is driven by the organization who strategically wants young, cheap players.
Did the organization correct their mistake shortly after that with Christian Campbell? Yes, they shipped him right down to AAA when he wasn't performing well. They gave him the contract because it was a good team-friendly deal. No one was sitting there going with Christian Campbell, look at all the money they gave him. Nobody said that. They said that's a good team-friendly deal. He didn't perform. We were all like, oh, this is great. He's going to slide right in as the starter. He looks like he deserves it. Didn't play well. They shipped him right down to AAA.
He didn't deserve the opportunity. He got the opportunity because he took less money.
Yeah, but he got the opportunity and did not. What do you mean he didn't deserve it? They had no.
He didn't deserve the opportunity.
No, but they had
to start
nobody
the
there.
season.
So the opportunity was there for him. He didn't do anything with it, right? Sometimes you get an opportunity, whether or not you did enough to deserve that opportunity. It's what you do with it, and he did nothing with it, and they corrected that mistake.
Okay. Red Sox make a couple big moves, and you can talk about them all day long here on Boston Sports Original WEEI. We got your lead?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have an alternate lead?
I do.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll get alternate lead from Courtney, lead from Wiggy, lead from me, all coming up on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
We believe local businesses.
860 text during the break. I believe that's Connecticut, where we were not so long ago. Genuinely confused over the excitement of getting a catcher who hit 220 last year and missed 72 games, and who has already missed 45 games this year. Well, first and foremost, that last season was an off season. Prior to that, he was a player that the Baltimore would certainly not have been willing to move on from. And I don't care what the deal is. I wanted them. This team is on an incredible run, and I wanted them to add. In years past, the Red Sox would pull this little trick where they said, we didn't do anything at the deadline because Roman Anthony is coming back. That's going to be our addition. And they did not do that this season. So I, sir or ma'am, happen to be happy that they made a couple moves. But
Greg, this is what the difference is. They obviously, for whatever reason, found this catcher to be what they wanted. And then they did whatever they could to get him, as opposed to seeing guys be about to be traded to other teams for far better deals and saying, "Oh, but we'll offer." It's like when Xander Bogaerts went to the Padres for $300 million.
Yeah.
And Pete Abe had the story right before Sox up their offer to 185, and everybody got excited. It's pulling your hand out of your pocket when you know the check's already off the table.
978 text. I'm excited about this catcher. You can share this with the texter, because when he's healthy, he's better than anything you have on your roster for a catcher by far. So
well, and defensively, he's really, really good. Yes. And so you put that immediately into your lineup once he comes back from the IL. And then you hope that the bat takes a turn in the right direction in this system with these guys and with these coaches, and then you get a great player.
They said it coming up at 7:15, and that includes what Craig Breslow said made him be a mega buyer yesterday, and also what Aaron Rodgers said when taking shots yesterday at our football coach and at our GOAT. So all of that coming up during They Said It. We already got one lead from Courtney, but she's got another one. Courtney, hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. I have a non-sports lead to add to my sports lead this morning. I want to turn the attention to Mayor Wu and Michael Cox, Boston Police Commissioner.
Oh, okay.
They spoke to media yesterday at National Night Out, and after a weekend that had at least 3 people killed and separate shootings across the city, no arrests made in any of them, a bunch of people injured, they had the audacity to talk to media, and Mayor Wu said Boston is more united and stronger than ever. And Michael Cox said, stay calm, it's a long summer, and went on to say there's nothing that alarms us. If you are a resident of Boston, Massachusetts right now, you have to look around and say what the actual F is going on in our city. I was in the city on Sunday, great basic brunch at Moxie's. Thank you to everybody who came out. But I looked around in Seaport, which is usually very clean. There was stuff all over the sidewalk.
Oh no, not stuff all over the sidewalk.
No. But I'm saying like this. I look at the city sometimes and I don't recognize it. Every single weekend, I feel like on Mondays you just hear about the uptick in violence that's been going on across the cities. And I know that Wiggy could say, well, this has been going on forever, and it's all different neighborhoods.
Cities everywhere.
I understand that. But for Mayor Wu to continuously say that Boston's the safest city in the world, and for Michael Cox to say, stay calm, it's a long summer, after there's been no arrests made or no explanation of what's going on in this city weekend after weekend throughout the summer, something has to change. Yeah. And we've talked about it when it comes to Mass and Cass and other avenues, but now, as a mother of somebody who I would like to stay in the city, there needs to be change in this city, and it needs to become a safer place for people to be able to raise kids.
Oh, okay. They always say you don't want to anger a protective mother bear.
Right.
True.
A mother, don't interfere with a mother bear and her cubs.
And I will say, I was in Seattle briefly over the summer. There are cities in America that are far cleaner.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Jeez, I feel like Boston is a very clean city.
Are you serious? The Seaport's an enclave that's cleaned up by Massport. And they take care of it, which is great. But
just to be clear, because somebody's talking about it in the Twitch chat, I always clean up after Bullet. When Bullet does his business, I always clean up.
Unless it's runny, then you leave it.
Well,
or the elevator.
One time I couldn't pick it up.
I guess it depends what area.
People are eating breakfast.
Somebody just texted, "What does Lindsay pick up after you?"
depends on what area in the city you're at to whether or not you think it's clean, so.
Yeah. I agree with Courtney. The city has to do a better job all around.
All right, Courtney, thank you.
Thank you.
Wiggy, good morning.
All right, good morning. I hope everybody is doing well. I'm going to get into my lead real quick. Just a little something for you to watch. The Westies, great new TV series. So if you're looking for something to watch, I forget what.
Is that your lead?
No, MGM.
Oh, you're just doing like a random recommendation.
Yeah, I'm just your recommendation. The Westies with J.K. Simmons.
What's that on? What
I believe.
No idea what network.
No, is it the MGM network?
How would I know? I don't watch.
Yeah.
I don't watch it. You're
MGM?
you're making a recommendation.
All you gotta do is Google it.
TV.
Yeah, it's not that hard.
I don't want to Google it. I just want you to tell me how do I watch it.
MGM Plus.
Yeah,
Sling
MGM
TV.
Plus. Just Google it. Westies. It's a good TV show.
I don't have time for it because I'm watching Silo.
Oh, okay.
Anybody else watch Silo?
No.
Fantastic on Apple Television.
All right.
Highly recommend.
If you want another one, the Westies on MGM. But anyways, the shift is now on with the Boston Red Sox. We now move from the ownership in Bresbot to the manager and the players, especially the manager, because I don't think there could be anything after the season if the Red Sox don't get to where some people expect them to get to, where you could say it's about ownership, Bresbot didn't do this. It's about now the players and the manager. And if Chad Tracy wants to be the full-time manager, I think he is going to be under a microscope for in-game adjustments, what he does in certain situations, where he decides to take pitches out of the game, leave pitches in the game. So he is really under the microscope from here on out, especially if he wants to take that interim tag off and be the full-time manager. So I think for all the Red Sox fans, they should be happy with what the organization did. Whether you feel like the Red Sox gave up too much or, you're not a fan of the new guy that they got, I think at the end of the day, they did something, not just with him, but they also made another move with the Curtis Meade situation. I think that flies under the radar because of the fact that he got hurt. But Bresbot was very active around this trade deadline.
3 moves.
Yep.
He made 3 moves.
And so if you're going to start to focus, I would now start to focus on what Tracy looks like as the manager and the decision-making that he starts to make, because that might have been some of the criticism that we gave to Alex Cora, last seasons and prior seasons, just some of his in-game decisions.
All right, Wiggy, thank you very much.
You got it.
Coming up, they said it at 7:15. Before that, I will get to my lead in 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance.
Before I get to my lead, Chuck from Mashpee has some sort of informed opinion on Adley Rutschman, who is joining the Boston Red Sox. Hello, Chuck. Is this about the Red Sox new catcher or about pickleball and the noise of the pickleballs in Mashpee?
No, it's about Adley.
Okay.
I was at the time he played for Falmouth in 2017. I was the president of the league. And prior to that, I was the general manager of Falmouth, and then I was general manager of Bourne, where Connor Long played for me in 2015.
Shime, save this for brag of the week. Complete brag of the week. Cape Cod League brag of the week. Go ahead. I want to hear it. Chuck, what do you got?
Well, Adley was a tremendous ball player. And if you don't believe me, Peter Gammons wrote a tremendous article in Facebook yesterday.
Oh.
And highlights that whole Adley and his performance and so on. He's a great kid.
Okay.
And he really deserves a good shot.
All right, that is it. No further discussion about the Red Sox getting fleeced or about this being a lopsided deal.
Adley Rutschman, future Red Sox Hall of Famer.
Also, Facebook making a big comeback.
Massive.
I don't know if you've been paying attention or not.
Don't
but
call
it
it a
really,
comeback.
It's
Not
really-
just boomers either. Gen Zers getting back onto Facebook.
Please stop.
I read an article the other day, MySpace going to be making a comeback as
Really?
well.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Tom comes back.
I swear.
Dial-up modems.
Wow. Is Vine making a comeback at
Oh,
two?
I loved
wish.
Vine.
Vine was the GOAT.
Yeah, okay.
That was a long way to get there. Holy guacamole.
Well, you know what? I saw him play back in the Cape League.
But you could just say I saw him play in the Cape League.
Got to get those brags in, Curtis. Come on.
All right, let me get to my lead. There is a new law in New Jersey which has those who order takeout enraged, and I want to know what you think about it. It's called the skip the stuff law. And so what it requires is that if you are getting takeout from a restaurant, you must now ask for single-use plastic items like forks and spoons and napkins and things if you want them. Otherwise, they will no longer be included in your takeout order. Where do you stand on this when it comes to convenience?
Terrible.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Well, Shime doesn't
Yeah.
do delivery.
I mean, I do
No, but like,
delivery.
but like, I'll go pick up food, takeout food,
Right.
and a lot of times, if you're ordering like online through their website or through an app, like you can request it right there and just make sure that it's in. It's very simple. You just have to hit the little check box and it's boom, right in your bag.
So I can guess next will be if you're using a public restroom, you have to request toilet paper.
Well, Greg,
like,
you all the time talk about how difficult it is for restaurants. This is a way for them to try and cost save a little bit. Like it's less plastic utensils that they have to purchase
But it's
on a
under
regular
the
basis.
auspice of the environment.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just like when you go to a hotel now and you're like, oh, well, save the planet. Don't put your towels on the ground. No, you're trying to save detergent.
And generally, those forks and spoons, they're very flimsy. You generally
But you
don't
need
let
them
break.
sometimes.
No, I don't need them.
Well, if I'm eating in my car, in between something, then
Well,
I need a spoon for my acai bowl.
Well,
Or,
then sit your ass in the store and ask for the spoon. You sit in your car,
But that's the
usually
whole thing.
handheld food.
Sometimes you're going so fast you forget. You just grab the bag, go out, and then you realize there's no spoon. It should just be included in it.
When's the last time you ate in your car?
3 days ago, like over the
Really?
weekend. Yeah.
What you eat in your car?
At McDonald's.
That's cap.
You don't need a
cap.
spoon for McDonald's.
Yeah.
Why
That's
is
not
that
cap.
Because I feel like, why would I couldn't tell you the last time, and I'm a car eater, but I couldn't tell you the last time I ate in my car.
I eat in my car quite frequently.
Well, I didn't know that. That is-
I'm sure a lot of people listening right now have to eat in their car. They're
Right,
driving
but
to
I'm just
St.
asking.
Paul's.
I'm willing to bet if you're eating in your car, you're generally having handheld food, like you said, McDonald's.
But if you're getting an acai bowl, for example, there's no way to eat that without a spoon.
No,
so
that
it should
I agree
come with a spoon.
Well,
And like last
can't
week-
you ask though? Before you leave.
Last week, actually, when I left here, I went to Pliables over by BC
I hate to
because
tell
I was
you.
I was heading to the street.
You were
and
right about playa bowls. Very good.
Very good. I picked up the bowl, went to the
Uh,
street, and there was a spoon in there.
Yeah.
If there wasn't, then I would have been S out of luck.
Right. You would have been. Yes, you would have been. You would have been in trouble.
So you never ask. See, I always make sure I ask if I need one, but I never need one.
Okay.
Well, half the time too, though, like if you pick up Chinese food, they send you with a bunch of silverware that you don't need. I'm like, I'm taking this back to my house. I don't need your plastic utensils.
Isn't it convenient to have extra plastic forks and spoons around?
No.
Do you need them at home?
No,
you don't throw it in your kid's lunch
Greg, it's this
bag?
crazy thing. We purchased it. It's called silverware. We keep it in the drawer. We wash it, keep it clean. It's nice.
Also, if you're using silverware over and over again, then you have to run the dishwasher. And that's destroying the planet. Like you're wasting gallons and gallons of water when you can just.
Well, I'd rather save the turtles by not putting plastic out in the environment and use water.
Also, how do you mention Chinese and not let us hear the great Donnie Three Olives? Right. Epic fail on your part. Drop God would have been all over that immediately.
Well, I'm the one mentioning Chinese. You didn't mention Chinese. I don't know what you want from me. I'm not an octopus. I don't have 8 legs over here that I could just press buttons with.
You can go right to any grocery
Chinese!
Wiggy can't.
Chinese kid.
Wiggy can't stop talking and flexing on the fact that he never uses.
I'm just saying,
he never gets takeout, or he never.
No, I do get takeout all the time.
Okay.
But you know what I do? I do what I think a lot of people do is I go to Walmart or Target and I buy 200 forks and spoons
now you're lying.
in the thing.
Now you're lying.
And I have plastic food.
Now you're being a liar.
And I have plastic paper
In your
plates.
car?
No, at home. Paper plates, plastic forks.
That doesn't help. If you just said you're a car eater, So if you
But I don't order food that I don't eat in my car if it's not handheld food. If I'm eating Chinese food, for example, and I go order a Chinese meal from Great Chef, a number 9, boneless spare ribs, beef teriyaki, and chicken wings, I don't sit in the car and eat that.
What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal?
I go home and I sit down in front of my television and I eat my fork or spoon type of meal. In the car, it's all handheld. I can't help that you're eating acai bowls in your car.
That's what I like.
All right. Well, listen, there seem to be a lot of people who think this is a good thing. That's why I asked the question.
Why is it a good thing?
Well, these people are saying, what's the big deal?
What's the big deal is not an answer. Why is it a good thing?
It's a way for restaurants to cost cut.
You really think they're going to save money in this way by doing this in any meaningful way that would impact the cost of your food?
Also, so you're telling me that in the actual restaurant, they're not going to have these plastic items?
Well, they'll just use less of them.
Yes, exactly. They won't go to waste because they
what do you
won't be
think they
given to
cost
takeout orders who don't use them and then just immediately get thrown away.
What do you think the cost of a plastic fork is?
I don't know, Greg, but
0.00001
every cost save and a margin is good.
You're a restaurant guy. You should know that, Greg.
Come on. You know this more than I do.
I think you could probably get 1,000 plastic forks for $1. I would guess. I don't know how much
And my
they
guess
are.
is whatever you're saving for every guy that gets to their car or their place where they're not at home about to eat it and they don't have the silverware to consume the food, they're never going back and they lost that customer, which is far more punitive than saving a
Who ain't going back to a restaurant because they ain't had no plastic fork?
But sometimes you leave the location.
I've ever heard.
What are you talking about? If I go to a place and I get an acai bowl and I get to my car, there's no spoon with it, I'm not going back there.
You're like, I'm never going back there.
Of course.
Even if the place
That's ridiculous. That's not true.
Now,
I mean, I don't know why that's crazy. If you're not going to give me something to eat my food with, I'm not going to go give you my business.
You have spoons at home.
Yes.
That's the whole point. I'm not. Why is it so hard to understand? If I get to my car where I'm about to eat my lunch and I don't have the spoon to consume it, I'm not going to go back and give my business again to that person.
Also, is it crazy? I don't get that there's like outrage in the Twitch about like, no, you don't eat in your car. Who doesn't eat in their car?
Of course.
Everybody on the planet eats in their car. Get over
Wiki
yourselves.
says he doesn't.
No, I say I do. I say
only handheld.
Handheld food in my car. I don't sit there and have
he never has a
a
bite of a beef teriyaki on a stick in his car.
Yeah, that's handheld. I don't have.
You said you wait till you get home.
Yeah, I don't have. Actually, I don't sit there and put the rice on my lap.
Neither do I. I'm not eating Chinese food in my car.
Well, you said you eat in your car.
Yes.
And you need your fork and spoon.
I need an acai bowl or like a salad from Sweet Green. Those are two things that I need some type of utensil when I'm eating.
By the way, you heard it from me first. Probably not. The wrap at Sweet Green, the Caesar wrap, 10 out of 10.
Really?
Absolutely. It changed my life.
Don't need no fork for that.
No, sir.
I'll eat that in my car.
I actually ate it in my car. It was great.
Well, do you need a napkin? Because
Sure
you're going to
do.
have to ask for a napkin.
No, because
I keep napkins in my car
Yes, I'm
all the
like,
time. Are you nuts?
Okay.
Yes,
well,
I-
listen. Some people
I'm a
are
messy
smart.
eater.
We have very smart listeners. There's somebody texting in who says they never leave their home without their travel spoon. So they have a plastic spoon, or maybe it's metal.
Good
I
job.
don't know.
Lindsay
I'm
was
4 years
that's-
old.
That's
a
right.
travel
That's what
spoon.
Lindsay refers to you as.
Good one, Curtis. Excellent.
Well, I didn't know that. Cool.
Hey.
He was a big car eater.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Why
That's
is that crazy?
It is just different because
He's
I
just-
would.
he's
I
just
don't
trying-
know.
he's trying- do you
No,
understand?
I'm not trying.
He's trying to get you going.
No,
and
I'm
he
not.
tries-
Honestly,
No,
the
he just
reason why
associates
You
it
are,
with fat
and
people.
I can
No,
see
no,
somebody in there is like, Courtney trying to be an average person. What are we talking about?
No, I
naturally.
just.
It's talking. It's convenience.
Right. No, but I look at you and I kind of hold you to a higher standard. I don't expect to looking at you that you'd be a car eater.
Courtney,
What?
I got to
That's a
tell you, you know
compliment.
what?
Yeah, I'm giving you a compliment.
Yeah, he's trying to
Courtney.
compliment you.
I'm trying to compliment you. I
Thank
don't
you.
expect that, like, an attractive, woman is sitting
Stop it.
there eating in her car.
I'm not Wiggy Speed, so I'm gonna take
No,
this.
no, but I'm saying, like, I don't, like, when I think of, like, eating in the car, I picture,
You
like,
think of me.
yeah, me,
Right.
like me, we're mowing down,
Right.
chicken nuggets or Chick-fil-A to try to get to our next spot, but I don't see you as a,
Let me ask you. I saw Rich yesterday on social media do a video with the new Blizzard. I think it was the new Blizzard, and it had cookie dough in it.
Oh, I love
Ooh.
cookie
Oh, I
dough.
like
Hell
that.
yeah.
Ooh.
Could he have consumed that in his vehicle without a spoon?
Nope.
Hell no.
No.
Courtney, you know what? I would
You
say
can't. You also. I guess you'd have to be parked, but like you also can't eat it while you're driving.
Yeah,
He
you
was.
He was eating
You,
and
you
driving.
would eat
Yes.
a Blizzard
Yes,
while
he was-
driving. Don't
Well,
eat
you have
two
an issue
hands?
with that?
Yeah, that's
We have
kind
a-
of
you have a-
difficult to do.
Oh, you have an
that's
issue.
not-
Wait a minute. Somebody who uses a stolen handicap placard.
No, it's not stolen. It's passed down.
Somebody who flashes their lights if
bequeathed.
somebody's not doing 90 miles an hour in
Well,
the
that's
left
legal.
lane is what you're worried about somebody who's eating while driving? My
Yeah.
Lord.
Yeah, because you got to at least have one hand on the wheel.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, those are our leads. We are going to get to They Said It in 2 minutes and only 2 minutes. And that will include what Craig Breslow said about the moves that he made yesterday and why he did them. That is coming up next.
You're in charge of ordering boxes.
with Courtney coming up at 8, and that includes why a Lon Hardo in Minnesota is under arrest for what he did to keep the kids off of his turf. So we'll get to that and the rest of the news coming up. But right now, this.
They said it. It's time for They Said It. They Said It. They Said It.
You know, some of these rats around here.
We scored 16 at Yankee Stadium. Suck on it.
Blue ball.
Humbly, one of the best basketball players in the world.
They Said It. On the Greg Hill Show.
They Said It is brought to you by Catches, and they are ready to stand beside you during your toughest moments. So if you have been hurt at work, hurt at a business, and you need help, reach out to Catches. Go to catcheslaw.com. Over $3 billion, billion with a B, won for injured New Englanders by the attorneys who are your neighbors at Catches. All right, Shime, you want to start with Breslow?
Yeah, I think we should, Greg. After the deadline passed yesterday, Greg Breslow spoke to the media via Zoom and gave you a couple reasons on why he decided to be so aggressive at the trade deadline. Here was Greg Breslow.
The competitive environment it's part of the equation in that, there are years where this record could be leading our division. There are years where we could be firmly out of the playoff picture. So I guess like implicitly it's part of the way that we approach this. But I think more it's just the way that these guys have played, the job that they've done on the field, the coaching staff, the way the fans have supported this team and the turnaround. We felt going into the season like we had a really competitive team. We are seeing it over the last month and a half, and we wanted to do everything that we could to give ourselves the best chance to go out and compete for a World Series.
They are 28-5 in their last 33, and when a team is playing like that, how can you not do whatever you can to make the team better and to get the team ready for the playoffs? So, and as Curtis brought up, you're half game behind the Yankees, Curtis?
You're only one game out in the loss column, the all-important loss column.
I mean, I don't understand those who are concerned about overpayment when you don't know whether there's going to be a baseball season next season.
Who that man in the Twitch chat says he got fleeced? Ooh, sick bird.
Especially when you're in a position you could possibly win the division. It's one thing if you're like, all right, maybe we're going to be a wild card team. We're fighting for that spot. And you're kind of like, all right, maybe we don't want to add too much because it will cost us money and we might not be a team that, gets in the playoffs. So if we do, we get bounced early. But when you're a team that's actually now competing to win the division, I think you got to put yourself in and Bresbot said it, the best possible position to compete for a World Series. And that's their mindset.
I don't give a damn about getting fleeced. I want to win the World Series. I want to do whatever you can before we're out of baseball. I want this team to be worth watching. And if this catcher is what they think he's going to be, then it's a franchise-altering deal. And who cares about the four guys you gave up?
Yeah, unless you're like a baseball hard old nerd like Boss Man Laird, you got a everyday major league player in how do you say his last name? Rutschman.
I mean, the argument is not that he's an everyday player. The argument is that he has been hurt an awful lot of late. So that's going to be the argument.
All right. So if you want to argue that, all right, I'll give you that. But to say you gave up 4 prospects, I mean, we've been sitting here talking about Campbell, Meyer, and Roman Anthony, and all for the past couple of weeks, especially when you're talking about Anthony and Meyer, prospects don't mean anything nowadays.
I think Meyer for Miller is an excellent deal, and that's a lefty who can eat some innings for you. And Curtis, you were asking for that. You wanted an arm, so
I wanted to get rid of Marcelo Meyer, so win-win.
Yeah,
I give him an A. I give Odyssey a B+, and I give Breslow an A.
Well, and it's we talked about it a lot during the first hour, but you look at where the Red Sox were and all the focus and attention that they put on the big three and the disappointment that comes with at least 2 of them in Meyer and Christian Campbell it's a cautionary tale about building your team around prospects. It really is.
Right, and I think that's kind of and I think that's why they had no problem moving on from Meyer, and they had no problem sending Campbell down and burying him in AAA. And to Chime's point yesterday, which I was on the same train as him, if the right deal came along, I'm willing to bet you that they were willing to move on from Roman Anthony. Like I just think that that's where their mindset is they realize, like, well, we tried with these guys, and obviously they haven't been able to, when they've gotten their opportunities, prove that they could be everyday big league players that can help us win. I mean, so I think all those guys in their mind were expendable.
All right, Chime, what is next?
Well, Greg, let's pop over to your New England Patriots. They moved practice indoors yesterday. That's why Jones and Keefe were back here in the studio. But A.J. Brown caught up with NFL Network and talked about being coached by Mike Vrabel again and some of the things he loves about Mike Vrabel. Here was A.J. Brown.
It's been great, honestly. I go back to like the first day. I attempted a one-hand catch on the sideline, and we got in the meeting, and he threw me up, and he expected me to make that play. And that example alone, it's like, obviously I know I can make that play. He knows I can make that play, but it's like he's like, do it. Don't do it. Do it. If you're gonna do it, don't do it. Yeah. Right. So I'm like, all right, Vrabel's about to make me turn up, like make me go to another place. Obviously I want to be great and I want to push myself, but it's just like when you have a support system from somebody that you respect so much, he'll give you a little extra push because we always have more in the tank. So that's what it is. That's what it's been like ever since he started coaching me from day one, and I've been loving it.
So, I know it can change depending on how many touches he gets and how happy he is with his involvement in the offense, but he seems like an awesome guy.
Yeah.
Like all the stuff when it came to what was going on down there with the Eagles, he has not sounded like that guy, or at least how people described him since he's been here.
Right. It seems like he's literally wide receiver one, where, Josh McDaniels has probably talked to him saying, like, hey, you're going to be a big part of why our offense is able to do what it's going to be able to do this year. And I think when you have star players like that, you kind of have to, stroke their ego a little bit. But it also seems like he has a great attitude just from what we've heard, and he loves playing for Vrabel.
Yeah, I think the key word in his response there is someone you respect so much. Like, I don't think he respects Nick Sirianni or Kevin Patullo. And I don't even know. I'm not sure he respects Jalen Hurts all that much.
Well, he didn't respect
the ball that much.
Didn't respect him enough to go to his wedding.
Yeah. So look, I
mean, present company.
I think he just respects.
Is that a shot at me?
Yes.
No, that was a shot at Wiggy.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought it was one at Courtney because she didn't go to Shime's wedding.
To be clear, because what Greg has brought this up off air, I went to a wedding a month after Shime's. A month is like so long with a newborn.
Right.
And I know I was at a lacrosse game that day of
Shime's wedding. You went to a lacrosse game.
With my child, with my
work,
baby.
This is your work bestie.
I know. And if it was, and he and I had talked about it before. He was well aware I wasn't coming.
Oh, I knew.
He was very disappointed.
Yeah, we actually put the picture of you at the lacrosse game on the screen at Shime's wedding.
I had sent a gift.
All right.
She did. Very kind.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
What was the
apologize.
lacrosse game all about? Was it not going to? Was it one that was never going to be played again or something?
No, Santo wanted to. What am I
Was it a
supposed to
family
sit in my
member?
home with this child?
No.
Like we wanted to get out of the house.
Right.
Santo
So
was a
why would you
lacrosse
go to
player.
a wedding?
Because could I have brought Brooks to the wedding?
Of course.
No, there were no children at the
Exactly.
wedding. Greg.
Oh,
No.
Which I support. All
right.
See, kids become the great excuse
Right.
ever. Like you can use that for anything.
All
Like
day.
you can commit to something and then bag out of it 10
It was
minutes.
not an excuse.
10 minutes before it starts if you have a kid.
No
It's the greatest-
babysitter.
Oh, it's the greatest excuse ever.
Oh, he's sick.
Sorry, a
it.
kid's sick.
It was more how swollen I was. That was the excuse.
Well, Greg went.
Curtis, I am
It's not nice.
just giving you a warning. I'm going to come back at you later in the show. That's two unfair shots at
All
me
right.
today.
I,
All right.
When are we going to do our pickleball? The audience wants it.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, I want to do. I think we could make some money for the foundation.
You suggested to me that we call it Pickle Fest, which I didn't. I didn't really. I didn't really think that was that's not really the title I want for it. But
Well, I know a place down the Cape.
I know. I mean,
we
to
can
each,
host it.
to each his own.
Yeah. Some people would love that.
All right. I think we'll do it. We should do it at the end of the summer, Curtis. We got Jimmy Fund. By the way,
that was actually my album at Boston College when I graduated.
Jimmy Fund is a couple weeks away. Like 2 weeks from today, we will be at Fenway for the second day of the annual Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. So, but we'll squeeze it in before the end of the summer.
Can we get it sponsored by like Grillo's? I love their hot pickles. They're so good.
Do you really?
Oh my god, the spicy pickles are
I don't feel
dynamite.
the need to have pickles are perfect as is.
I agree.
I don't feel like you need to add spice to them.
Oh, I think mixing it up every once in a while,
Really?
they got such a nice bite to them.
Well, do you like a bread and butter pickle or a regular pickle?
No,
Out on bread and butter.
I don't like sweet pickles.
Okay.
I like
the
sour
bread and
only.
butter pickle.
Sour only.
But it's just generally, other than my Italian sub and my burger, where else am I putting pickles?
I like to eat them whole.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't really do that.
Pull
I'm
them
trying
right
to-
out of the
trying-
jar
trying to
and
think
munch
where
on
else-
them.
Where else do you eat them? For me, I guess if you're a person who eats them whole, don't eat them whole. Where,
People dice them up and put them into a potato salad or into a summer salad or
All right.
something like that.
so you bring the potato salad to the cookout
well,
with the pickles in.
Put them on my charcuterie board.
All right. Anyway,
Oh,
we're gonna
sorry.
take a quick. We're gonna take a quick break, and we will. Are we getting to Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, well, I think
Okay.
we should, Greg.
Aaron Rodgers yesterday took a shot at our football coach, took a shot at our GOAT, and we'll get to all of that coming up next.
Want good food that's hot to go? Nothing beats cheap chicken.
Hill Notes at the end of the show, 9:30 or thereabouts, so you can leave a voice note for us on any topic at any time on the Odyssey app, and we will pick the best ones and play the best ones back. If you're trying to get your Hill Note played, apparently mention how attractive Shime is, and those
Never hurts.
Those always appear to make it in somehow of late. So we'll get to Hill Notes coming up. Hello and good morning. If you happen to be watching the show on either Twitch or on YouTube, where it is brought to you by Springer's Jewelers, and they are in tax-free Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and it is close by, tax-free. They have the best prices in New England if you are trying to buy a diamond. So visit springersjewelers.com. All right, Shime. What is next when it comes to They Said It?
Well, Aaron Rodgers is just kind of ripping it up in the media right now. I mean, he was on Pat McAfee's show yesterday, and he's just taking shots at like a bunch of different people. We can hear this is a couple different things from Aaron Rodgers sitting down with Pat McAfee yesterday.
Is everything better? Is everything funner? Is everything more awesome? Like, how do you kind of view this year versus maybe the years of the past?
I'm going to plead the fifth.
Okay. Okay.
Like that absolute coward, Tony Fauci. Absolute coward.
Yeah.
Hey, it's back, baby. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
How much time did they spend on my responses every week, on my vaccination status, on Taylor and Travis's wedding? Did they do even a minute on Tony Fauci?
No, I don't think I've heard anything.
I bet they didn't.
But on that note.
And there was another scandal this offseason, too, involving a voter for MVP, for Coach of the Year. How much time did your network spend? Where's your Kim? Did your network spend on that?
Our network?
I'm not going to be, out there doing a podcast, chasing down weird-ass parties on the East Coast and wearing white. I'm not going to be doing any. Yes. I'm not going to be doing anything.
Yes.
I'm going to be out of the light, so I might as well get a couple in. I don't get to do this show as much as I would like to do, I think, from time to time. So.
Well,
shots fired.
I mean, he's right. He was the vax shamers were all over him.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
They went after him.
And so not a lot of time given to the other POV when it comes to the testimony by Dr. Fauci. And then I'm assuming that's a shot at Tom Brady about the podcast and the white parties.
Yeah, definitely.
Curtis, that can't land well with you.
Tom Brady has won as many NFC championships as Aaron Rodgers. So,
and of course, Aaron Rodgers and his Steelers will face the New England Patriots here this season. Ooh. And I am imagining that there's a head coach who might want to make sure that that game is won by his football team, the New England Patriots, after that shot there.
Well, and they beat him last year. Like, you need redemption. You can't lose to this guy twice.
Well, yeah, I highly doubt you're going to give the ball up 5 times this go-round like you did last season, Sean.
Ramondre needs to not have the fumbleitis, and we should be okay, I think.
Well, it sounds like he's been holding on to the football down there, training camp.
Yeah, he hasn't been holding on to his lunch, though.
Or holding on to his wife in any public way.
Well, you mean Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
No, we're talking about Ramondre Stevenson.
But thank you.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Thank you for locking in, Curtis. I appreciate it.
That video has 8 million views now.
What, of Aaron?
The Pat McAfee one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Aaron Rodgers, just like, I liked him for 2 seconds, and then it's like, I get it. You're right. They spent way too much time talking about you and your anti-vax thing, but they did the same thing to Kyrie. It's not like, he wasn't alone in that.
It also it was more of a conversation about the fact that the NFL required them to get vaccinated, and then he lied.
Right.
So,
I think he was talking more.
Yes, now the fact that Fauci wrote what he wrote in his journal, like, yes, you can say that he's vindicated in that case, but he still lied about the situation.
Right, but I think he's talking about, like, the network, you know what I mean? Where
yes. They spent a ton of time on him. They're not talking about Fauci
where he's
at all.
in the passenger seat now, and he's, wait a second, you're missing the exit. What about Fauci over here? And ESPN and all of them, they're just like, we didn't see, with nothing to see over here. And I think that's what he's kind of saying is, like, if you're going to come down on me for what happened, you should be coming down on Fauci for now, pleading the fifth and looking like he lied about everything.
Well, not looking like it, he did.
Oh, yeah, he lied about everything.
He was lying about a lot of things, unfortunately.
But then it's ESPN, so he should know better.
Unfortunately.
It is an amazing 180 by millions and millions of people who now say, "Oh, I always thought it could have come from the lab."
Yeah.
You literally were kicked off of social media if you said that. That's not a hyperbolic statement.
Yeah.
If you said that the virus emanated from a lab in Wuhan, you were blocked and deplatformed.
This is most likely his last season.
Yeah, I
correct?
would agree. I would think so.
You think so? Okay.
I would think so. I think he feels like, all right, I got my guy back in Mike McCarthy.
I just don't care anymore.
He's like, you could tell he's at that point where, like, you know what? I don't care. I could be a little bit looser. Like Mike Tomlin is kind of gone, so I can relax a little bit. I can say what I want. I'm not
Talk to the wife.
I'm not gonna get a Mike McCarthy saying, hey, come in my office. I need to talk to you. And he's just gonna go out there and but I think at the end of the day, Pittsburgh is gonna be what Pittsburgh is. I don't think they're gonna be very good. I don't think they're gonna be somebody that, if you're a Pats fan, needs to worry about them.
What happened to the Steelers, Courtney? Forever, I thought they were championship driven, and now it's like this is the worst thing you can do. You're just sort of like in this mediocrity where you're not going to be bad enough with Rodgers to get a top 3 pick, right? Like, so you're going to sort of be in this lower middle class.
That's been their issue.
I mean, I think that they're hoping that for his final run, that Aaron Rodgers is going to lead them to a nice postseason run with Mike McCarthy. And I guess they're putting all the emphasis on the fact that Mike Tomlin's message was no longer being received by players.
Yeah, and I think it's just with Pittsburgh, and it's really they've been trying to find their next guy out after Ben Roethlisberger, and they haven't been able to do it.
Well, and they're stuck in a really tough division when you're facing Lamar Jackson twice a year, Joe Burrow when he's healthy. Like, that's not easy.
And when you look at that division and you look at the Baltimore Ravens, they were able to hit magic on Lamar Jackson. I think he was like in the 20s somewhere as a draft pick.
Correct.
The Pittsburgh Steelers tried that with Kenny Pickett, didn't work out. The Cincinnati Bengals, Joe Burrow, I believe, was the number 1 overall pick.
Number 1 overall pick.
Right. The Pittsburgh Steelers have not been bad enough to be in the top 3 to really go and try to get one of those quarterbacks. So they've been like, and you know how it is. If you don't have a guy at quarterback, you just constantly chasing to try to see who can help you, get you over that hump.
All I know is I'm going to hate the week working here for September 20th. That week when the Patriots and Steelers face off at Gillette, that week is going to be a tough one for me.
How many tickets are you getting?
I don't know if I'm going.
Oh.
Are you going to wear your Steelers gear into the show?
No.
House divided.
We are going to take a quick break. We will get to the rest of They Said It coming up next.
Just about a year ago, I set out on the road, seeking my fame and fortune, looking for a pot of gold. Things got bad and things got worse, I guess you know the tune. Oh Lord, stuck in a low die-up inn.
The Red Hot Red Sox make a couple deadline deals, and you can talk about them all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. I imagine we will get the opportunity to talk about them with Craig Breslow again this week on Thursday. I'm assuming might be Sam Kennedy, might be Chad Tracy with the Red
Could
Sox.
John Henry pop in? He's around.
I don't know about that. He is around. Absolutely. Rain is gone. And so can we open the Window World of Boston weather window for Curtis and get a forecast, please? All right, Curtis. Beautiful out there today all day.
Really going to be a beautiful day. Right now, 69 in Boston. Sunny skies, afternoon high of 85. Sadly, the sunset will be at 7:59, not after 8 as we have enjoyed for several months, but it's going to be a beautiful day today, tomorrow as well. Mid to upper 80s in the greater Boston area.
Okay, get a whole house full of new energy efficient windows installed for $99 a month. That's it from Window World of Boston. Go to windowworldofboston.com. What's next, Shine?
Well, Greg, apparently Mike Vrabel's been trolling one of his new rookies. That would be young Gabe Akis, who just showed up to the team over the weekend, actually, after signing his contract last week. We can hear from Milton Williams talking about how Vrabel is trolling Gabe Akis.
Just like the rookie stuff in a team meeting. Instead of, going up there and singing, we got to get up there and say his name, school, signing bonus, how much NIL he made. Every time he come up there, he got a call on him. So he'd been up there about 5 times. They didn't boo him the first 4. I'm like, man, look, you got to go up there. You got to sing something, and then everybody sing with you.
I think I saw Vrabel over the weekend say that Gabe has been texting him every night.
He texts him every night at like 10 o'clock.
Asking if he could participate. And so
that was my favorite thing. Vrabel's like, yeah, we talked 4 hours ago, dude. You don't need to text me. You're not practicing tomorrow.
But I'm guessing that Mike Vrabel as a player is very sympathetic when it comes to the hold-in or the demand for money or whatever it might be. Like he doesn't seem like a guy who's going to get all worked up about that.
No, he understands that's part of the business. You know what I mean? And I think that's the one thing that I think a lot of players respect about him is that, and you always hear them talking about like, oh, him being a former player and just, like they know, like, all right, he's going to bust his chops because he did hold out or, had the little contract stuff and make him feel like, all right, we're going to have some fun with you. And I think guys really respect that in the locker room. That's the one thing that I always talk about. Guys can see authenticity, and they could see coaches that blowing smoke up their keister. And, that's the one thing that, like, I always say all the time that I loved about Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick is they didn't blow no smoke up your ass, They gave it to you real. And Vrabel looks like that guy, at least as a head coach. He was that type of guy as a player. So I know
your primary concern for the football team remains the edge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I don't know what Gabe Akis is going to be. I don't know what he's going to be. I mean, he was a solid player at Illinois. I mean, he didn't set the world on fire when it came to like having a whole bunch of sacks.
S is silent. In that
Illinois, he was a solid player there. So I don't know what he's going to be when it comes to what's going to be your production, and he's a rookie. So I still have a little bit of concern at the edge position of like, where are you going to get your sacks from, or are you going to be a team like you were last year that's going to have to blitz a lot?
I was talking to Mego on the Big Dog Show this weekend, Wiggy, and she is concerned that Draymond Jones isn't even going to give you like what Kayvon Chason gave you last year. And if that's the case, then I don't know where you're getting pass rush from. Like,
Right.
that is a
From the
massive
defense.
concern.
Yeah, because you got to look at your best pass rusher last year, just numbers-wise, was Harold Landry. And I think he had 8.5 or something along those lines. And he probably got half of those through like the first 4 or 5 weeks of the season, and then they kind of fell off. So when you start to look and you go, all right, the interior guys, Milton Williams, a great player, but he's never going to be, an Aaron Donald guy who's going to have double-digit sacks. So where are you going to get pressure from? Where are you going to get consistent pressure from where those other teams are going to have to be like, oh, we need to know where this guy is on the field all that time. Or it's 3rd and 8. Hey, we're going to be able to get home. We're going to be able to get pressure and not give the offense another opportunity to pick up a first down. That's where
I think your strength is in your secondary. I think your second year of the middle linebacker he brought in from that came on our show on Fridays. Spillane is elite. I like the scheme that they have, and I trust Vrabel and his defense to be able to get pressure on quarterbacks when they have to. I think Wiggy's right. It is their biggest weakness, but I'm not concerned about it damaging the season.
I don't think it's going to damage the season, but I will be a factor in how far you go. And we have Ty Law in there every Tuesday, and he'll tell you the best corner in the world can only cover for so long. Sooner or later, if you don't get pressure, that offensive guy is going to get open because the DB is going to be now trying to be attached as long as he can. He might peek in the backfield to see what's going on. The quarterback breaks containment. So the best corners can only cover for so long. You look at these teams that win championships consistently, they're able to get pressure. They're able to make quarterbacks back there feel uncomfortable. We saw it this year with the Patriots in the Super Bowl. They were able to get to Drake May, make him feel uncomfortable. If you can't do that, or you have to try to do that through blitzes and things like that, you're just exposing yourself on the defensive side because now you got to make sure, hey, when they say the blitzes, that's high risk for the defense, but also high reward for the offense if you don't get there.
Yeah, I think a bigger concern for some remains the offensive line and specifically what Will Campbell.
That's mine.
That's stupid, though.
Well, it's because it's not because
Greg,
you don't know how much of his performance, skip the regular season, go right to the playoffs. How much of that was affected by the injury? You don't necessarily know.
But you know that he was hurt in the postseason.
Yes.
Right? Like, so you can't say skip the regular season when he wasn't hurt.
Also, we don't start the season in the postseason. We start the season in the regular season.
Oh, thank you, Sean.
You got to win the regular season games first to get to the postseason.
Also, how will he mentally be able to handle everything? Because he was destroyed at the end of
Right,
last.
but does he look at it and go, oh, the reason why they were able to get me like they did is because I was hurt?
I don't know. I'm saying that if the left tackle is bad, it has a far easier chance to derail a season than a mediocre pass rush. That's all. If Will Campbell is anything like he was in the playoffs, then you're cooked.
Yeah, I mean, he'd have to be that would, but I don't think that's who Will Campbell is.
Right. Well, we'll find out.
Wouldn't the larger sample size suggest that what he was in the regular season is more so who he is?
Yes.
There are players that get damaged emotionally and mentally, that it can derail careers. And what we saw, as Courtney alluded to, was not a bad game. It was the worst Super Bowl performance by a left tackle in all 60 Super Bowls ever.
And even if you this is your number one concern, then shouldn't you be more happy that they drafted the tackle in the first round? Because theoretically, if Will Campbell's just bad, you just swap him out and put that kid in, and your problems are solved, right?
Right. I would believe the Patriots told you they're concerned.
By making that their pick.
Exactly.
Or unless they were thinking in their mind they made the pick because they know that Morgan Moses is probably going to be done after this year, and now you have.
That seems like a real luxury pick for a team that had needs on defense.
Well, based off of what they did, that's what it looks like. That's the way they went about the draft.
But that's a way to dress up a concern you have about a left tackle you're trying to rebuild mentally.
But I don't think they have concerns about Will Campbell.
Okay, I disagree.
I look at them and go, all right. They might look at it like in the sense of he had issues in the postseason, and I think in their mind they're probably like, well, he was playing hurt.
I think you've changed your tune a little bit
As
from
far
the
as-
Super Bowl to now when
What
it
do you
comes
mean?
to Will Campbell and any worry about him.
What
And
do
I
you mean?
believe even yesterday you brought up the fact that Will Campbell, how will he be mentally going into this year too?
Yeah,
for
but
him?
I've never had concern about the offensive line.
So you think that it solely was his injury
Yeah,
that derailed him?
Yeah, because
Okay.
prior,
I think that's not the conversation we were having, but
when was this? Prior to and
after the Super Bowl.
Me and Wiggy have been
Yeah.
pretty consistent on this for months now.
for months.
I feel like.
For months. Okay, so
and I
back-
told, and I had said, I had been saying this from kind of jump, is prior to him getting hurt, everybody was talking about how good of a job he was doing. Like, we talked about his arm size and his length, and Shime and I will tell you, that's not who I wanted with the 4th overall pick. I wasn't a Will Campbell fan, but as the season progressed, there was no concern with him. Like, his arms were too short. Is this that? He did a good job, and I think we praised him early in the season doing a great job against Max Crosby.
Mm-hmm. Right. And Myles Garrett.
And well, that was the whole offensive line. I mean, Myles Garrett is Myles Garrett. Let's keep it a buck. Man broke
Please,
the sack
Curtis,
record.
keep it a buck.
I try
Please,
to.
I've
If
asked
you give up
Well,
2
it's my
I've
sacks,
asked you so many times, keep it a buck.
like if you give up 2 sacks against Myles Garrett
Yeah.
and your offensive line as a group gives up 5,
Yeah.
I got no issues with that. It's Myles
Okay.
Garrett,
All right. 1 week from Friday, we will be at Gillette Stadium with Mike Vrabel on this show. 1 week from Friday. News with Courtney, and among the stories that we will get to is the Lon Hardo in Minneapolis, who is in big trouble for what he did to keep the kids off of his turf. Rest of the news also coming up in 2 minutes next.
we're very strong.
The news.
And we're always there for Japan. Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor.
With your host, Courtney Cox.
Career, then he's going to be too big for his bridges.
Sponsored by Northeast Men's Health, the experts in treating men's sexual health issues with 7 New England locations. Learn more at northeastmenshealth.com.
He's doomed if he does. He's doomed if he doesn't.
On WEEI.
Well, there was 1 killed and 4 wounded in a shooting in Hyde Park yesterday. It happened around 12:30 a.m. yesterday morning, and investigators say that there was some type of argument fight before the shooting, but no arrests have been made. Here's one resident, Stephen Borden, on VZ.
I don't think it's shocking. I really don't. I know what goes on out here from Thursday to Sunday night. It's just a raging party, and it's been like that, and we've been complaining for months.
Okay, raging party going on, and safest city in the world is what we are told.
Yep.
So, shooting in the seaport last Friday morning.
Wow.
I mean,
they wilding out, man.
Thank God I wasn't on an old man walk. I don't know what I would do if I heard gunfire. I can't really run as quickly as others, Curtis, to get away from the scene.
Don't sell yourself short. I would say, of all the things about city living, is there anything more aggravating than a guy that double parks in an Uber or to deliver something when right around the corner, like 15 feet away, is a place he could pull in and park?
Yeah, I mean, it happens everywhere with the increase in deliveries, food-wise. It just clogs the entire city up. I don't know what they can do about
They can't
that.
do nothing because those bike lanes.
I know, Shime, you don't get any deliveries.
Right.
No food deliveries.
No issue for me.
And if you want a spoon, you're an a-hole.
I guess that's
just ask for one.
I guess that's why I guess that's why there's more like a lot of moped and bike deliveries, because they can at least throw those things up on the curb and they don't have to double pop.
If you walk by the Chick-fil-A over by Newberry Street on Boylston, the amount of electric scooter drivers just waiting for an order to come in, it's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, because it's probably like, it's easier for them to get in and around the city versus like, all the bike lanes. It's hard to double park, to Curtis's point. So
I was in Curtis's neck of the woods on Sunday over at Sal's in Southie.
Oh, where Lauren used to work?
Yep, there was like 4 people waiting at that takeout window with scooters, and I was like, "Oh, this seems good."
I was shocked earlier this morning when you brought up Lauren's favorite film of all time.
Oh yeah, Grease.
Interesting.
Oh. Yeah, big Grease fan.
Huh.
She and I are around the same age. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I think for young women, when that movie was very, very popular, it was like the first movie I remember seeing where I was like, this is scandalous.
And let me guess, you watched it with your mom.
Yes.
Just like she did.
course.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then went to Friendly's.
Yes. And she explained what a hickey was.
Oh, did she? Okay.
Can somebody explain the hickey? I don't get it. I remember, I'll call her out because she has a different last name. Caitlin Tierney and Nick Petrie, who was senior in high school. She had to wear a turtleneck on picture day. It was like 90 degrees. Like, I don't get, like, it's such a weird, you know what I mean? Like,
It was the guy's way of like basically saying
Like-
she's taken.
Unbelievable.
Neck kisses feel nice as well.
Well, kisses do,
Say
but
that.
sucking the neck like a vampire.
Okay.
There's different strokes for different folks.
I
Wigs.
guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're right.
14 witnesses testified yesterday in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Clancy is accused of murdering her 3 children before trying to kill herself. The prosecutors read Clancy's diary entries to the jury yesterday, and then her defense further spoke about them. Here's Clancy's attorney, Kevin Reddington.
She wrote, I have crazy brain fog. I feel like I can't make a plan. I can't carry it out. Like I just live moment to moment, waiting for the next nap time. I'm terrified of Cal getting overtired now because I feel I can't help him. She wrote that, right? Correct. She then wrote, I'm really worried about going back to work and not being able to function with the brain fog. I feel like I should start with a 4-hour shift and see how I do. I can't tell if I am withdrawing from Ativan and Benadryl, or is this my new baseline? I feel completely disconnected with my baby. I feel like I'm going through the motions every day. She wrote that, right? Correct.
This is very difficult. You watch this trial, which I can't believe. I can't watch it. It's just so heartbreaking. And I don't, we've talked about it a lot, so I think we know where Wiggy stands on it. I don't, it's going to be so interesting when it comes to that verdict from the jury when we get there.
I think it's hard because for a lot of women who have had a child, you watch it and and you realize that she did ask for help many, many times, whether she was writing it in her diary, talking to her husband, talking to medical professionals. And it just felt like, and I don't, like, trust me, I go back and forth on this constantly because those 3 children should have been protected. But at what point was our healthcare system or the people around her let her down as well? It's a terrible, sad case.
I'm officially on. She's guilty.
Yeah, you said that over the weekend, Curtis.
I just like the way it's not 1, it's 3. The details of the officers who were on the scene first, and they have been scarred. I mean,
Terrible.
Could you imagine? We don't thank our police officers and first responders enough. They just get called into this home, and they see these 3 lifeless children who were just strangled to death by their mother. And it's not 1, the way in which they were killed, how they were done. Like, I'm sorry. I do hope that some people can find the grace that her ex-husband has found, but we failed protecting these kids, and she killed them.
Yeah.
And like that in the most disgusting, egregious, unhumane way possible.
Yeah.
A 61-year-old woman in Plymouth was killed yesterday afternoon while sitting on her porch as a storm rolled through. This is terrible. If you're watching on Twitch, there's a photo of what the porch looked like after the tree fell. The tree, unfortunately, fell on her. And when Plymouth police and neighbors located her, they immediately started rendering life-saving care. She was unfortunately pronounced dead once transported to a nearby hospital. Here's one neighbor speaking with BZ.
The rain had let up for a bit, and she has a dog, her very best friend dog, and the neighbor also has a dog. So they both went out onto their back porch to let their animals out during the downpours, and the neighbor heard this loud crack, and he looked over, and a tree had fallen from State Road right onto her.
Wow. I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often.
I know.
I mean, I guess the odds that when it comes to it falling and somebody being under it are pretty high, but still.
Terrible.
Yeah.
So sad. 39-year-old Kyle Steffen, he was arrested in Minnesota after taking Get Off My Lawn to another level. So we all have those neighbors that are like, hey, kids, don't be on my lawn, get off.
The lawn hardos are obsessed with their lawn. They don't want anybody anywhere near their lawn.
Are you a lawn hardo now, Courtney?
No. Please, you're welcome on my lawn.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, what he did was he made a homemade spike strip to put on the lawn to keep these kids off.
What in the hell is wrong with you?
So, like the ones that the police use to
Correct.
stop somebody who is fleeing from a crime.
Correct.
Okay.
His was a plastic band with 43-inch screws sticking up. He said that he was not trying to harm or injure anyone, just scare them off. So he now faces a misdemeanor, faces 180 days in jail or a $1,000 fine. It was a mother who noticed that he was yelling at the kids and then looked at the lawn, saw the spikes sticking up. She called law enforcement.
Why not just, like, I don't know, get a fence?
Correct.
Cost money for a fence. Now, is this something that they were doing to him consistently?
It doesn't matter. If you live in a neighborhood and little kids...
Wait, you're going to side with the guy?
Listen, it's like the booby trap guy, right? If you keep
hold the trap,
you're talking about the guy who hung the paint cans in Southie to protect his space.
And he shoveled it, broke his back to get out.
So you love that guy.
Yeah,
now you love this guy.
If you keep telling people, like kids, and that's why I said to stay off the lawn, and they constantly, you know how kids are, they bust in the neighbor's chops, and they constantly do it. And so he says, okay, I'm going to lay down some spikes, and when you go over it, you're going to have to pay to get your tires changed.
But these are little kids.
The little kids' feet.
Wait,
how are we talking, like 12 years old?
No, if your kids, you have 3 children. If in your neighborhood, they went on your neighbor's lawn, your daughter fell and landed on a spike that they put on the lawn to keep them off, you'd be pissed.
You would be. Yes, you would.
I also got a couple of paint cans, which are booby trapped. If you pick up one of the paint cans, you're going to get covered in paint. This is not easy. This is work. If it's not clear, there will be a space saver there.
Well, that's why I asked. If it was one time, yes, it's not an issue. But I would be pissed at my kids if they just rode their bike on somebody else's lawn.
There are people texting in 781 text. It's my house, my lawn.
Right.
Get off it.
Like what? I don't get.
Kids are
Please explain this to me. Explain this to me for all you people in here that are on the side. And we're saying that these kids have done. That's why I asked the question. If this is something they're doing multiple times, and he told them, "Please stay off my lawn. Please stay off my lawn. Please stay off my lawn," and they don't listen, I don't get why you then get upset because he goes, "All right, you guys want to come on my lawn? I'm going to lay down some spikes, and guess what? You're going to have to go to the."
Because you're trying to hurt somebody.
No, I don't think he was trying to necessarily hurt somebody.
But somebody could have gotten hurt.
Yes, somebody.
I think that's the
why
problem.
Why not stay off the lawn?
What's the problem? That's the problem with our country right now. It's like, what happened to just good, old school Americana neighborhoods where neighbors were kind to each other? You have block parties, invite people over.
As kids in the neighborhood, we used to like run through people's backyards all the time and like run into the woods and like
But you're making it pool hopping's a cool thing.
Well, when you were a kid, it felt pretty cool.
But it's if somebody's telling you don't go in my pool and you as a kid continuously do it, and then you get upset because they do something to you or they put something out there that maybe not necessarily to harm you, but disparage you from doing it. Now you're like, oh, I'm just a kid.
Courtney yearns for the old days when her parents were having key parties
Right.
in the
Not.
neighborhood. That's what she is.
I was just informed about another neighborhood. I'm not going to say the name because I learned my lesson. People are still upset with my parents about me outing the neighborhood. But another neighborhood in Massachusetts, very close to Boston, that is also a swingers community.
Well, I'm sure there are many that are.
Probably lots.
How'd you find that out?
Yeah.
Her
Because
parents
somebody
are
from the
swingers,
neighborhood
Wiggy?
told- No, not my parents. My parents don't live there.
Dover?
No, close though.
Ooh.
I can't
All
wait
right.
till it comes to the point, because Courtney has a house, when the reckless, wild children are now doing things to your
Not
lawn.
like they're ripping up the lawn with dirt bikes.
Right.
Well,
They're
if you're
just running
going
through.
no,
Like,
if
what are
you're
we
Wiggy,
doing?
there's I
I'm
understand
not-
what you're saying,
you
but
guys are
there is a
capping.
gap between hurting a child.
yeah, but I don't think he did it
and
intentionally.
What?
He put up
Doesn't
spike
matter.
strips. That is
He
intentional.
put up spike strips because they keep riding and probably messing up his
They
lawn with
didn't
their
ever
bikes.
say riding. It was just that
That's
the
the
kids
point.
would go on his lawn.
That's why I asked this question. Was this a one-time thing?
I don't know. It
All
doesn't
right.
matter.
Well, it
Well,
does
he
matter.
probably, even if he asked them, even if he said, please don't go on my lawn, and they're going on the lawn, it's an extreme reaction.
Should
to,
he shoot them?
No,
to
he shouldn't shoot them.
Create
Why
your
not?
own
He should get them off his lawn. I
like
mean,
you want the kids walking away with screws in their
No, I
feet.
want
need
the
a tetanus shot.
I guess no. You know what the kids are gonna say? They're gonna have to go home. Ma, I need to get a new I need to get a new tire because my tires are all jacked
But
up.
nobody said they were riding on his
It's their
line. That's
feet.
the point.
He did it so that it ends up in their feet.
There is
He's
also
an absolute psycho.
he is a psycho.
Over his freaking lawn.
And if you want to watch something on Netflix, The Perfect Neighbor will show you exactly how crazy people can get when it comes to kids in a neighborhood just trying to enjoy themselves and how people escalate. This is a perfect example of escalation.
All right, we got to take a break. We will get to the rest of this morning's news with Courtney in exactly 2 minutes next.
The burrito.
Surprising amount of lawn hardos who stand with Wiggy on this topic. So there was a guy in Minnesota.
Yes.
Who was tired of the kids being on his lawn, and he made some homemade spike strips to keep the kids off of his lawn.
What is
and
wrong?
Wiggy's. Are you reading the text line though? Subaru of New England text line.
I don't have it in here.
508 texter says, "I spend good money on my lawn,
Right.
and the kids need to stay off it."
My grandfather was like that, honestly. My grandfather was a lawn hardo, but I don't think he'd ever put spikes up for kids to get hurt.
Well, I mean, he might not do it intentionally. It's like
intentional.
It's like when I grew up in Eastie, there were a lot of people that had gardens in their backyard, the tomatoes and all that. And if there was a specific person, my mother would say, stay away from Mrs. Tortorelli's garden. Don't go in her backyard or something like that, hopping fences. Because if you do...
Because she was crazy and she would do something. And
Right.
Yeah.
So
okay.
if you do, there's something that... And then if you do...
But it doesn't make what Mrs. Tortellini was going to do right.
No, I'm not saying that. But guess what?
It's Eastie. I mean,
Yeah, but their lawn or their garden is important to them. See, this is the problem in today's society. We're kind of talking about this off air, and I see this a lot on social media. We need to stop giving these kids excuses. Oh, they're just kids. They're just kids. Because guess what? Those kids that you give excuse over excuse, they turn out to be adults, and then the next thing you know, they're wilding out
They're
out
not
there.
like graffitiing the lawn. They're
Doesn't
not
matter.
creating chaos. They're
It
just
doesn't
being
matter.
kids.
I'm willing to bet, and we don't have all the details of this story, but I'm willing to bet you dollars to donuts, Shime, right now, this was not the first time this guy had to tell these kids to stay off his lawn.
And go talk to the parents. Don't put spikes in your lawn that a kid could fall on and get really hurt.
But if the parents are not raising their kid and they're not listening to the parents, what's he supposed to do? You messing up his lawn.
Right.
Get a fence.
That fence costs money, so I now have to
a lot
spend,
of money.
Yeah, I got to spend $5,000 on a fence because you can't keep your zoo animal kid off my lawn.
There's a lady in my neighborhood who tried to ban a basketball hoop because it was creating too much noise.
That's different, though. I'm not talking about that. I'm not. I'm with you on that.
Also, the basketball hoop was probably there before she was.
Right.
That's half the problem with these people.
Oh no, she's been there forever. That's the problem.
She is. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that.
He's just like a 12-year-old kid. He just wants to play basketball outside his house.
I'm on your side on that. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about somebody who's going on somebody else's property consistently and not listening to the person.
So like you didn't play like manhunt or like kick the can
Yeah,
as a kid? It was like run
did.
through people's
I
backyards
did.
and
And guess what? My mother said, don't go in that person's yard because that person's nuts. And if you go in there messing with her tomatoes, she's going to have an issue.
You didn't go and mess with the tomatoes, but if you had to run through the backyard and run out
would
the
you
other side,
stop,
like
run through it? They clearly were doing this all the time.
Clearly.
That's not clearly at all.
All right. I'm willing to bet you $1 to donuts.
Here is a text from my
I'll take my donuts.
Text from my adopted home continent of Maine, where I will be on vacation in 2 weeks. And they have an issue up there with people who are putting wires or chains across paths where people are snowmobiling and trying to decapitate the people who are, because it's their property and they don't want snowmobiles on them. So
People are sick. People are sick. If you're doing that, you should be put in jail. Or a psych ward, like one or the other, because that's terrible. That is terrible.
That's
People
a
are
little
angry.
extreme. I might put like a giant.
Keep them out of your area.
That's what I'm saying. I might put like a giant barricade out there so they can't go up and down if I didn't like them.
Yeah, put a gate out there or something.
Why
That's
stop
fine.
at a strip? Why not put a bomb?
Yeah, I would put it. I would put that there. But let people.
By the way, the guy that did this is 38.
Yeah.
This isn't some old man.
All right.
So why don't you walk out? You're 38.
It doesn't matter
Tell
how
the kids
old
to get off your lawn.
It's your property.
And this is coming from a guy who historically, by the way, hates children, like young children.
Right.
And I am totally against this guy.
It's your
Spike Tripper
property.
insane.
We've talked about this before about people letting dogs go through your lawn. Now that I have a house, I don't mind it. If a dog wanders onto my lawn on a walk and
so you don't get. What if somebody was texting in earlier about they had an issue with somebody who would walk their dog on their lawn, and this lawn hardo put a lot of effort to it, and the dog is doing his business on their lawn, like you. So you
if
don't.
it's number 2, as long as you pick up after him or her
on your lawn, you wouldn't care about that when they
No.
could go on their own lawn.
But if they're on a walk, you can't really.
What do you
Also,
mean?
not every dog
There's
has a lawn.
There's
You know,
a
that's how you're walking.
sidewalk though. Like that's the problem. Like
Yeah, but-
that's somebody's property.
No, I know, but like Harry's
Like
a,
that, you have a home.
Right.
That is your property. You're telling me if people were just letting their dogs poop in your yard,
as long as they pick it up.
All right,
Harry's a city dog, so he actually prefers to go to the bathroom on concrete instead of grass.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of dogs out there who prefer grass and can only use the restroom on grass. So if they happen to have to go in front of my house and my grass is the first they see,
find a park or a patch somewhere. Don't do it on
and
my
have them hold it.
No, I'm saying where the dog can get a piece of grass. Don't do it on my property. Like I don't like. So now it's like, all right, you can just.
You are a mean neighbor.
No, it's not a mean neighbor.
Yeah,
It's my
a grumpy Gillis. That's what I would call you, grumpy Gillis Wiggy.
It is my property. That's what it is.
Oh,
My
kids,
property.
don't go near Grumpy Gillis
Nope.
Wiggy.
No, because you know what
He's
happens.
a Super Bowl champ.
You know what
And
happens?
he'll chase you off that lawn.
No, you know what happens? You come to my property, your kid trips and fall and breaks his arm or breaks his leg, then you want to sue me. We're suing him. We're suing him. His dog
Give me
is
one example of somebody on somebody's lawn trespassing, suing the homeowner.
Come on, you don't think I guarantee if I Google it, I could find it.
Okay, I don't think that
there
would work.
There are people who sue people because they walk up to somebody's dog and the dog takes a little nip at them and the dog's on the leash and then they sue them.
If they're bitten by a dog, I
But
understand that.
no one told you to walk up to my dog and start nailing down and getting in his
That
face.
is very different than going on somebody else's property.
It is Curtis, what did you just say? My property.
Right.
Stay off of it.
I understand. I'm not
Then get a fence. You want
why
people to
should
stay
I
off
have
of
to
it?
get a fence?
Wiggy definitely has one of those signs that says like homeowner is armed. And,
Yes.
and homeowner
Beware.
is armed
Yeah.
and dangerous.
Masshole firearm.
Yeah, probably has one of those blue MAGA plates too.
Yeah.
Probably. All right.
Corey, I didn't know you got a MAGA sticker on your car.
We are gonna get to the rest of the news with Courtney, I promise, next.
the competitive environment it's part of the equation in that, there are years where this record could be leading our division. There are years where we could be firmly out of the playoff picture. So I guess like implicitly it's part of the way that we approach this. But I think more it's just the way that these guys have played, the job that they've done on the field, the coaching staff, the way the fans have supported this team and the turnaround. We felt going into the season like we had a really competitive team. We are seeing it over the last month and a half, and we wanted to do everything that we could to give ourselves the best chance to go out and compete for a World Series.
Is in bloom, the PR transmissions will resume. I try to push, try to keep us.
Presbot, who was wheeling and dealing yesterday on why he wanted to invest in this baseball team and make a couple moves, and you can talk about them all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. We were in the middle of the news, though. Courtney, what is next this morning?
Can I also say one thing? Ashley Hansen, who is dear friend of the show, one of your besties, has her last treatment day after 2 years today. She's on her way right now.
Yes,
So,
yes, she is going to be ringing the bell for the second time.
Yes.
Today, the amazing Ashley from the Greg Hill Foundation. So, good morning and hello, and you are the best. She's
and we
the
love
best.
you.
Love
She's the
Ashley,
best.
the absolute greatest.
Yes.
Poor thing we've been working together for, 20 years.
Wow.
Poor thing. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how she puts up with it.
I'm at 7.
Yes. All right.
Max Gilardi, a Gloucester creator, and I wonder if Shime knows who it is. He's a YouTuber who people watch play games. I'll never understand that phenomenon of people watching other people play games, but it's very popular. He's got 2.1 million followers. His channel is Hot Diggity Demon. He made an announcement on Sunday that he's going to Switzerland to be euthanized.
What?
He's 38 years old. He told those 2.1 million followers that he's been dealing with chronic illness for the past few years and that the pain and suffering has just become too much. So that is a decision. He said he's not making it, on a whim. This is something he's thought about. He said that he has a chronic illness that he got after having COVID back in 2020, and he's dealt with extreme tiredness, fatigue. He's in a lot of pain.
But not a mortal illness.
No, just something that he has to live with.
Like chronic pain.
Yes.
And yet he is going to go there and be removed from Earth.
Yes.
It's like a Dr. Kevorkian thing, right?
Yes. Well, yeah, they do it in other countries.
Yeah, no, I
They
see
have
that.
the suicide pods and things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as I guess if that's what he wants to do, the pain is too bearable to live with.
Yeah, somebody who was listening over the weekend asked me if the Big Dog Show was a suicide pod, and I said no.
How dare you?
I said
That's
no,
mean.
no. It's just the thing that there are people who do listen to it.
I know. And he was saying they should trade. He was saying they should trade Roman Anthony, and then he backtracked. What was that you were saying?
Yes, he was.
No, not at all. No backtracking here.
Not a very big dog move if you're gonna.
All right.
You know who is a big dog, though? Adley Rushman, who is hit on both sides of the plate during a home run derby.
Love it.
Are you doing Big Dog of the Week again this week?
Oh, yeah. I think we should. I mean,
it was Wednesday, so you want to do it tomorrow?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Adley Rushman and Eric Miller are immediate candidates, but they're not going to win.
Seems like I feel like the diehards are going to love Miller. Like he seems the kind of guy that will fit right in here.
I believe former Haas of the Week from Jones and Keefe as well.
Sure.
He's a big boy.
He's a big dude.
Yes, he is.
Big dude. But listen, we've been talking about it all morning, and I am guilty of starting the show feeling this way. You could have virtually given up anything as far as I'm concerned, as long as you were in the market and willing to improve the baseball team. And just, I'm sorry, I don't believe I have a tiny glimmer of hope that there is a season next year in Major League Baseball, but I more and more feel like there isn't going to be. So why not go for it now?
Yeah,
win one before we got the year without baseball.
It's weird that people are now like, oh, what you gave up because all you are always saying is like, oh, you got to do something, you got to do something, you got to do something.
It's not weird. People just have an abject hate at times for the Red Sox, and so if they had done nothing, then those same people would have been miserable. Many of them are the same people that were upset that Brad didn't want to get rid of Hugo. I almost said Hugo Chavez. Well, Hugo Gonzalez. So
yeah, that one I get. That one I get. Like, I wouldn't have been upset, and we talked about this yesterday. I think that they showed, and that was one of my leads, was that they showed that they could go out to L.A. and beat the best team in baseball with the current roster that they have. And I was like, well, if they don't do anything, I'm not going to be upset because look at what they've been able to do over the last, several weeks of playing. And they added the Curtis Meade thing. So I felt like, okay, that was the addition that you needed.
We were talking about it earlier. This run, they're 14-0 against teams that are over 500. Yankees, White Sox, Rays, Dodgers. Like, it's a legit baseball team, or the rest of the league is just as bad as you are.
But
so
can
either way,
I give the other side? I like that they did this deal. That's well established, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. However, once again, they've changed course. It was all about prospects and finding what is it? Roster flexibility.
Yeah.
And now they trade all the prospects and they bring in a couple guys. So just so you see John Henry and the Linda Pizzuti Instagram post, that's the new Cohiba cigar, right?
Yeah.
And so they have once again course corrected.
But don't you appreciate the fact that they may have learned something,
right?
And that you can't construct a winning baseball team.
You don't think they're going to go back to that at the end of this season? They're going to go back to saying we need roster flexibility?
I think people can learn
Mm-hmm.
from their mistakes.
They also didn't offload every prospect they have, right? They're still going to allow themselves roster flexibility. And I think when you look back at the older Red Sox teams, that's why they were so good. You had high-paid veterans with low-priced upcoming rookie players. So, like, when Franklin Arias is ready to head to the Major League roster, he's on a team-friendly, cheap money deal. Like, I think that's the kind of balance you have to find, and it's not one or the other. There has to be a middle ground.
It shows
that's what I'm saying, though. They said that the way that they used to build it was no longer sustainable, and they had to endure the pain of the last several years, and now they're back to how they used to do it before.
Well, I think what they have shown us is that they try things that they might feel like could be better for them, whether it's financially. But then they're willing to change that, right? We did the same thing with the Driveline. They were willing to move on from that Kyle guy there for Driveline and say, all right, we saw that wasn't the approach. That wasn't necessarily working for us when we were putting, 70, 80% into it. We're going to change our thinking towards it and maybe go back in a different direction. So you got to give them credit for their ability to kind of adjust or say, hey, this works for us. Or this worked in one way, and now it doesn't work any longer.
I would say the best thing you could say about John Henry is that he has been present this year, and I think his presence caused the managerial switch because he saw the dysfunction between Cora and Breslow, and his presence yesterday, I think, was the impetus behind making that kind of deal, and I think that's a good sign if you're a Red Sox fan.
And this says, Curtis, here's a text, says, Curtis, you just hate John Henry. They still have plenty of prospects.
I literally just complimented him.
Yeah.
Yes. But you do hate him.
I mean, if somebody if their newspaper wrote 5 stories trying to get you fired over something, then yes, I think you would hate that person too.
What if you were drowning, like accidentally tripped and fell off the yacht? Would you jump in?
With John? Oh yeah,
Yes.
absolutely.
Okay,
I mean, I would get something in return while bringing him up.
What if he were riding his jet ski backwards into a dock?
I was thinking about that yesterday afternoon, Greg. So you think it was the exhaust from the jet ski that caused him to pass out?
I don't know. I don't know the physiological reason why the dude just passed out there, but
neither does he. He said it. He's like, I don't know what happened.
And it wasn't his first time doing it.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
He said he's done this move a number of times.
Yep.
Imagine having nothing to do with your life besides ride a jet ski backwards into a dock.
Might not have been his first time, but it was definitely his last time, I would assume.
One would hope.
All right. Finally, the rest of the news is coming up next.
things you wanna feel. I'll give you anything to feel it coming. Do you wake up on your own? I wonder where you are and live with all your faults. I wanna wake up where you are. I won't say anything at all. So I
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios at 20 Guest Street, Kid, no fee unless you win. We have news left and then Hill Notes coming up at 9:30. So plenty of time to leave your thoughts on both of the Red Sox deals yesterday or any other topic in the form of a voice note. Leave it on the Odyssey app, and we will play the best ones back coming up. But what is left news-wise, Courtney?
Well, I don't know why we have to continue to say this, but please, if you are out in a national park, stay away from the animals.
Uh-oh, happened again?
It did. The latest story, it was a bison chasing a child at Yellowstone. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, Mitch has that video for you. The child was with their clueless family that was taking a stroll along a path that was dangerously close to this bison.
Why are they so close to the, like, did they not see the video of the poor old man being launched into space by the bison like a month ago? Like, why are they getting, like, get out of there?
In the
like,
story that you just referenced, same exact park where this happened with this video.
Yeah.
So they're walking towards this bison. You can hear people in the video saying, like, you know, get away, you're too close, you're too close. The bison turns around, lunges, and then chases the child. Luckily, the child escaped and wasn't injured, but I just don't know when we are going to learn. You are not at a zoo. You are not at some place that these animals are kept away from you by professionals.
Right.
This is the wild.
What if the Minnesota homeowner got a bison for his lawn?
There you go.
Good. Yeah.
Well, that kid luckily has a faster 40 than the old man. So, but I mean, it could have gone wrong rather quickly. So
correct.
Just look. Don't go and visit the actual animals in a national park.
Here's a texter who's upset, maybe listening late on the app or something. Greg's lead this morning was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Wow.
My God, would you please take a freaking vacation? I am taking one in a couple of weeks.
All right.
I'll be gone in a couple of weeks.
Thank God.
What was your lead, though?
It's about the law in New Jersey that they no longer give you plastic forks and napkins with your takeout.
That was a good conversation.
Well, listen, I mean, I did my best. I tried. It wasn't that person's cup of tea, but that's okay.
Different strokes.
Red Sox make a major move, and you're talking about napkins.
What else, Courtney?
This was a wild video that was all over my social medias the other day. Mario Lopez is getting dragged for a bizarre AI video that he posted of his niece at a Dodgers game. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, Mitch has it. The niece is, if you can't watch right now, the niece is eating 2 hot dogs at once and then rubbing mustard all over her face. We can hear the audio.
Okay.
I can't take her anywhere. Oh my God, look at you!
I'm so good!
You're a mess, the mustard!
So people, why? Because it's his niece.
It's a weird video. It's kind of sexualizing
Are
the
you
niece.
showing it? I haven't seen it on.
Yeah, it is definitely
here we go.
sexualized.
Yeah.
What in the world?
And like it's bizarre. He's deleted it and he has not made any type of statement.
Yeah.
But once it's on the internet, it's up there forever.
What in the world? That's his niece?
Yes. Isn't that weird?
That is beyond weird.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I could see if it was his wife, it would still be
Still
weird. But you at least you'd be like, all right, that's his wife. He's making fun of her. But
Was he hacked?
I
No.
don't think so.
no,
By the way, he has not aged.
No.
No.
and AI is
Oh
so
my
good.
God.
AI is amazing because it looks real.
Yeah.
You would have had me thinking like, damn, this is wild that she's doing this. at the
That is
game.
so weird.
Yeah.
See, issue for me is I see that and it's not sexualized. I just want a couple hot dogs. Extra mustard.
Does make you want a glizzy though.
It does look like she's got relish on the dog. Are you a big relish guy?
No.
I am.
No.
Love relish.
No.
Onions and relish.
You were talking about pickles earlier. Just if you need to have a pickle, put an actual pickle on it. Relish is useless.
I feel like
Pickle
that's
fest.
Isn't that the American way, Shime? You're the hot dog guy. Isn't it relish, onions, and ketchup? What I love.
I don't put onions on my hot dog.
Oh
but-
no! Oh, I love onions, relish, and ketchup.
By the way, you know it's AI because there's a lot of people at the Dodgers game.
How do you feel about the chili dog?
I'm not really a
Gross.
big chili dog.
How about the chili cheese dog?
No.
Yeah.
My wife is from down south, and you know their dogs down there. It's what they call what what the hell they put on their Brussels? Shoot, man, why am I drawing a blank on it?
Brussels sprouts?
Something like that. They put
What?
coleslaw on it. Yeah, they
You mean
do.
sauerkraut?
Sauerkraut, that's it. Sauerkraut, thank you. Sauerkraut.
So every day you're higher than the day
No,
before. It's the most amazing thing to me. I don't know how a human being can get this high.
No, it's a Southern thing, and I always forget.
It's like some kind of strain or something
Well,
that
I
you've
don't know.
discovered that
No.
science hasn't. It's not available commercially.
No,
Delayed release.
I'm just not a big foodie, so I don't know a lot of the names.
You
but
are
it's,
a foodie. You talk about food all the time.
No, the food I know, chicken palm down south, they put coleslaw on there, hot dog. I don't do none of that. She does all that kind of sauerkraut. That's what it is. You like that on yours, sauerkraut?
I'm not a big sauerkraut
All right.
fan.
So what do you like on your dog? Are you just
Mustard only.
Oh, so you're a basic bitch.
Mustard only.
I got it.
Yep. I don't like ketchup.
All right.
Some people put mayonnaise on a hot dog.
Really?
That's the weirdest thing.
That sounds odd.
That's savage.
I go plain. Greg, question for you.
Yes.
Both are in front of you. What do you grab? Italian sausage or hot dog?
Oh, hot dog all day long.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, does this Italian sausage come with the peppers and onions?
However you want it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I don't
Italian
want this.
sausage.
I don't have time for heartburn. All right. What else? What else? Is there anything else?
There's one more story.
Okay.
The latest trend with singles. It's called infladating, which is budget-friendly dates.
Oh, no.
So inflation has now reached the dating world.
Oh, Tom's listening.
So is this like the cheapest date possible?
Correct. So this is, instead of going out to eat, you're making a sandwich at home and watching reruns of like Shark Tank.
You're kidding me. People
Serious?
are doing this?
And they're doing it for first dates.
Oh,
Experts are saying
what?
to do this before you know if there's any chemistry or if, this is something you want to actually invest in. Experts are saying,
so it's so expensive to go out to dinner.
yes.
That you invite the person over and make them a bologna sandwich at the house, and
Yeah.
then you watch reruns.
Yep. Or
Yes.
they said you can go out and pick up something through a drive-through
Okay.
and bring it home
Like
to
a
watch Netflix
like a
and chill.
Netflix and chill.
Yeah.
But
I don't
Netflix-
think that's gonna impress some.
Yeah.
Like if you're,
No.
it's not only women.
Right.
Same with men. Like I think that they want to be impressed on a first date by the other person.
I would never think that this was going anywhere because to me, if you're inviting me over to your house,
Right.
you just want to hook up. You're not looking for a relationship. You're just looking to
Yeah,
hook
I
up.
would think that too.
Yeah.
Especially if you're considered one of that person's 4 or 5 star dates. You know what I mean? Which I would think you would then spend money. If you're like in the world of sports, if you're like a 2 star, 1 star, maybe you do the budget date just to save money because you're like, yeah, whatever. But if she's higher up on your, your Rotten Tomatoes list, like, all right, well, maybe I gotta go the extra mile here.
But they're saying that they're not doing it at
Even
all.
for the- even
Yes,
for the ones
like
that
this is your first date is
Wow.
just, you're picking up food, going home.
Even for one of your starters, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cheapo.
Do you bring the cutlery or do you have cutlery at home?
Good question.
Right.
Budget date, they probably bring the
Right.
plastic forks.
You're just making a
What-
sandwich. You don't need a fork.
Well, what do you do if you're having the cheap date? What's it called?
Infladating.
If you're infladating at
Why do
home.
we have to name everything now?
If you're infladating at home, what do you do with the roommate? I mean, that could be
Do you pick him up something
that
or
could be
her?
a real problem for some on this show.
Double date,
Imagine
Greg.
that.
I
Courtney,
stand by
you
it.
get a lot of. I got a lot of like adjacent. What is it called? Like
Strays?
I got
You've got
strays,
strays
from
on
Courtney and
Courtney,
the.
yeah.
I did too, but I stand by it. My cousin is turning 30 in September, lives at home. She's moving out right before she turns 30.
Thank God.
I have
Oh, why? Why doesn't she stay for another 10 years?
because she's moving in with her boyfriend. And then I have another dear friend.
Weird.
Dear friend has a roommate. She's 32. Was at the beach with her on Saturday. She's like, heard what you had to say. I said, I stand by it.
Yeah.
How do they hook
I
up?
mean, so-
How's she hook up if she lives with her parents?
Well, I don't. I mean,
She's not a virgin.
Okay.
Maybe she is.
All right.
What do you
Let's just
assume?
say hypothetically.
Well, her boyfriend has his own place.
Oh,
Rogaine.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I
But
feel-
before the
I
boyfriend.
feel like Wiggy's 2 minutes away from posting some kind of AI hot dog video about your cousin.
Yeah.
No, I'm just-
your cousin Brooke.
I always wonder.
Easy there, Tiger.
No, I always wonder as adults, because this was part of the conversation. As grown adults who live with their parents or live with their roommates,
I mean,
how
Brooke-
do you then?
She's not bringing. If she was single, she wouldn't be bringing a boy home because her bedroom's across the hall from my aunt's and my aunt and uncle's.
But Wiggy, I would say it's the same thing. The only thing I learned in college was my roommate's schedule.
Yeah, but college is different, though.
So,
College is so different.
Yeah,
like,
we're-
I'd have
we're-
a boy,
yeah.
and my roommate would have a boy.
Yeah,
Oh, hey, hold
okay.
on, hold on a
like,
second.
not-
Round of applause.
The swingers
for
are
Corey.
back.
We weren't engaging with each other.
Did they have Wi-Fi?
Yeah, but you're right, though. College is different. We're talking about people that are over 30 that if they want a little, frisky time, whether they have in a relationship,
Wi-Fi access.
whether they're in a relationship or not, how do you do that? Like, what's that conversation? Like, yeah, we can't go back to my place because my parents are home.
Right.
Right.
All right.
Sunday morning at 9.
That's the news. Great job, Courtney.
Thank you.
We will be back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer, on the Greg Hill Show at WEEI. Curtis, a little bit of a controversy going on at your alma mater and Courtney's alma mater, Boston College, when it comes to their radio broadcast team for basketball. What's the deal there?
I heard so Kevin Collins has been working at Boston College for 13 years. I know Kevin used to work with him. I know
doing the games
for
on the
BC
radio
basketball that we air on
Okay.
WEEI AM 850, sometimes here on 93.7. And Kevin is a great guy, really hardworking guy. And I found out about this. He sent me a note over the weekend, a long email detailing all of the just in my view, just a despicable decision by the university. And if I have no reason to doubt what he's saying, he explained to me that he was fired because Luke Murray, the new head coach that we were all very excited about,
Bill Murray's son,
correct, left UConn, came to BC, and didn't want anybody that was loyal to prior administrations. When all Kevin and any BC fan wants is a good team. We have had bad basketball forever, basically since Al Skinner. And he would do games at home with Josh Maurer, I believe is how you pronounce his last name. And he would do games on the road where he would be his own engineer, color, and play-by-play voice for BC basketball. And this team...
sounds like me when I was DJing in my garage.
You and Kevin are basically the same.
Young man. I was engineer, producer, and host.
And so I reached out to him yesterday expressing how I'm blown away by the inability to make a decision that Boston College could do here that would be reasonable. This guy, Luke Murray, never even sat with him.
I was just going to say, they were trying to repeatedly get Luke Murray to sit down with them, get excited about the season. And to me, the best part about BC, in my opinion, is you have people that have worked there forever and who truly love programs. If you're Luke Murray, the best way to make some type of impression with fans is to get a sit down with people that they know and they listen to and have that be your introduction. To cut them off because you want to make a clean break from any type of past team is so ludicrous, in my opinion. It's terrible. And the way you know that Kevin was admired and respected at BC is you look at his tweet making the announcement and all the responses of people that have currently work there and have worked there in the past saying this is terrible news, so sorry to hear this. It's awful.
If I had done that when I came over here, I would have never been introduced to the great Ken Laird and the great Chris Curtis. So who knows what he doesn't understand. Luke doesn't understand what he might be missing.
Right. You're kind of making Luke's point with that.
Oh, Curtis.
No, I honestly, I just don't get it. Why BC? It's a great place. You know, I root for BC. I will to the day I die. I don't understand why they make it so difficult. This is such an easy decision. The AD, James Blake or Blake James, whatever his name is, said that this had nothing to do with Luke Murray. Bull crap. Okay? Have a set. Stand behind it. Look at the reaction. This thing has over 2 million views. Kevin,
it does?
Yes.
Wow. So Luke wants to bring in his own guy.
Luke, all I ask, okay, I don't have much power. Sit down with this kid.
All right.
This guy, this man that's my age. Sit down with Kevin and Josh and at least have the balls to say to them that you don't want to work with them. Or say, hey, maybe we can figure something out. This guy's getting ready to do his 14th season of BC basketball. He's endured the doldrums. I mean, I can't tell you I've watched 5 seconds of BC basketball.
Right. Well, what about you two on an interim basis until they get these guys back?
Who's you two?
You and Courtney.
Oh.
I mean, a couple of alums.
I don't want to be a scab.
I would have to do color. You know, you're more of the play-by-play guy.
There you go.
Really?
All right, Courtney. We can have Santo as the sideline reporter.
Oh, he'd love that.
Great.
There are a couple NHL teams that are doing away with their radio play-by-play and color people and just running the television audio over the radio this upcoming season.
Saving some money?
Yeah, 100%. It's money saving, I think. But, I mean, it should be completely different the way the broadcast is done on television and the way it's done on radio. Like, I don't know that it's going to translate the way the way they think it might translate.
Oh, I never even noticed that until you actually said. I almost felt like, I mean, I've listened to the radio broadcasts of the Bruins, and I've obviously watched them.
What, you've never noticed the difference?
Yeah,
in
I
the
never
broadcast?
really noticed the difference.
Well, they're doing replay, they're replaying things on television that are not being replayed visually on the radio.
I understand that, but I'm saying as far as the flow of the play-by-play and the color commentary guy, I feel like the flow doesn't sound any different to me on the radio.
That's what's so impressive, I think, when you listen to a radio play-by-play person, because you can't visualize what's actually going. They need to tell you everything that you're not seeing.
Yeah, I mean, right. We need to hear some Ken Laird calls, because I think when Ken Laird does a home run call, you can tell it's the radio and not TV, because the way he describes it, the way he gives you this picture.
What a smile on that one.
I thought he was very good.
Great.
Pelota, como estas?
Very upset about his guy Marcelo Meyer being gone, though.
Oh, is he? That's his Joe Milton?
As soon as he ended the show yesterday, 6:05. I'm trying to, we did Taco Tuesday on a Monday last night.
All right.
And so interrupted me.
No shells.
No shells. No.
Yeah.
You're a burrito bowl guy.
And no corn tortillas. They are gross.
Okay.
I agree.
Flour only. But I was slicing the avocado, and the guy, I can't get the guy off the phone.
Oh.
Because he was so upset about Marcelo Meyer being gone.
Right. That's his boy.
Avocados came out of nowhere.
They sure did.
Yes, they did.
So did Ken.
Yeah.
That is his boy. That's his Joe Milton, huh? Yeah. Well, maybe Meyer will go there like Devers. Well, Devers stinks out
Milton's
there.
working out real good, too.
Yes.
I honest question, guys. Is the Greg Hill jinx Ken liking a prospect?
It could be.
Like Brian Bayo, Baby Pedro.
Bayo, if they get, I would assume that they're going to send him to, a therapist or something, and they'll solve that in the offseason. Like, he's good other than the first inning.
Okay. Baby Pedro.
Yeah, no, I
the
understand.
nickname stuff.
Yeah, the nickname.
He's been phenomenal in relief. I think he has like a .69
Yes.
ERA as a relief pitcher.
Have you seen the stat? He is the worst starting pitcher statistically in baseball and the best relief pitcher in baseball.
Yeah, keep him away from the first
Clearly,
inning.
he has good stuff. It's just like a mental block. He has like the yips in the first inning.
Keep him away from that first inning thing. Whatever you do not start him, Chad Tracy.
No.
Say, hey, we're going to have him, especially in your bullpen games, when you got the games where you go, all right, it's going to be my bullpen game, and then you bring him in the second, third inning. That's where he needs to be.
It's great to have a guy like that, though, when you have a starter like Peyton Tolley, who sometimes will go out there and throw a little too much gas early on and gas himself, especially in the playoffs.
That was Greg after the tacos.
Do you think when it came to making the decision to part ways with Marcelo Meyer, do you think it was more about attitude than it was about ability, Curtis?
Yes, absolutely. I even saw,
and that's why Alex Cora was all over him throughout spring training, right? And
entitled.
Yeah.
That was, I think, the best way to describe it. He even said he spoke to somebody yesterday. Jared Carabas had the tweet where basically he said, I look forward to not having a short leash in San Francisco.
Right.
And Carabas was like, dude, you had the longest leash.
Yeah, I think it was Cotillo who originally tweeted that. Yeah.
So Cotillo got the quote where he's basically blaming someone else. Again, there's just the reason why you deal prospects is because so many people, Wiggy will tell you this, there's a million people that have the talent, quote unquote, to be a great player in whatever sport. The people that make it there have the mental toughness, have the ability to deal with failure, have the upbringing to get them where they need to go. And for whatever reason, Meyer was not only not good himself,
right?
The people in the organization believed he was a negative influence on their most important prospect.
You can have a funky attitude, or you can, you can't. You can have that funky attitude. You can have that like, man, this guy is a real a-hole as long as you're producing.
Yeah.
When you're not producing, it's like those two don't go hand in hand, right? And so then you start to be like, all right, this guy thinks he's better than he is, and he hasn't been able to put up the numbers. Then we need to move on from this guy.
Career, then he's going to be too big for his bridges.
He was big for his bridges.
Well, now he's got the Golden Gate.
But a texter is suggesting that the media painted an unfair picture of him being a partier, and that's why he's gone.
Okay.
Oh, we did do that with both
someone
him
on Twitter
and Norman
said
Anthony.
you made him out to be a drunk.
Yo, Who?
Someone on Twitch.
Mego
said that about
or Marcelo?
That we made him out to be a
No,
drunk.
no, well, I don't think.
I love it.
Well, it is. I mean, people are like, whether it's texting in or on social media, like, what are the ladies in the seaport going to do now that he's not around?
We made that out. I'm not gonna front, like, I was part of that. Like, when you saw them getting off the boat wherever they were, and you're like, oh, these guys like to be out. They look like they're doing well in the seaport.
But I do think people jumped the gun and judged them. Like they're young guys in their 20s who are making millions and millions of dollars. Of course, and there was no issue when Rob Gronkowski and Edelman were on Nantucket with a bunch of girls.
Well, that's because they were good.
Right, that's the difference.
Right.
Mike Napoli didn't have a shirt on for a winter, and everybody loved it.
And they weren't even the crazy part about it is we just painted this picture of them because we saw it one time. Like, I only saw it one time with them being out there, and I jumped on the train like everybody. Oh, look at these cool dudes, young, in their 20s, making millions out there, partying like crazy, having a good time. Not that they were like sloppy drunks or anything like that. And that was the perception that the media built of that. So anybody who started talking about them, that was instantly what they went to. Oh, this is why they sent them to Fort Myers.
I think most people think, as Curtis said, that Marcelo Meyer is gone because he was a bad influence on Roman Anthony, which Roman Anthony's an adult.
Right.
Like, I mean, I
don't buy that one. I buy more of.
Also, Marcelo Meyer, big infladator.
I doubt that.
Yeah, I don't know. I buy more into what you said a while ago, where you had some sourcing about where they wanted to stay during spring training.
Well, no, like the organization would treat them, I think, better than other prospects.
Right, and I think that got into their head, or at least Meyer seemed like the type of dude, I didn't know him personally, but he just seemed like, okay, that might have sunk into his head a little bit more, and he might have walked around with like this S on his chest, like, I'm that dude. And then I think ultimately the team was like, production doesn't like make you look like that dude, and that's why I think they ultimately moved on from him, which I ultimately think, I don't think it's going to be in the offseason, but I think in a year or two, Roman Anthony, if he doesn't step up, he could be next.
Always say, was it somebody who called you and Mego and the Big Dog Show when I was driving to Newport Saturday, who said they were out with Roman Anthony or something until 2 a.m. in South Boston?
That wasn't with us, but
he called us.
Oh, maybe I think it was Jones and Keefe, maybe.
No, we talked to. Remember the guy called?
It was a different guy who called us.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the guy who was like, "Oh, my cousin."
Sure that wasn't you, Shime?
I'm pretty sure.
Were you out with Marcelo Meyer till 2 a.m.?
No, it was not. No. Sounds like a good time.
Remember, he was like, "Oh, my cousin works at this bar he was at the other night." And
Yeah. That was one. That was one of them. But
that was what.
Then I heard another one the other day with zero backup.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think Marcelo Meyer took care of himself away from the field and was not going out often?
I don't think he was a party animal.
I think he's gone because they believe what we believe.
I never saw him out, and I'm out in them streets.
You're not out past 11 p.m.
And you're not in the streets. You are taken, man.
Well, yeah, no.
Yeah, but you can still be outside.
But,
you did Taco Tuesday on a Monday. You're that wild.
But I'm out at a lot of mixers.
Yeah,
so like
he's still outside.
That is true.
Mixers? Do they still call them that?
Yeah, I do. My friends do, yeah.
I don't think Meyer didn't come across as me, and Greg's still outside, and, you'd be out there, but Meyer didn't come across, and even Roman Anthony, maybe they were in different places that I didn't go, but it didn't seem like they were out all the time.
People were constantly saying they were at. I'm at a decent amount, and I never saw them out.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. They told you it was the perception we built of them.
Well, Marcelo Meyer will do his best to perform elsewhere after that trade. You can talk about it all day long here today on Boston Sports Original, WEEI, and we will be back in exactly 2 minutes, no longer. Red Sox make a couple deals before the deadline. You can talk about that all day long here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Drake May out there yesterday, Shime, in detail, talking about every single wide receiver in that overcrowded wide receiver room, which I thought was really interesting. Did you get into any of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think he is very prepared this year, more so than last year, just because being the second year in the Josh McDaniels offense, I think as Mike Vrabel has noted multiple times, he's taking even more of a leadership role. Like he's like an established quarterback now. Like this is your third year in the league. Your second year as the full-time starter. Your second year in this offense. You've been to a Super Bowl. You were the runner-up for the MVP. Like you kind of need to start acting like it, and I think that's what you're seeing from him.
3 years in the league, is that enough for them to actually give the MVP to, or are they going to go with some veteran as a thank you for participating?
I think Mahomes won in his second or third year, so he should be good.
Lamar won it pretty early too.
Second full year as a starter, or actually it might have been his first full year.
Yeah,
as a
and I
starter.
think Mahomes won the
In
MVP in his
2018.
second year, right?
Yeah,
second
the year they lost the AFC
Yeah.
Championship to the Patriots.
I think
nice toss Mahomes had off his center the other day.
That was hilarious.
Very tough.
And then did you see too they had another guy get injured for running into his own teammate, just like Xavier Worthy did at the beginning of last season.
Isn't it so nice that they stopped talking about the Chiefs being the Patriots, Mahomes being Brady, and Reed being Belichick? Like,
So
it's
nice.
just sort of that one dismantling by the Eagles, just silence.
Yeah,
all of that.
The throw off his center, though, I had to make sure that it wasn't AI because there's a lot of AI coming out of that.
Mario
camp as
Lopez
well.
just tweeted it.
Wiggy has him right back there again, though.
Yeah, I think when you have Mahomes, I would never bet against them when you start to look at their team, and when you have him at quarterback, and if he's healthy and ready to go, I wouldn't say that they're not going to be right back in the mix.
Shime, were you to wager, and you do frequently and perhaps too much, where are you at MVP wise? Like your five faves going in.
So I think
yours.
Yeah.
Don't be. I see you oogling and googling.
Nope, I'm just trying to check the odds so that I can give you the actual number. That's all. I have my guys. So the first guy off my list, by the way, is Justin Herbert. I actually think Justin Herbert has a really good chance to win MVP this year. I think he'll still suck in the playoffs, so I'll never bet on them to win the title.
Yeah.
But I think with Mike McDaniel in that offense now, as long as the offensive linemen stay healthy, there's a chance that offense is ridiculously good. So I would say Justin Herbert for me. That's a 10-1 for you right there. Drake May has to be on the list. I think Drake May with A.J. Brown, there's a chance Drake May throws for 4,800 plus yards. On top of that, you're tacking on 350 to 450 rushing yards and a bunch of touchdowns. I think he absolutely is at the top of my list. The other guy, you have to consider Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, just because when they're healthy and on the field, they're two of the most electric quarterbacks in all of football. Josh Allen's like a walking 10-touchdown rushing season on top of being a good passer. And then Lamar Jackson, the last time he played a full healthy season, Curtis, what was it, 41 touchdowns in a season?
44 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, something like that.
Stafford again or no?
No, I am concerned about the health with Matthew Stafford. He continues to get old. The back continues to be an issue. The roster's loaded. I just think with how loaded the roster is, they might actually penalize him a little bit this year for it. The other guy I would keep,
but he's practicing this year, Matthew Stafford, right? He's in training camp, right?
Oh yeah, he's playing.
Right, last year,
yeah.
Well, last year going into training camp, he had the back issue and didn't think he might play. So I would have Stafford on that list.
Joe Burrow?
No, I'm out on Burrow. I think I've tried to make it very clear in my top 10 lists and stuff. I think Burrow's kind of a fraud. He had one trip to a Super Bowl that he lost, and has not made, he barely makes the playoffs now. He made one other AFC Championship game, which he also lost, and then he's missed the playoffs, 3 of the last 4 years, and the 1 year he was fully healthy, he didn't even make the playoffs. It was 9-8. What are we doing? You can't be a top 5 quarterback and miss the playoffs like that. You just can't. The other guy I would keep my eye on, though, is Caleb Williams. The hype around him is there.
Yeah.
So the storylines will be there. Former number 1 overall pick. He was awesome in that playoff stretch for the Bears. He has really memorable moments, and I think that's kind of how you can win MVP. It's storyline and super memorable moments, and he definitely gives you the memorable moments. I think the storyline is there. That's another guy I would keep my eye on.
And the team's got, and we now know from watching it, MVP, you obviously got to have the numbers, but you have to be on one of the better teams in the NFL. So that's where I'm a little bit out on Justin Herbert, because I don't know where the Chargers might end up.
Oh, I think they're going to win the division.
Record-wise, where I look at Matthew Stafford, I put him right back up there because they're going to be right back in the mix, the talent around them. I like the Drake May and the Josh Allen, because I think these are two teams that are going to have 11, 12 wins at the end of the season, competing to see who's the best team in the AFC. And that's why with Chicago and Caleb Williams, there's a chance in the NFC that Chicago could have 11, 12 wins. And if he puts up, good numbers, he could be right in the mix. So that's when you start to look at these. And I agree with Shime on Joe Burrow, because Cincinnati, you never know. They might have 9 wins. Like, you can't give an MVP. You can't give the MVP to a guy who has 9 wins and barely getting into the postseason.
Hill Notes coming up next.
come. How can I be so blind, baby, not to see you are the one? I let you slip on from me, honey. I let you walk on by. I refuse the love you had for me. I refuse the love and let it die. I must have got lost. I must have got lost.
Jones and Keefe coming up at 10. Not only can you listen to them, but you can watch them on Twitch or on YouTube. We are brought to you every day on Twitch by Springer's Jewelers. They are in beautiful Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And if you're in the market for a diamond, then you should know they are tax-free up there. It's close, and they have the best prices in New England at Springer's. Right now, though, time for Hill Notes.
Hill Notes is brought to you by Coleman Electric, Kuhlman. A bunch of really good electricians helping homeowners like you not get electrocuted. Remember,
It's electric.
Great. Now you guys got me thinking of Smoko sitting there eating in the car, all sexy like, because everything she does is sexy like.
Oh, that's very nice. Very nice.
I don't know why that was such a big issue for Wiggy.
It was weird. It caught me off guard that Courtney's a car eater.
And I eat a lot of, unless it's a salad or a acai bowl or something. If I'm going to McDonald's, I'm a chicken nugget girl, so it's easy to pop those in while you're driving. It's not a burger. It's not messy.
And you don't really strike me as the McDonald's drive or the drive-through. All right, I'm gonna go through the drive-through, just pull under a tree somewhere and just sit in my car.
Oh yeah.
What is your sauce of choice?
See, I usually get if it's McDonald's, I get a sweet and sour and a ranch.
Oh.
And
dip?
I don't double dip, but
Okay.
sometimes I like to go into the ranch. Sometimes I like to go into the sweet and sour.
I like the sweet and sour.
So good.
Prospects? You want to talk about prospects? Why not? You don't know what they're gonna be, and then you get this catcher that 3-time All-Star. Everyone says he's real good. Who cares about overpaying? You can't win every trade, and to me, they did win because you don't know what those prospects are gonna be. End of story. Take the known commodity, and Craig Breslow, great job.
Yeah, I mean, he's secure here,
Mm-hmm.
I would assume, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I guess unless there's a collapse. I hate to even say the word because...
Dave Dombrowski won a World Series and was with the best team the Red Sox have ever had and was fired less than a year later.
Right.
But I think with Bresbot, he's secure. Now the pressure is on Chad Tracy for him to be like, all right, do I want to keep you as the full-time manager? Can you prove to me that you could do it? Or does Bresbot say, all right, we got our team, we got our talent, now we just got to go out and find the right manager?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done a really good job.
Right.
And
but this means not in the regular season. Remember that.
He has a few missteps
Mhm.
here and there, and
You could say the decision to bring in Tracy is the best decision he's made.
Oh, so, no, the best decision was probably to fire Alex Cora.
Right.
Tracy has done a good job because here's what's going to happen.
Look at what Tracy's done without all the players that Cora had.
100% agree with you, Curtis. Here's the issue that Tracy potentially is going to run into if he doesn't do things the right way. We criticized Cora last year because of what he did in the postseason and some of the managerial moves he made in the postseason. So we'll really judge Tracy on what he does in the postseason. If he doesn't do something, if he does something stupid, don't you think people are going to be like, oh, they got a great team. Maybe just it's too much for him and they need to potentially find a new manager. But
no chance.
But if he does well, I think then they're going to be like, all right, he's our guy. He's a foxhole guy.
Whether Wiggy is going after Coco or he's complimenting her, it's one of my favorite things because it really comes out all the same way, like an insult.
Hey, man, I really didn't expect you to be acting like a heifer, because you eating in your car, you're like me and Shime. We just a bunch of big, greasy slobs eating in our car. Little did I know, a pretty little girl like you is a heifer like me and Shime.
He's right.
Yeah.
He's right. Sounds like an insult.
It's not.
It's not.
It is.
Yeah. We talk offline and he
You're very judgmental of all people.
I mean,
Everybody.
well, don't we all judge people?
Yes.
Yeah,
All right. So like,
I try. Not
I stand
to.
on like, stop it. I
Greg.
stand on it.
I
try not to. Like, I mean, you know,
I'm kind of a live and let live guy.
oh, I live and let live. I can just, you know, the same way you judge me, I'll judge you. That's all it is. And I just, to me, it's like a compliment because I didn't expect it. I was like, no way, you're a car eater.
Yeah.
You know, that's for like.
I didn't know you were a fat ass.
Because you know what I expect from a car eater? I expect their car to be filthy with
That's
food
a big
wrappers
thing.
everywhere.
You need to take everything out as soon as you get to your destination.
But you're not eating a lot in your car. You were just saying when it's.
Yes.
It was, yeah.
It's not a daily occurrence,
You're right.
but it happens once in a while.
I, for one, do not want to see the pickleball matchup because, quite frankly, I really enjoy the show and I don't want Greg to die.
It does take a lot out of you, pickleball, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I have I've played several sets of pickleball and I'm fine. So I'm looking forward to it. Curtis v. me, match 1, pickleball, end of summer. End of summer.
I'm picturing Shime eating in his car, and the only image that comes to mind is Cookie Monster inhaling some chocolate chip cookies and crumbs going absolutely everywhere. And I know you've been getting some lovely messages from some females on the Hill Note, Shime, but don't forget, you still stink! Have a good day!
Oh, angry Principal Dave is in the Twitch chat talking about how I have zero athletic ability. Beg to differ, Dave.
It will be funny, though, because of how you were moving in the golf tournament,
Right.
like with your back. So it'll be funny how it looks.
I was more thinking about how he was moving off the boat in Newport.
Oh, no.
What are you talking about, Curtis?
Oh,
You
The
keep
shadow
bringing that-
boxing.
You were out of breath.
Yeah.
What, from a boat ride?
No, from running from the boat from the dock, the boat where he was at to the.
Mitch has
set.
destroyed the tape, I believe, on instructions
First
from
of
higher
all,
up.
very, very theatrical entrance. I mean, nobody has done a better roadshow entrance than that
He went
one.
for the Morgan Wallen entry.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
He just didn't
Yes.
calculate for the walk.
Okay.
The boat should have dropped him off a little bit
Got it.
closer to where we were set up.
But
It
you
was-
had to run?
No,
I
no,
kinda
it
wa-
was,
I was- I
it was
was-
an inclined ramp.
Yeah.
It was the ramp was.
Yeah.
I didn't count for the.
It was a wog?
The incline. It was a bit of a.
a lot of
slog.
breath.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we had to go right to break.
It'd be like, imagine if you seen Morgan Wallen,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Go down, do his walk, and then get to the stage, and the first few lines he was out of breath when he was.
Also, I can't wait. I probably won't be alive for it, but I can't wait to see all of you on the edge of 60. Like, I cannot wait.
I'll be dead
can't
before
wait to
60. Who are
see-
you kidding?
right.
Oh man.
Like,
I'm going to try to keep up for my cardiac
Yeah,
health, though.
you
You
go.
got to make
Yeah.
sure that you.
Father Time is undefeated. I think Tom Brady said that.
Listen, I look like I'm 70. I'm
It
just
catches up with you. It's not as easy as it used to be. Go ahead, Chuck.
If you're ordering a 3-course beef Wellington steak dinner to eat in your car, and you're now upset that they won't give you your cream freeze dollop spoon, that's on you, and you need to reconsider your life choices.
The worst is really when you get delivery to like a hotel room, though, and you
Great
don't have
point.
you don't have cutlery in your hotel room. Like I'm
Yes.
thinking roadshow season.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah.
why is there no cutlery in hotel rooms? You would think that would be the most basic thing.
This comes with the room service.
Wait.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
you get
about?
you get delivery to your hotel
No,
room.
like so
Yeah,
I
I
had
have.
I had my dental surgery. We went up to Brattleboro to the lovely Holiday Inn Express, and I had
Yeah.
a soup that I had got from like the 99, and I got
A
to my room.
soup?
I couldn't eat. I had to have like,
Okay.
and so I or maybe even got mashed potatoes or something. And I sat down, and I literally there's nothing in the room.
When I got to this is 2 years ago now, spring training, there was an Outback nearby, so I got Outback delivered to my room, hotel room, and thank God there was cutlery. But yeah.
Sean, why are you so shocked by that? People get Uber Eats to their hotels all the time.
Yeah,
it's like a very common thing.
I don't know. I would just go down to like the hotel restaurant or something.
Well, this is where we stay for roadshow season. Hate to break it to you. Very infrequently we have a restaurant.
Yeah,
in a
but they.
hotel.
I mean, hey.
But everywhere we stay usually
Yeah,
has a
normally
complimentary breakfast. So there's
Or
some
we go out
silverware
to
down there.
like a pregame dinner. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Just go
It seems
downstairs.
weird. I'm sorry.
Then you have to go downstairs.
Oh,
What
stop
if
being
I'm in
so
my
lazy
PJs?
going down 3 floors. It's not like you're staying at.
I might have taken my bra off already.
Right, same.
Curtis doesn't care about the plastic utensils because he's got plenty of silver spoons.
Nailed it.
Why do you guys think that automatically this will be Aaron Rodgers' last season? Don't you think he should talk to his wife about it first?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it isn't. I don't know. It just seems like it is. But
No,
maybe
it is.
isn't. Maybe it isn't for him.
I think we watched him last year. At times he looked like he had a little bit of gas left in the tank, but I really think that this year is like, all right, this is it. If he has any gas left, he's going to use it all on this year. I don't think then the following year, I think it'll just be no gas. He'll be washed at that point. And if you're Pittsburgh, you're probably looking for somehow, some way to get a quarterback that'll be the quarterback of the future. And then Aaron Rodgers, is he going to go somewhere else?
No.
I don't think so.
Right. And Pittsburgh, you think Pittsburgh is really going to run it back with Aaron Rodgers after this year?
No.
Somebody must have stuck an egg roll in Bresbot's mouth. He's back and rebooted, baby. I got one word for yesterday. Help me out, Wiggy. Spectacular.
Well, they're going for it.
Yeah.
Which I like.
He said it.
He brought up the fans. I think they heard the noise from the fans. I really do.
Clearly.
And I think John Henry did. And again, I don't know what's going to happen next season, but I lean more toward there's not going to be a season. So you might as well go for it now.
And I think that the dominance of play factored into the Red Sox. And when I say them, ownership and front office going like, all right, if you could show us that you could be consistent like this, we're definitely going to bet on you. But because of maybe the inconsistency of past years, that might have been a little bit like, do we really go for it?
They would never admit to it. We asked Craig Breslow about it. But don't you think that they have some belief internally about whether there's going to be a season or not, Curtis? And that must have figured. You have to. You're being negligent running a business if you don't think about that going into this.
I think that entered into it. I think John Henry knows the PR hit he's going to take when this lockout does happen. And this was an opportunity. That was a gift. They were going to be sellers. We had Sam Kennedy on this show a month and a half ago, and he said we have to pivot, right?
Yeah.
Remember?
Mm-hmm. It's embarrassing, and it's awful. And
you hit this run. You found lightning in a bottle, and now you are a game out in the loss column of the Yankees. You have all the momentum, and you had an opportunity to improve the team and go for it this year, and they did it. I think they deserve all the credit in the world.
And it doesn't cost them. Like when you start to look at it, it wasn't like they had to spend a ton of money this year, and they got these guys basically under control for a while. It looks like they're going to re-sign some of these guys moving forward. So smart move on his part if there is a lockout.
Okay, Hill Notes brought to you by Coleman Electric. If you need an electrician, call Coleman.
It's electric.
Hi.
I'm more inspired to win than anything because I feel like I've been a little bit disrespected in this process for whatever reason for people that I thought valued me and everything that I brought to the team and the city. Found out quickly that may or may not be the case. So I want to win more than anything. So I'm looking forward to that journey, that approach, the leadership, the sacrifice, and whatever it's going to take. But
Jaylen Brown on his stream yesterday in Sixers gear, and he has, I don't know if you want to apologize now, Curtis, but you have disrespected him, and he thought you valued him. He thought the city valued him. People who he thought valued him apparently do not, Jaylen Brown. So
yeah, I would love to be disrespected at $60 million a year. Sign right up. I get disrespected for free every day.
It was a tough watch to see him in that Phillies jersey. And
for you.
Yeah. In that Sixers jersey, not Phillies. Philly. It just, for me, he was disrespected. And, like, he's not saying anything wrong. And people will take it and say he's a drama king and this guy's all about himself. And when I'm Jaylen Brown and I get paid millions and millions and millions of dollars. But at the same time, I think he was told something personally from whether it's Brad Stevens that wasn't actually true. And I get why he feels disrespected. It sucks. And like I hope he plays out of his mind next season. I do. Mm-hmm. And I hate saying that because I don't like the Sixers, but I hope he shows everybody out.
So the disrespect came in the form of him not being allowed to run his own offense on the basketball team, or where did it come from?
I mean, we know where it came from. We know where it came from. It came from them, and I agree with Courtney. It came from them basically like saying, all right, all you did for us, like helping us win a championship, everything that you've been able to show you can accomplish at
MVP.
this MVP, we still value Jason Tatum more than you. And that is disrespectful for a person who goes, wait a second, I'm a major reason why that, banner is hanging up there.
Right.
But yet the organization still goes, yeah, well, appreciate it, but Tatum's our guy.
I mean, Texter says he's not talking about fans or the Celtics. He's talking about Jason Tatum in that. when
Yeah,
it
maybe.
says
Yeah, it could be.
people that he thought valued him.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
Well, I mean, that was a broadside to the forehead. That speech at the Jason Tatum camp, wherever that was, where
Yeah.
he said the people that think they know everything. Oof,
Right.
yikes!
So he's definitely speaking to him too. Like, damn, bro, I thought we were better than that. Like,
Can I tell you this? The Sixers, whenever they meet, Jalen is going to go off because in those kinds of games, Jalen over Jason, if that makes sense.
Well, you're gonna know because Jason is gonna be on Jalen, and Jalen will be covering Jason.
Oh, that is going to be must-see TV.
Hopefully Jason plays.
a mole listening to the radio program, so take it for what it's worth, says that a former president is hosting Jason Tatum and Steph Curry for a round of golf today.
Ooh.
And perhaps, I'm assuming in the listening area, if it is the former president that I am thinking about.
Okay,
So-
that has a crib on Martha's Vineyard.
That'd be my guess. Don't go swimming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, I know the Chef Curry whispers and rumors. I don't know how much truth there is. I don't know if it's an erection out there, but the Celtics basically
Were they at Logan at Enterprise?
They had some interest, maybe.
Yes,
in
and
Steph
maybe
Curry.
reaching out to
sending
Gold.
Jason Tatum and a former president probably better than sending Kelly Olynyk.
Right.
Good point.
And if you're Steph Curry,
Now, I hope when they get to Spike Lee's home, which is on the course, they run up and remove that Knicks flag that he is flying on Farm Neck, if that's where they are playing.
It's not very high.
If that's where
man, I'll tell you what, Steph Curry to Boston would be, yes, I'm all for it. Brad, don't fumble the bag on this one like you did Giannis.
Is Hugo
But
going to be
with
there?
Steph, like you didn't think that Jalen and Jason there could be two alphas on this team. You think that Steph Curry and Jason Tatum, like whose team would that be?
It would be Jason Tatum's team. And I think Steph Curry's like fine.
It would be Hugo's team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, see, the thing.
Hugo, Greg, the H is silent. Thank you.
Even when it was Giannis, right? I don't think their personalities are like Jalen's. Jalen's personality is like, it's not Tatum's team, it's our team. Where, I don't think those other guys, their personalities, like they don't care like that.
Okay, well, that is going to do it for today. Fun times this morning, everybody. Enjoy the weather. It's nice out there, and we are back tomorrow morning at 6. Jones and Keith next in 2 minutes only.
Fear, now we shall return. We were so glad we could make it, but so sad we gotta run.
Sports, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station.
This hour, Jones and Keefe is brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
Now, here's what's in our feed.
Feed is brought to you by Awaken 180. The Red Sox made a few moves before yesterday's 6 p.m. trade deadline. First, the Sox acquired Orioles catchers Adley Rutschman, Jake Rogers, and for Carlos Narvaez and 3 prospects. The Sox also traded Marcelo Meyer to the San Francisco Giants for left-handed pitcher Eric Miller and center fielder Carlos Gutierrez. And the Sox sent Tyler Uberstein to the Atlanta Braves for right fielder Eli White. Sox kick off a 6-game homestand tonight with the first of 3 against the Chicago White Sox. First pitch from Fenway Park is at 7:10. Summer is the easiest season for weight loss. Warm weather, lighter meals, being outside, your body is primed to succeed, and Awaken 180 has your game plan. Reach your goal this summer with Awaken 180, the official weight loss program of summer. I'm Billy Lanny, and that's what's in our feed on WEEI.
And I can't tell you what I said when I heard about this trade. We have to get another 7, maybe 14 seconds of delay. This is a wild overpay on the face of it. Now, you can do all the caveats of, well, these teams know these players better than anybody else. Who knows how this is going to work out? Maybe they know some stuff we don't know. Maybe they're being aggressive. But this seems like Baltimore had a high price on Rutschman. The Red Sox really needed to add a power hitter after losing Meade. They traded, if we're talking rough rankings on a top 100 list, Anthony Ianson, roughly 50th on the list. Azakar, roughly 100th on the list, and then Witherspoon, roughly 150th, just off the list with a chance. He was preseason on the top 100. They got 3 real guys plus a big league catcher. For a guy in Rutschman, whose value was down last year, has come back this year. This seems like Boston really pushed some chips in to the point where some people in the industry are wondering how they ended up with this being the package.
Jones and Keefe, right now on WEEI.
Pay for some players, Keith.
Yes, I am, Jones. Holy smokes. Send them all. I'm surprised they didn't trade Roman Anthony for like a utility infielder. I was waiting for that to happen. But better to make moves than no moves.
Okay.
Let's start with that. Let's start with that.
I'm happy you said that right off the start.
Yes.
I will. Let's get this out of the way.
Let's do it.
I will take what Craig Breslow did at this trade deadline.
Yes.
Over the past 2 trade deadlines any day of the week.
Yes.
He added to the team. The team is better.
Yeah.
I think. You're making a face.
Well, I am making a bit of a
think
face.
they're better.
Yeah.
But I think he paid a high price, a premium on these players, which we're going to get into throughout the course of the day.
He did pay a really high price, and you can't just tell us, oh, you guys overrate prospects. No, this is not just SoxProspects.com, which is a great place to go to see how they view the system, but it's also Baseball America. It's also what scouts around baseball, right? Non-Boston scouts think of their players. They're highly rated scouts in what is viewed as a good system. So, like, the number 2 prospect on, one team is obviously not the same as the number 2 prospect on another. And we were talking, because we knew about Adley Rutschman yesterday on the show. We did not know what they gave up for him.
No,
you and I were like...
It was odd, in fact,
you and I were like,
didn't know what it was for.
It took a while, and then it was shocking when it happened, because... Let me get this straight. I'm not holding on to these prospects and be like, you got to keep all these prospects. I just thought you could get more for them. And so we were speculating, hey, as long as you don't trade a top 5 prospect for Adley Rutschman, bring him in. I like the addition. They're like, oh, well, we didn't trade 1. We traded 3 top 5 prospects for Adley Rutschman. And by the way, Carlos Narvaez had a better season than Rutschman last year. But I know Narvaez. I'm not saying Narvaez is great.
Yeah,
but last
I don't
year,
care about
he was
Narvaez, but fine.
I'm not sure how good Adley Rutschman is. And he's already hurt. Curtis Meade wasn't hurt when you got him, but then immediately got hurt, and you knew at the deadline you didn't have him. And then we'll get into the Meyer trade where you sell really low on Meyer, and you get a reliever. Hoss of the week, but a reliever nonetheless. So I look at it as you could be happy that they added to the team. You're allowed to also acknowledge the fact that they wildly overpaid. And it's not just us saying that. There's plenty of national reporters looking at this and be like, wow, they really overpaid.
Kyler McDaniel off the top from ESPN. He's one of their prospects gurus. So, of course, he's going to skew towards the prospects. And he's like, boy, I need more delay because of what I might say about the return.
You think he's going to curse? Or he's going to take his pants off?
He can say whatever the hell he wanted right there with that delay.
Yeah.
Sean McAdam, a lot of people have read this tweet by this point in time, but just in case you've missed it, McAdam relayed that some people in the game are completely stunned by what the Red Sox gave up for Adley Rutschman. Said one evaluator from another organization, quote, "I'm absolutely dumbfounded by this.
Dumbfounded.
It's literally one of the most ridiculous trades I've seen in 30 years." So, like, that to me feels like, come on. Like, that's like somebody with an axe to grind against Breslow, that comment. But
one of my many viral tweets that I had yesterday was the Sox gave up less for Pedro Martinez. And I kind of stand by it. Carl Pavano was the second-ranked prospect by Baseball America back in 1997. Tony Armas, I don't think, was in the Red Sox system's top 10, and they traded just those two guys for Pedro Martinez.
Yeah, a lot of people said, I think you said this as well yesterday, they could have gotten Skubal for less.
Yeah, and then you have people like, oh, you couldn't re-sign Skubal.
Skubal's a rental.
You haven't
re-signed
Rutschman. Rutschman's not ready to play. They might lock out next year, and then that's it.
Fine. Rutschman's under contract for next year, so I at least understand
might
the
not
idea
have it
that
next year.
One player has more term than the other. I get that. But I don't really like Rutschman all that much. Like, we were talking about this yesterday. I do not mind overpaying prospects at all. I feel like I'm well established over the years.
Yeah.
I used to go to war with people over Dombrowski. Oh, he's decimating the farm system. I'm like, I don't know. He got Chris Sale and all these other Kimbrel, all these high-level players who I liked, and I have a problem with that. If you got one of these shortstops we were talking about, I was fine giving away Arias for Neto,
I know.
which I think most people wouldn't do.
I know.
So, like, I'm okay with trading your top prospects.
Same.
I believe in that. Like, look at Meyer. Meyer is a failed prospect. Look at Christian Campbell. Look at Roman Anthony. Hell, look at Adley Rutschman, who you got. And I think Nick said this almost immediately yesterday. I was watching our viral video clips yesterday.
A lot of viral, like a sneeze.
And I think Nick said this, like, almost the second we found out they got Rutschman. He's like,
hurt.
Anybody? No,
the first thing he said was he's hurt.
But anybody who's like, you love your prospects. Rutschman is a failed prospect.
Yeah,
he's a bust of a prospect. He's not a complete nothing player.
No.
But he's a bust of a prospect. And so I'm okay trading prospects for players I want.
Yeah,
I didn't mind giving up Connolly early. I didn't really like Curtis Mead.
See, I did.
I don't mind giving up these prospects. I don't really like Rutschman. I'll acknowledge Mead and Rutschman, if they ever get on the field, they're better than what you were going to get out of some of these other guys because all these prospects weren't going to play. Meyer was giving you nothing. Hell, Early's already hurt too, and they have tons of pitching. So I think they got better. We can debate how much better, and we need to see those guys get on the field. I don't care about trading prospects. You just got to trade them for guys I like. I don't really like these guys.
No, that's what I agree with. And, maybe it was our fault or Bradford's fault for talking up Bobby Witt Jr. or weeks ago, Yordan Alvarez, or even like C.J. Abrams, like talking up these type of players and looking at the Red Sox system. Like, hey, one of the great things about having a really good system is you can trade those guys. I'm all for trading those guys as well because I think you can take it on a case-by-case basis. It's not trade all your prospects all the time or keep all your prospects all the time. It's not that. But if you go back into the recent Red Sox history, I'll be consistent. I didn't say a word about the Chris Sale prospects. I wasn't like, oh, my God, Yohan Moncada. I was like, great, you got Chris Sale.
I didn't care about the prospects.
Another one?
Yeah, Crochet.
Eric Crochet.
We were on the air together at that time, and we're like,
and it was
I don't care who you
we held
threw in that
hands,
deal.
And then we had Breslow on afterwards, and Jones asked him, why do you think he was available? And then I think Breslow didn't like us after that. But
which is ironic because I'm like the number one Breslow supporter. It's very ironic. Yeah.
No, but like that's why it is about what you get in return. Like we were, if these guys end up really helping, it doesn't really matter what happens with those prospects. But I think I just have my doubts on how much these guys are helping. You're getting like your third or fourth best reliever in the bullpen. You're getting a second baseman who has shown a little bit of power this year only, and you're getting a catcher who's always hurt. And his best years were 4 and 5 years ago. And now the Rich Keefe rules would say that's a really good player still, but we're kind of teetering on it.
Yeah.
The last time he was really good was 2023. And so since then he's not been as good of a player, and he's head to toe injuries. Like they give up on Meyer on the one hand, maybe some of that is attitude, maybe some of it's performance, maybe some of it is injuries. Well, Adley Rutschman, he's obviously done a lot more at the major league level than Meyer has. But he's on the downside of his career, it seems like, and he's not even 30.
Just this year, Keith, he's been on the IL for left ankle inflammation in April, a concussion in June, and now wrist inflammation in July. So just
tip
this
to
year.
tail. Tip to tail, this guy.
He's been on the IL 3 different
So
times.
I don't know how much he's going to play, and then when he does, because then the other thing, and I want to be excited about it, I think the Red Sox are better today than they were yesterday. Like the 2026 roster.
You made a face when I said that right off the top.
No, the 2026 roster, but I just wonder how much. Because people are like, oh, yeah, Adley Rutschman, middle of the lineup. I'm like, what? With his 8 home runs? Like, he's automatic middle of the lineup guy?
And half his home runs came, as we talked about yesterday, in a 30 at-bat cluster.
And
and
2
half
of
of
them
those
Bayo.
came off Bayo.
Starter Bayo.
Starter
He
Bayo.
couldn't touch reliever Bayo, but starter Bayo, he tattooed twice. So,
And,
yeah, I don't know.
Oh, by the way, did we mention he's hurt?
He's hurt.
He's not even ready to play.
So you gave up all – now, the one thing is you didn't give up anybody from the Major League roster with the exception of Narvaez, right, because Meyer's already hurt. So, like, those are the only 2 guys that were helping this team in any capacity. You know, Conley early a week ago. But, like, you turned all that in, and, like, for a few weeks, you might walk away with the deadline with just the Haas reliever. Because Meade, we know, was out for a while. That's not their fault. It's not like they traded for him.
No.
That's just buzzer
That,
luck.
some people try to blame them for
No,
that.
no,
That one's not their fault.
No,
This
that's
one?
just terrible luck. But you knew that. You knew going into yesterday to do that. So I look at it as you did upgrade catcher, you upgraded your bullpen, and you might have a little bit more pop at second base. Flip side, though, is you did not upgrade shortstop. You did not add a starter. And you still have Jarren Duran.
I would argue
those are 3 downs.
There was a point in time yesterday where I thought we were losing Duran, which would have been phenomenal.
That would have been great.
But no, I would argue you didn't upgrade the areas I wanted you to upgrade. I wanted shortstop and I wanted starter, and they
Who's
got
your
neither.
starting shortstop right now?
Right now?
Yep.
Monasterio.
Okay.
And I'm afraid you know who it's going to be? Trevor Story when he comes back.
Not great.
So we can get into this. 617-779-7937. Your phone number to get in touch today on Jones and Keefe. You can interact on Twitter and Instagram at Jones and Keefe. Good day to do that. With our tiers coming up at 11:30, we're going to tier off Major League Baseball teams. Where do the Red Sox fit in? Probably right around the Dodgers, I'd imagine. We'll get to Tom E. Curran as we're live today. Day 9, Patriots training camp in Foxborough. He'll join us in the 1 o'clock hour. We got a Kiefer Madness as well at 12:45. So stay tuned for that. You can watch along today on Twitch, twitch.tv/BostonWEEI. Always, and I mean always, a healthy chat going on Twitch. Do the same on YouTube. Watch there, chat there, subscribe to WEEI. We'll get to all your feedback on what Craig Breslow did and did not do yesterday. Has he learned a lesson at the trade deadline? We'll get to that. 2 minutes here on Jones.
And my initial thoughts were good move. You know, it's World Series aspirations. This is a World Series aspiration move. And then I just finished texting, and then it came across what they gave up. I'm like, oh my goodness, that is a lot. But I'll stand by it. It's, I don't want to obsess over overpaying or what you gave up in minor leaguers. I hate when they do that because so many times it doesn't work out, or the pain isn't as much as everybody thinks. What's painful is not taking advantage of a situation like the Red Sox find themselves in, which is arguably the best team in the American League.
Rob Bradford yesterday on with Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson here on WEEI. If you missed any of that, Odyssey app, AUDACY. Get it on your phone. It's free. It's easy. You can take it with you wherever you go. It is Jones and Keefe live today, day 9, Patriots training camp. Mike Vrabel spoke this morning. Gabe Akis.
Yeah, Gabe Akis
is going to speak later this afternoon as he's out there doing more and more on the practice field. So you'll hear some of that coming up. Tommy Curran going to join us in the 1 o'clock hour. But, Keefe, I thought those comments from Bradfo were interesting, just about whether or not the Red Sox are going for it or not. You shouldn't be overly concerned about what they gave up. I think they overpaid, and if I like Rutschman more, I wouldn't care about overpaying. I will say this, though.
But, there's also going to be a line. I hate that, too, where you go too far the other way. We're like, well, I'm glad they made any move, and, who cares about the prospects? So just give them all of them? Is there a line there? Why not just give them every single player that's in your system?
And could you have given them up for somebody else who moved?
Or somebody better. I'm fine trading these guys, but I thought you would have gotten a better return.
And to me, last year, people lamenting Joe Ryan. It's he didn't move. He still hasn't moved.
Yeah.
Okay? So I don't really get that.
They got traded.
Oh, they should. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
The guys who moved. Oh, they should have got C.J. Abrams. Okay, nobody got him. So, that's not my gripe today. But would I have preferred some of the other names who did move, right? Like Skubal, who maybe you could have got. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah.
On top of could you have gotten a cheaper catcher, right? Liam Hicks, who they were linked to, went for basically nothing. So were there other ways to do that where you give up less and help your team at the same spot? That's more my gripe today. But here's what I'll say. When it comes to who they gave up, Kyson Witherspoon, first-round pick last year. Anthony Ianson, second-round pick last year. Ozakar is a kid they just signed who's a million years away from the major leagues.
Right.
So if you want to say Breslow just found all these guys a year ago, maybe in this year's draft they feel like they're replenishing that, or you want to trust that Breslow can replenish all that, I'll hear you out. My counter would be, okay, I just wish they did better, and I think they could have done better or given up less to get something similar than what they did overpaying for Adley Rutschman. That would be my stance on it, and I think a lot of people feel that way. ESPN had their winners and losers at the trade deadline. Red Sox, for the record, not the biggest loser.
But a loser.
A loser. The biggest
Who's
loser.
the biggest loser?
By far, the Brewers. I think they basically did nothing.
Yeah.
They got Dustin May.
Plus, they apparently were interested in Skubal and then watched the Dodgers get him. So,
I think another bigger loser on the list than the Red Sox off the top of my head was the Tigers because they didn't get enough for Skubal. Again, because the Red Sox paid more for Rutschman.
But you know what's funny is I've seen a lot of people do their projected Red Sox playoff roster or lineup, right?
Yeah.
Which is a fun exercise. But in the lineup, and people are like, oh, who's beating this team? It was Roman Anthony.
Well, right.
Who knows if he's going to play? It was Franklin Arias.
Okay.
If all the prospects suck, why is he going to be good? It was Curtis Mead. Who knows if he's going to be healthy?
Rutschman.
And Adley Rutschman.
Right.
And so it's it's
four
still a lot of what if.
4 of those guys aren't even here right now.
No, and one of them in Franklin Arias, that'd be, I'm all for it, but I don't think you can guarantee him. We already played the game of guaranteeing Roman Anthony. How'd that go for everybody? So, yeah, on paper, it could be good. I feel like it wasn't a big enough upgrade. Now, you look at the landscape of the American League, I'm still fairly confident in the Red Sox and what they already have and sort of this magic that they got going. They're still a really good team. They improved their bullpen, so that's pretty shut down late in the games. But we all thought their biggest need was shortstop, and they didn't address it.
That's what I for the most part,
well,
didn't
I think
really.
Most people did too, because every shortstop was linked to the Red Sox.
No. I wanted a shortstop.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I was pretty adamant I didn't even need an upgrade at catcher.
Okay.
That was not high on my personal priority list because I think most teams have crappy catching.
Yeah.
So if you can have a difference maker, they're fine. I don't know that Rutschman is a difference maker
I still
in my
think
estimation.
you basically now, and you could get by with smoke and mirrors in this American League, but they basically have a platoon at short, a platoon at left, and a platoon at DH.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's a lot. So you thought maybe you'd shore up some of that at the deadline.
Dave Schoenfield, ESPN, Red Sox are losers. He said, look, they might turn into winners.
Oh, okay.
But the Rutschman and Meyer deals, and we'll get more into Marcelo Meyer coming up, are pretty bizarre. Giving up 3 of your top 5 prospects of a very good system is a wild pay for Rutschman. Meyer, one of the top prospects in the game not so long ago, was flipped for a lefty reliever who walks 6 batters per 9. That's true. This Eric Miller guy is wild.
Oh, boy.
But they've harnessed some of this. They've harnessed some of this style of pitcher. Again, we'll get more into the Meyer-Miller deal in a little bit.
Okay.
You have to admire Chief Baseball Officer Craig Breslow going absolutely all in with so many front offices reluctant to do so. But the Red Sox better rally past the Yankees and Rays and win the division, or Boston could easily find itself eliminated in the anything-can-happen 3-games wild card series.
See, I think, not to belabor the Tarek Skubal point, that's more all in. Because everyone's like, well, you can't sign him. Okay, then go. Like, are you going all in?
Right.
Then go for this year.
Right.
And then sort of see what happens.
Right. Going for players with term, by definition, kind of isn't all in.
No.
You're kind of looking at next year,
Yeah.
the year after that,
Like
and the year after that. Not in the case of Rutschman, but in the case of Meade and Miller, those guys all have like 3+ years of control.
But none of them are rentals.
Right.
I feel like rental is the true all in.
more
That's
all
the
in.
definition of all in. They were more all in on Kyle Schwarber than they're all in on these guys.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Rick is in Maine. Get us started today, Rick.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, how you doing? I love your show, but I have a problem with this because you can't have it both ways. You guys wanted trades, and then he makes trades, and now you're mad. 7 out of 10 of these prospects don't pan out. They're the clowns at ESPN. Okay, go ahead.
Rick, wait, just hang on. Did you hear us off the top? We both said if we would take this deadline or the last 2 from Breslow, we would rather this. So I think we acknowledged it. I just think now I feel like they overpaid for players who I don't think are great. I don't think that's inconsistent.
Rick, don't you also think there's a big difference between trading top-end prospects for Chris Sale, Craig Kimbrell, and Garrett Crochet as opposed to Adley Rutschman, Eric Miller, and Curtis Meade?
Absolutely, but we don't know what everything's talked in 5 years. We'll all know. But like, if you're listening to ass clowns from ESPN, like, how do they even know? Like, nobody knows what these guys are going to do.
Okay, I agree with you on the prospects.
But that's not the point, I don't think.
I absolutely agree with you on the prospects. Yeah. They probably are all going to stink.
Trade them.
I'm okay with trading them away. I got to look at the return, and I'm like, boy, that was a lot for Adley Rutschman. And I think the McAdam quote, the one that we read you off the top, is pretty wild. And I have to wonder if that's like Bloom or somebody with an axe to grind against Breslow. I don't know who it is, but I have to wonder if it's somebody with an axe to grind against Breslow because it's so inflammatory. But okay, it's a jaw-dropping return for a guy who I didn't really even like. People are like, oh, what if you went to the Yankees? How would you feel? I wouldn't care.
Oh, Rutschman?
I'd be like, Adley Rutschman's on the Yankees? I don't feel like he makes the Yankees any better.
Well, it's funny because we were doing this last week and we were looking at possible names, and I threw Rutschman's name out there as sort of like a backup to Hunter Goodman, meaning like, all right, he's available, you could probably get him, and it was because I thought the cost would be so low. Like, I was like, this guy is on the downward trend of his career. Now, he's better this year than he was last year, but he is hurt again, and he's not what he was as a rookie or as a second-year player, so you're like, all right, if they're willing to move on from him, that tells you all you need to know. And I also think if you went a week ago before the early trade and you said between now and the deadline, Connolly early, Marcelo Meyer, and 3 of your top 5 prospects are gone, you're like, oh, my God, they got Bobby Witt.
They got Skubal and Witt.
Yes. They
Like,
took both of
honestly,
them.
right?
Like, honestly, like, no. They got Curtis Meade, who's like having a decent season.
No one had ever heard of.
No.
No one. Eric Miller, who no one had ever heard of.
And then Rutschman, who's not that good anymore.
No. This guy people have heard of.
Of course.
They just don't realize how crappy he's been the last
They
couple of years.
remember him from when he was good.
Right.
And when he was in the home run derby hitting both sides. But, I don't know. I know that's what the reaction's going to be. Is like, guys, you like the prospects so much. Not even true.
No.
I don't even like the prospects so much.
I hate prospects.
I just feel like you could get better. You could get a much better return.
617-779-7937. Let's get into trading away Marcelo Meyer for a lefty setup guy.
Friend of the show. No longer.
Holy smokes. Let's do that next.
Thanks to you. Last year, the WEEI net.
Spoon. You get a replacement catcher in Nervais, who was a two-war catcher last season. The outfielder in that transaction seems like he's, interesting, but he's way off. A-ball guy. For 1 year of Adley, one more year of Adley, I don't know. It's a tough one to me. I texted someone in another front office, and he said that that the Orioles got duped on that transaction, where they're basically taking kind of damaged goods in Einstein and Witherspoon. I'm trying to reconcile my thoughts on that, but I do feel like that is. I'm torn. Like, I don't know. That's the one that I'm like right on the fence now on, and I'm trying to figure out what side to go on.
Sheldon Keefe live at Patriots training camp here in Foxborough. We are brought to you by the Catchus Law Injury Attorneys. No fee unless you win. That is an individual, Keefe, and it's one of the few national voices giving the Red Sox any benefit of the doubt.
Yep.
Lance Brozdowski?
Sure.
Never heard of him?
Well.
The Braz?
You have now.
Not the Boz, the Braz.
The Braz.
is who he is.
He's on it.
He said one person texted him saying the Orioles got duped and they're getting damaged goods. The hell's that about? That's like the one, and he mostly was like, I hate the trade, but he did throw in that one text that he got.
But he's like, look, these guys, they might be hurt. I mean, they still got to pass all the medicals. Although we had a caller yesterday say the Orioles medical staff's even worse than the Red Sox medical staff. So maybe the two of them are looking at each other. They don't know what's up and what's down. And they're like, yeah, we'll take these guys. I mean, I think that's just sort of the nature with these prospects. Everybody knows that when they're getting into it. Even though they rank highly, the Orioles have to wait and see once again, which is what they've had to do with all their prospects. If I told you a couple of years ago that Jackson Holliday was going to be like he is now, nobody would believe you. He was probably borderline untradeable a couple of years ago, meaning untouchable. And now it's like, I don't even know what this guy is.
No, I mean, I think Rutschman 2 or 3 years ago would have been viewed as untouchable.
Yes. Yeah, this feels like, though, they're trading for that guy. It feels like they're trading for 2023, 24 Rutschman and not 2026 Rutschman. It seems like the price is still just as high. Yeah, I don't think anybody, even the Orioles, aren't saying like all of the prospects that they got back are all going to hit. It just seems like a lot of lottery tickets to spend on a guy who's I don't really know what Rutschman is anymore. Like, what's the best version of Adley Rutschman at this point? How many games is he going to play?
Well, good question. I mean, he's currently hurt, right? Which I think a lot of Red Sox fans are missing. I also think because we're getting some flack in the Twitch chat.
No, we're not. I said last month. No more negativity in there.
We're getting some.
Nobody's listened.
Now, in fairness, we're being negative on the trade.
Oh, yeah,
and
right.
so I don't think
fine.
they're big fans of that,
Yeah.
at least some in the Twitch chat, which I get. You want to be excited on deadline day. I wanted to be excited on deadline
But this seemed like if they had traded this package for Hunter Goodman, I would have said, well, it's still a lot, but let's go. Let's take it. 31 home run guy.
Right.
Let's put him in the middle of the lineup.
Versus the guy with 8?
8. And 2 of them are off Bayo as a starter. They don't count. And he's hurt right now.
I wasn't even a huge Hunter Goodman guy, but I would be much more into this trade package for Hunter Goodman.
Yeah.
And again, Goodman didn't move. Witt,
no, that's
Seager, Lindor,
Abram, I know.
Neto, none of those guys moved. I get it. So now you got to do the best of what moved. And I think other players or similar players move for less. And you didn't have to give up your whole farm system to upgrade at catcher. In fact, the Rays didn't give up their whole farm system, and they upgraded at catcher. And I would have been more into some of the bats that moved. In fact, a couple of the bats the Yankees got, I would have been more into.
Yeah, that Garcia is going to be good, I think, for him.
He already hit a home run last night.
Yeah.
So, like, I liked Peralta, who went to Tampa. Like, I just like some of the moves that happened in your division better.
Yeah.
So, people are frustrated that we're upset with the trade. And I would just tell you, look, maybe we're wrong, but our view reflects how most people nationally feel about these trades, which is the Red Sox got highway robbed outside of the one – Lance Brozdowski, the Braz.
Yeah, the Braz.
Telling you from one random text, probably from the Red Sox, that the Orioles got duped and it's damaged goods. So that's mostly the Rutschman trade that we've been focused on. Let's get into Marcelo Meyer, though, here. This is Craig Breslow last night in his press conference, shortly after trading Marcelo Meyer for a lefty setup guy, Eric Miller. Here's Breslow on trading away Marcelo Meyer.
Yeah, it was tough to include him in a deal, and it's tough to include any of the players that we had sent out because we have relationships with them. We've watched their development. In many cases, we've drafted them or signed them internationally. And speaking about Marcelo, he's a really big part of this, or he was a really big part of this organization, and someone that was looked upon to be part of a core. And I still think that's going to happen. It's going to happen with the San Francisco Giants at this point. But he's an incredibly talented player. And what we saw was an opportunity to get a back end reliever with control who throws from the left side with huge stuff, generates a ton of swings and misses, and gets a ton of strikeouts. And
Meyer and Anthony. And they are trying to break that. The reason he's gone is they're breaking that up, is my interpretation.
I think they're also, right before he went on the IL this most recent time, there was that story that came out that they're like, they don't like that he doesn't fight through injuries.
Yep.
And so that was really the label on him going into this year was like, he misses a ton of time. Now they just added Adley Rutschman, so they can't be that worried about it if they're trying to be consistent. But I think Meyer misses too much time. We haven't seen enough bright spots at the major league level. And the off-field stuff with Anthony, which I do think is probably a bit overblown. Like, really, what's the worst thing that they're doing? But if they feel like that's a distraction in any way, then they're going to move on from it.
Don't you think it's not? The reason he's gone, Keith. I mean, they sold.
But he also isn't a very good player,
No.
and he's hurt all the time.
But-
I think those are on the list, too.
But he's a former top prospect who got dealt for a lefty reliever who walks 6 batters per 9.
But Breslow also traded Connolly early for Curtis Mead and 3 of their 5 best prospects for Adley Rutschman.
Okay.
I don't think he really knows what he's doing when it comes to midseason trades.
Maybe. But, I mean, I would say Curtis Mead at least has 17 home runs. I mean, you're talking about a guy who –
But Connolly early was one of your 3 or 4 best starters.
But what's the rush in trading Meyer and selling Lowe? I think he acknowledges. He said we expected him to be part of our core. We think he'll be a core with the Giants. Like, I think the smoking gun here, and I don't think we're overblowing the relationship between Anthony and Meyer. How do I know? Because Meyer's gone.
Yeah, but I still
to
think,
me that tells you everything you need to know.
But that can be true. But it's still, I think Breslow screwed this one up. I feel like when they traded Yohan Moncada, who was a top prospect who never made it, they got Chris Sale. When they traded Manuel Margot, who Sox prospects and people were all obsessed with, they got Craig Kimbrell.
Right.
Now you trade Marcelo Meyer and you get Eric Miller.
Right.
So even though his value's down, I just think but that's still a Breslow thing. Like even with the Roman Anthony going out to dinner in the Seaport, he still botched that one in my mind. They just they gave up on him. Like you took that's not good return on your investment.
That's fine. But I'm just the reason they were so urgently willing to sell Lowe is to break him up with Roman Anthony. I mean that's what I think.
Yeah,
and
but if he was healthier / a better player, I think they would allow him and Anthony to be friends again.
Maybe.
But I don't know. I guess that's a chicken or the egg thing.
Look, I don't love that deal either. But I lament it less than what the Rutschman overpay was. Eric Miller, by the way, is very much the Craig Breslow profile.
He's enormous. He could play left tackle here if they need him.
6'5", 269.
Nice.
Probably has.
That's before breakfast.
Haas of the week wrapped up, I would say.
Oh, I would think so.
For Friday.
And he's the only healthy guy they got, so he gets even more points.
It's true. Out of all the players they traded for, well, don't shortchange Eli White.
He's the only. Oh, right. The speed guy.
But this guy, it's like big lefty with extension, power arm, throws hard. Has no idea where it's going. Again, his walks per 9 in his career, 5.1, 6.0, 6.1. So,
I like he's keeping the hitter guessing. That's good. You don't know where it's going to go.
I will give them some benefit of the doubt that they'll get something out of him because I think they've done pretty well with this profile of player. But he's still a lefty setup guy for a former top prospect. That's a massive overpay.
Yeah, I would say so. And so you really, really need this guy to help the team this year, right? So because if you subscribe to the was it JP Ricciardi school where it's like, who cares what you gave up as long as you got something good in return? So if Miller just is dominant in the whatever it is 7th inning or against tough lefties, great. If Rutschman shows up and is really good, then I guess that'll work for you. But if Miller is just kind of like a whatever reliever, that's going to look even worse.
Jonathan is in New Hampshire. Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, good morning. Let me make the case about the catcher that you're talking about. I can't believe you guys don't like this trade. Let me make the case. First of all, we all know that the most crying need for the Red Sox was catching. They were an automatic out.
We don't all know that because we both think shortstop. Go ahead, yeah.
Shortstop, Monasterio's been great. Falefa's been great. We're getting Story back.
Jonathan,
we got an all-star.
Say Falefa?
Jonathan, Monasterio's been great with the bat. Have you watched him defensively on that West Coast trip?
He can't really do it.
You can't do that in the playoffs. You can't.
He could start, and they could pull him if they're leading late. They've got plenty of guys that could play defensively.
Well, what if they're not leading late? Then who's going to play?
His error the other day was in the 4th inning, 3rd inning, something like that.
All right. Well, we can agree to disagree. I believe catching was an automatic out for this team and a subpar defensively. So now we pick up a guy who is throwing out runners. He's the best in Major League Baseball at throwing out. Nobody runs on this guy, number one. Two,
I'm not sure that's true, but keep going. Yeah.
Can he hit?
It's true. Yeah, MLB statistics. Look it up. He's number one in all of baseball. That's number one. Two.
Can he hit?
Yes. You guys say he's regressing. Look at the numbers. He's still an above-average hitter. This year, 250 plus. Career 250 plus. This year, 700 plus OPS. Career 700 plus OPS.
Those aren't great numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
he was good his first 2 years. Then he dipped his last 2 years. He's a little bit better this year, but he's also hurt again.
Yeah. He's right, by the way, about the throw-out.
He can throw him out. But I don't. Okay.
He is, so, Jonathan, you are right about that.
I was looking more for a stick.
Yeah.
I was at the deadline. this winning streak was great. This new winning streak also great. But you're saying come playoff time, every time they put the lineup out, you're like, man, they could use one more or two more bats for God's sakes. Especially with the Meade injury, right? Because they tried to address middle infield with a bat. Obviously more of a second baseman than he is a shortstop. But shortstop with a little bit of pop made a lot of sense. They didn't get it. You and I both wanted them to upgrade left field. They didn't do that.
I wanted a starter. They didn't do that.
Starting pitcher, they didn't do that. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully he's right. Hopefully the caller is right, and Rutschman goes back to his all-star form.
He was pacing before he got hurt for his 2024 season.
2024?
Yeah, so last time he was an all-star.
He's hitting 218.
Yeah, but he wasn't very good in 2024.
He's hitting 218 over the last 4 months. So we highlighted this yesterday.
Oh yeah,
he has not hit well for 3 or 4 straight
months. Because if you're going to talk up Curtis Meade's good second half, then you got to point to Rutschman being kind of an automatic out like Wong and Narvaez.
He's hitting 222 since the middle of May.
Pretty much all of his production came in a 30 at-bat cluster
against
Bayo
as a starter.
Right. So almost all of his production. He has not been that good offensively.
No.
617-779-7937.
Phone calls here on Jones. Keep coming.
Coming.
Here's one thing we will give to Adley Rutschman. Hilarious.
I
think he's going to be good for the vibes. He's a good vibes guy, which I like.
Get into that with your phone calls next.
Ground level storage containers, road trailers, or mobile offices. Don't get stressed. Get Eagle. Just call Eagle Leasing at 1-800-GET-EAGLE or get a quote at eagleleasing.com.
I'm Brandon Eagle. You see us everywhere. We're Eagle Leasing. That's it. Owner of Marino's Leasing. I'm good, thank you. I'm good. I'll take a water, thank you. Quite a water? Oh my fucking. Yeah, I have to reset the whole.
Jones and Keefe
on WEEI.
Hey, Craig, I'm wondering
the Adley injury and a potential timetable for return.
Greg, so Marcelo Meyer has been obviously a big part of this organization.
Craig, I'll think it's
Craig,
when it comes to that, when you
Craig, what can you
stop letting Breslow do these things via Zoom. And I'm sure he wanted to just get it over with, and like he was just done. They gotta have the media there in person, Keith.
I know, it's like the actual press conference has gone the way of the dodo bird.
Oh my God, this last night.
I got one.
No one knew who was asking a question.
Yeah, usually you have like a
moderator.
Yes, and there's like an order, and it's like, all right, now it's your turn, or like everybody mute their mic, and then we'll kind of go in order. They just all jumping out there at once.
It was ridiculous. Every single question to Breslow was like three people talking over each other. It was wild. So, yeah, either they got to wait a day to hold a real press conference, or these beat writers got to get out of L.A. Like, I think Pete Abe, who now officially, Keith, I think looks like Patton Oswalt. I don't know if you've seen this.
I have seen it. I watched some of that Deadline special yesterday.
But he officially, that's who between him and Cotillo and, like, Tim Healy, they were all in, like, hotel rooms.
Yeah.
Like, get off your ass from L.A. and get there and do a press conference the next day. Or if you're going to do it on Zoom, somebody's got to figure out the order of questions because it was a mess.
There needs to be an order. I agree.
But anyway, they were all talking over each other yesterday to ask their questions about Adley Rutschman. Now with the Boston Red Sox.
I had a nickname for Adley Rutschman yesterday. Not me. I didn't create this. I'm saying Clutchman is what some people called him. Adley Rutschman, Clutchman. He had two other nicknames.
I know one.
I'll tell you the two. So one of them's Rooster.
That one I knew.
Okay, inspired by his attempt to grow a mustache like the character in Top Gun Maverick, so they called him Rooster. The other one, this one goes back a ways. They call him the Clam Whisperer. And so
that was my nickname in high school.
Same. Yeah, his name still is.
Yeah.
And so they call him the Clam Whisperer. It's a playful family moniker mentioned in profile pieces highlighting his Oregon roots. So the clam connection comes from, this is what I'm reading from Google.
The Clam Whisperer.
Yeah, this is from Google. I didn't make any of this up.
Just say the alphabet.
Adley Rutschman's clam connection comes from his mother, Carol Rutschman, who once affectionately called him the Clam Whisperer.
Hell yeah.
Due to his family background growing up around the Pacific Northwest coast. And so I guess, I don't know, he's out there with clams quite a bit. So I think we can call him the Clam Whisperer if it's a family nickname.
I mean, that makes me like him more. I'm not going to lie.
I like the trade more.
Yeah.
He's quoting I Think You Should Leave, and he is the Clam Whisperer.
Well,
so I'm in on this guy.
If you sent this yesterday.
I mentioned it yesterday. Yeah, the guy seems like a great guy, good clubhouse guy. I just hope he can hit.
Let's hear a little bit of that. This is him.
Okay.
He's like chopping it up in the weight room.
Yeah, this is a couple years ago.
Everybody's like cracking up. He's kind of leading the charge here. So let's hear a little bit of this of Adley Rutschman from a few years ago.
Where beeth your nutcracker? You think this is slicked back? This is push. Slop them up. It's interesting, the ghost. I don't know, it's like Bozo dubbed over. Some viral video. No, it's Bozo doing the dub.
Everybody has one.
Actually, dude, no, Calico Cut Pants. You gotta give. Hey, hold that door. I don't know, she or maybe not, but did she eat a battery? She just keeps eating batteries. Wait, like the lion? Like the zoo animal? Too big a mud pie, too small a slice. Yeah, that's a chunky.
I love the guy.
I mean,
you got the Calico Cut Pants.
The guys,
deep cut. That's
the guys are enjoying it too. He's not just like, this is not Tristan Cassis.
No, this isn't Tristan Cassis or like J.J. Watt.
Entertaining himself, and it's just crickets back there. Like, you can hear people cracking up. You can see it in the videos.
Vibes guy.
I like that.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that. It's not even like a terrible Tim Robinson impression.
No, it's not bad.
He's kind of got the voice going on.
I think that was back in between season 2 and 3, and he was trying to make a plea to get on to season 3. I don't think that happened. I don't think he appeared in there. But yeah, he's obviously a big fan. Good sense of humor. So I'm in favor of that. He is better than Wong and Narvaez.
Definitely.
Now, that was a lower bar to step over, but
he is
better. He improves the team.
He's an upgrade, and the team got better. I don't think we're arguing with that. I would debate how much better. and I would debate how much you overpaid to get better there. But I like the vibes. You sent the I think you should leave thing last night.
Yep.
I had no idea he was named the Clam Whisperer. I already liked Rooster.
Oh, Clam Whisperer, even better than Rooster.
Clam Whisperer has me liking the deal a little bit more.
Mac in the Twitch chat says he'll be besties with Tolle in no time. I would agree. They got rid of Peyton Tolle's best friend in Conley early, but I think he's got a new best friend now, Adley Rutschman.
Right.
That's going to be a good duo.
Who Roman Anthony's new best friend is going to be.
I think that's part of the problem. I don't think they want him to have a best friend.
We're going to have to figure that out.
His best friend's going to be the batting cage. That's what they hope.
The hand specialist.
Well, no, I don't know about that.
His best friend. Alex is in Connecticut. Hello, Alex.
Hey guys, how you doing? As you know, I've been a Cora lover, and I was battling you guys because I wanted Breslow fired. I've done a complete turnaround. Breslow, I wanted him to. I wanted him to prove to me he could do it, and he did it. He finally came through. It's a little bit of I think it's a little bit of an overpay, and I'm glad to do it. The other caller had it right. Give me time because I like to talk about Miller for a second to give you some stats on him. But with Rutschman, not only does he throw out, base stealers at 37%, he's great behind the plate framing and blocking. He's also, when you compare him to guys like
Can I just, Alex, I know you said you want some time. Can I just jump in? Isn't framing kind of irrelevant now when you can challenge things? So isn't that kind of an irrelevant thing?
Okay, he's got 30 walks and he's only struck out 40 times this year.
Good plate discipline, that's true.
Right? Compared to a guy like Contreras who's 64. Okay, let me just move on with this. He's good. He hits from both sides of the plate. I think he'll do great against 302 down the line. I think he'll play ping pong with the wall when he's batting righty, and I think the managers are going to have a tough time trying to bring anybody in to pitch to him.
Okay, look, I like that he's a switch hitter. That's a lot of stuff. Like, let's pick up with some of that there, okay? I think pitch framing is borderline irrelevant these days.
Yeah, I mean, you only have 2 challenges. Not everybody does it. I think it's useful, but it's not as useful as it was.
I mean, it's nowhere near in the challenge world as useful as
he has a career 697 OPS at Fenway Park. So I don't know if he's playing ping pong with the wall or not. But
Look, maybe Fenway will unlock him.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll play some of Breslow gave like a real nerdball answer. Ex-Wobe and things like this. He even said at one point, if you go under the hood. So he even said that last night.
With the Clam Whisperer?
Maybe. Yeah, if you go under the hood with the Clam Whisperer, you're going to like what you see. You're going to really enjoy that.
Okay.
So he even dropped an under the hood last night on the press conference.
Okay.
Where it's like, that just means the actual numbers aren't that good, so now we got to go to his fake numbers, which, okay, like maybe they'll unlock something. Maybe. I'm not totally ruling that out. But if he's what he's been in Baltimore, which I'm dubious of, and that's if he's even out there on the field, I'm sorry, I don't think that's enough for what they got. I really don't.
I got you.
617-779-7937. All right, so how much better are the Red Sox? We agree they're a better team. How much better off are they, and are they true World Series contenders? Breslow, to his credit, not afraid to go there last night.
Hell yeah, correct.
Let's get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
Comment.
the competitive environment it's part of the equation in that, there are years where this record could be leading our division. There are years where we could be firmly out of the playoff picture. So I guess like implicitly it's part of the way that we approach this. But I think more it's just the way that these guys have played, the job that they've done on the field, the coaching staff, the way the fans have supported this team and the turnaround. We felt going into the season like we had a really competitive team. We are seeing it over the last month and a half, and we wanted to do everything that we could to give ourselves the best chance to go out and compete for a World Series.
That jumped out to me, Keith, when Breslow said it. That was like his second or third answer of the press conference, like, our goal to win a World Series. And he was asked about it separately later where he was led to that answer, asked about contending for a championship. That's not the case there. I mean, that was something that he volunteered on his own. World Series, he was willing to go there last night, which I found interesting. I mean, maybe you can think it's just the same old Red Sox overhyping things and, just trying to really be positive when they have no real shot at it. I think if Breslow's willing to stick his neck out there, and he talked about it in the offseason, and he said in that answer they liked their roster and they thought they'd be able to compete. And I thought that was kind of an indirect shot at Cora, by the way, for how slow they started. They liked their roster. It wasn't living up to the potential. Now they are, and now they're going to add to it to go win a World Series. I thought it was interesting Breslow was willing to go.
Yeah, and I think he should, right? I mean, this team, after this winning streak and then the continued winning, they have the third best record in the American League. It happens to be the third best record in the division. So if you look at like the division standings on the wall in left field, you're like, oh, they're in third. Yeah, but it's better than anybody in the Central, better than anybody in the West. And they've recently swept both the Rays and the Yankees and the Dodgers, who won back-to-back titles.
Yankees lost last night, so Sox are only 2 games back of that first wild card spot.
Exactly. So, like, they're chasing those teams down, and nobody's playing better over the last – you can really extend it, right? Like, it's not just the winning streak. They had a 5-game winning streak before they went on the 15-game winning streak, and now they have another 5-game winning streak after that one got broken up. So this team has shown some prolonged success. And so, yeah, absolutely they should be considered a World Series contender. Like, right? Why not? You know what's funny? They've kind of paralleled a little bit, or at least where they're at, not the journey they took, but how we talked about the Patriots last year and how we talked even about the Celtics in a weird way, where you're like, all right, they probably won't beat the Spurs or they probably won't beat the Thunder, but they could win the East.
The one we were
Patriots, same thing.
One we were right about, one we were wrong about.
100%.
But
100%.
The way we're talking about them is similar. I had not considered that before. I thought this was interesting too, Nick. If we could go back, and not to put you on the spot, the Breslow aggressive approach clip, I'm curious if Breslow learned a lesson from his last couple of trade deadlines. And, again, I think people are fair to point out, well, guys, yesterday you were freaking out that Breslow wasn't doing anything. Then he does something and you don't like it. Well, I don't have to like everything he does. I mean, I like most of the things Breslow does, quite frankly. I've liked most of his trades. This one I thought was an overpay for a guy that I am not in love with as a prospect, but I will give him this. He closed, and the team is better. So here's Breslow on his aggressive approach this deadline compared to the last two.
We went in with maybe casting a broad net over a few different ways that we could get better. I have found it's really difficult to try to predict the market or try to predict exactly what players will be available, especially this year when there are a lot of teams that still have playoff aspirations. So a lot of the work over the days leading up to today was just having incessant conversations with other teams and just trying to understand what players might be available, what the costs might be, the way that those impact our club. But I do think this year our strategy was more about targeting players that met our needs and allowed us to upgrade areas that we felt like could be upgraded, and going out and targeting them and trying to be aggressive and bringing them in, as opposed to kind of sitting back and waiting for the market to come to us.
Okay. You think he's learned his lesson? That's a no.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I guess, to the extreme. But although I'm a little conflicted because last year, if he offered Franklin Arias and Peyton Tolley for Joe Ryan, that is a pretty substantial offer.
Yeah.
And so the other team just said no. So, like, the old cliche, like, it takes 2 teams to make a trade or whatever, like, that is true.
Here's what I think the difference is. I think last year Joe Ryan was never going to move. He still hasn't moved. And so Breslow kept going, we'll take this.
Yeah.
Oh, not take this plus that.
He didn't just get hung up on C.J. Abrams and leave it there, and then the trade deadline comes and goes. He's like, well, I got Dustin May.
Right.
And you're like, we don't want Dustin May.
He's like, I got to do something.
Yeah.
And so when I say I think he's learned his lesson, I think he's learned that. Because he was willing to overpay last year for Joe Ryan. He might have been willing to overpay for Ellie De La Cruz and C.J. Abrams and everybody else, Hunter Goodman.
Right.
And
That's
those guys didn't move. So I will give him that. I think he tried to get the big fish. They didn't move, and he pivoted and got certainly bigger fish than he has the last couple of years.
No, that's
Not
true.
Perfect players, but I think it's closer to what we wanted out of the deadline the last couple of years than what he had done in those first two.
Well, he shows up and he trades Kyle Teal, so I think he is willing to trade the farm system. He's not like clinging to it, and that's why right away
he's not Chaim Bloom.
He's better than Chaim Bloom.
He's definitely better than Chaim Bloom. Who, by the way, Chaim Bloom's going to do his same thing again and win 78 games and finish in 4th place with the Cardinals, which he does every year. They're trending that way. They're doing it again.
He's Jeff Fisher.
Bloom sold at the deadline again because he loves his prospects.
Yeah.
So this guy is not Chaim Bloom. Thank God for that.
No, he's definitely better than that, and we'll see where this goes and what it sort of nets him. And he talks about filling positions of need or trying to upgrade certain spots. I find it a little interesting that he prioritized relief pitching, catcher, second base.
I agree.
And not shortstop, left field, starting pitcher.
I agree.
I guess I look at it a little bit differently than he does. And maybe starting pitcher wouldn't have been as big of a need but you traded one of them away. It makes more sense to me to not add a starting pitcher if you had kept Connolly early, but you didn't. And now it's like, all right, now you're relying on Patrick Sandoval to be making some of these turns, and who knows, maybe even some more openers by the end of the year.
Okay. There's also this. You just brought up Eric Miller, the reliever, who I on some level believe in. Like, I like that prototype. That feels like Breslow has a type, and they've worked well with them. Like the big lefty with extension, I'm okay with.
Yeah.
I'm just shocked they had to give up Meyer to get it.
That's wild.
Cotillo caught up with Marcelo Meyer. And he said that Meyer is enthused by the trade.
Yeah, good.
And a change of scenery out west.
He endeavors can team up.
He's excited about the new opportunity instead of being bitter about a lack of a long leash in Boston. Now, this is not a direct quote, so I don't know if that's exactly what Meyer said or if Cotillo's just kind of relaying the gist of it. But Carabas responded to that and goes, lack of a long leash is crazy, when he was given every opportunity to be the guy in Boston and was either bad or hurt. Hope it works out for him, but it was not for a lack of anything here. If it was for a lack of anything here, it was his self-awareness. So I would disagree with Jared on this. Does Jared think Meyer got a long leash? He's 23. He's 23.
Yeah, I don't know how long of a leash it was, and he didn't really get a chance to play his natural position until this year when Story finally went down.
He might have a lack of self-awareness, and he's been bad and hurt. I mean, Jared's right
about
all that.
100% bad and hurt.
But I wouldn't say he got a long leash. He's 23, and they gave up on him. That's not a long leash at all.
No, he's a shortstop, right? He was supposed to be the future shortstop. Yeah. He was supposed to take over for Bogarts. Like, when he first got drafted, he's going to take over for Bogarts. Then they added Story, and you're like, all right, maybe you can move him back to second base, and he's going to be the guy. This is before we started talking about Franklin Arias and everything else. When he got called up before Anthony, and he was playing third base, he was playing second base, he was doing whatever the team needed, right? He has started 20 games at shortstop. Doesn't sound like a long
career.
leash.
Do you have the total big league games in front of you? It's not much. Isn't it?
114.
I was going to say. It's
less than one season.
That's not a long leash.
No, now some of it's his own doing. He would have played more had he not gotten hurt. So I think the hurt tag that has followed him throughout his career, even before he made his debut, he was hurt. I remember, talking about his AA numbers and being like, well, he's not in the lineup tonight because he's actually on the shelf again with something. You're like, oh my God. Like, he had some kind of lost seasons there in the minors. So I don't think it was a long leash, but I completely get why the team was ready to move on from him. I'm just surprised his value was so low around the league because he's only played in 114 career games.
I was not anti-trading him. But again, it's kind of like trading all these prospects. Are you going to trade 3 of your top 5 prospects and get an injury-prone catcher who maybe in a good year is going to hit you 20 homers with a 750 OPS?
He's not just injury-prone. He's currently injured. Like, it's not like you're taking a chance on a guy who might get hurt again. No, he's currently hurt.
It's his 3rd stint on the IL this year.
That's right.
So, I wouldn't rule out there will be another one coming up. But you're right. He's already hurt. Yep. Never mind injury-prone.
Yep.
So I can't believe they had to give up that much just to get Rutschman. And then it's I don't mind trading Meyer.
But it's a lefty
setup guy?
Yep.
That's Why? Like, I didn't think in a million years.
But this was my concern the day they traded Connolly early for Curtis Mead. I said, all right, that's the price. That's at least when you're talking to the Red Sox, if they're like, hey, you traded Connolly early, who has actually done something at the major league level and has been good. This isn't like expectation like Meyer or dart throws like all the prospects you gave up. Connolly early is currently good.
With a track record. A short track record, but a track record.
And currently hurt, I understand. But, like, if that was the trade straight up for Curtis Mead, I was like, oh, man. Like, if they make any other trades, it is going to be overpays. And it was.
You were definitely right about that. Okay, a lot of Red Sox talk on the show today. We'll have more of it coming up here on Jones and Keefe Live. Day 9 of Patriots training camp in Foxborough. We'll get to your phone calls to see you hanging out. 617-779-7937. Let's update the latest on the Patriots from training camp today and what we missed yesterday. A.J. Brown jamming his thumb, getting into it with Christian Gonzalez yesterday. Let's get to that in just 2 minutes here on Jones and Keefe.
I mean, it's so physical out there. You had your thumb dislocated against Gonzalez. And then you just went, taped it up, put the glove back on, went out, did your thing.
Yeah, it was tough. I tried to get back into that flow state zone really quickly because obviously, you know, you're going through a little quick some pain, you know, because obviously the game is what it is and you're going to get bumps and bruises and you got to keep going. I know it's practice, but I'm not coming out of practice if thumb out of place. You keep going. You keep going.
No, you go like this one.
No.
I mean, you're saying thumb out of place, no big. Like that's a big thing. But you popped it right back in. Have you had that happen to you before?
Yeah, I dislocated the same thumb actually in college. I played the rest of the season. I did it probably like week 4 against Arkansas, and I played the rest of the season, and I came out that year.
So you just pop it right back in. You finish. Do you have to now go get treatment or anything? Or is
I'm gonna do a little treatment on it, but you know, obviously. You know, stem and ice, is what they say.
Stem and ice. That's like a good beer pong name, Keith.
Stem and ice. Are you stem or ice?
I mean, you probably don't want to be ice, actually. Well, ice on the veins,
Ice
maybe.
man.
Yeah, maybe.
No problem with that.
That was A.J. Brown yesterday, jammed his thumb. I like how they're like, boy, have you ever done that before? It's like, he's a receiver.
Wide receiver in the NFL for a long time.
You pointed out yesterday, Baldinger was sitting there on set. You seen that guy's hands?
Fingers are every which way. They're pointing 10 different directions. You're like, yeah.
Geez, you ever done that before? Yeah, I'd imagine he's dislocated a finger.
Yeah, he's like, I do it every morning just to feel something. Like, hey.
Right. So that was yesterday. So far here today, Keith, as we're live, day 9. Patriots training camp. First team offense is out here right now. Our guy Taylor Kyles, CLNS, and we'll talk to Tommy Curran about this later today, on a Tommy Tuesday highlights a rough opening team period for Drake May and the top passing game, with May's only completion coming on a check down. He's had a couple of check down completions here.
There's another one just now.
He says low-lighted by what seemed to be miscommunications targeting Eli Raritan, which I would actually say if Raritan's getting more run with May on the top team, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, no.
And A.J. Brown downfield. I'm also less concerned about a miscommunication with A.J. Brown down the field since it's bounced back, but let's see where that goes. They're moving A.J. Brown around the formation a little bit. He's not on the field right now.
No, he came off. Booty came on. You still have Pop Douglas and Romeo Doubs with Henry and Henderson. But, yeah, Brown saw him line up in the slot a couple of times, but still not a lot going on the passing game thus far.
It seems like a heavy run day. There's a little
Keyshawn
Booty.
Nice little play. Guy makes plays. I mean, whether he's going to be on the team or not in a couple of weeks is the big question. But when he's out there, he makes plays.
Since you brought that up, Reese relayed a comment from Drake May yesterday. I forget where it was. Maybe Sirius XM. Hey, man, let me find it. Because I'm like, I already thought yesterday, we were talking about this. I'm like, man, I think they showcased Booty early in camp. They're now de-emphasizing his reps. He was playing behind some other receivers, although with May today, in fairness. But he had a comment to Sirius XM where they asked him to break down all the wide receivers.
Yes.
He talked about A.J. Brown.
Yep.
Then he talked about Romeo Doubs. Then he talked about Pop Douglas. Then he talked about Mac Hollins. Then he talked about Kyle Williams.
Oh, boy.
Then he talked about Efton Chisholm.
That's not a good sign.
Then he said, quote, probably the last one is Keyshawn Booty. He's a comforting receiver to throw to.
Probably the last one.
You get to know him. Same thing as Pop. This is my third year with Booty, and I was throwing to him on scout team when I was a rookie. We're making plays. I threw my first touchdown to him. He's just one of those guys that's quiet, does everything the right way, cares about his teammates, and puts his head down and works. There's a lot of talk about whatever you want to say with Booty.
Sure.
But he just continues to make plays, and he's going to be in the right spot to make a play on the football. ... He didn't say this, but I'll add on somebody else's team because he's not going to be on this one. Again, the order. A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, Pop Douglas, Mac Hollins, Kyle Williams, Efton Chisholm, and then probably the last one.
That's so strange.
Keyshawn Booty.
I don't know. Is it you're saving the best for last? Is that one of those scenarios? But then he talks about, like, the comfort. Like, he has –
he said nice things in the answer.
Yeah. No, I know.
But I just think he's like, right, I better not forget about Keyshawn Booty. So let me just get to him last after Efton freaking Chisholm.
Because the rest of it, I obviously I would have Booty, like, third or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much the order. Like, if you start with A.J. Brown, then you go to Romeo Doubs, and then you're kind of just checking down the depth chart.
Yeah, which is usually what you do.
Yeah, I think that's what he was doing. So that's a strange one, and there's no way Drake May thinks he's the seventh best receiver on the team.
No.
But he's probably thinking, like,
he's not going to be on the team.
Right.
I think he was an afterthought. Right. I legitimately think he was an afterthought, and Drake May got to the end, and he's like, oh, crap, I haven't mentioned Keyshawn yet. Because
Keyshawn.
I don't even think about him as a member of this team because everybody knows he's going to be gone.
Although, like, the last pass that he caught, he did catch it from Drake May.
He did. That doesn't mean Drake May wants him gone.
No, I don't think he does.
I don't want him gone.
No.
But if you're asking me to handicap it, I think all signs are pointing to him not being on this team.
Yeah, it is really strange that he's still here. And I wonder, sometimes you've seen it. We've seen it with Belichick Patriots teams in the past. These joint practices, you get a chance to see, there's a deep bomb to Mac Hollins.
Nice.
Complete. Was that DeVito?
That was DeVito.
But that was a nice open throw. You joint practices in a preseason game, and then a team's like, we'll take that guy. So I could see Keyshawn Booty, maybe even going to the Colts in a couple of weeks.
Attendance for today. No Carlton Davis. No Morgan Moses initially, I believe. He did updated reports, so he's out there.
Yep.
No Reggie Gilliam, among others. The other note, Keith, and I thought this was pretty amusing, Vrabel today in his press conference, a lot of questions about Gabe Akis.
Yeah, he's going to talk later, right?
We're going to have him after practice today. But he did say, Vrabel, when asked about A.J. Brown and his dislocated thumb, he says, I think he's going to be okay. I tell him the linemen do that every other play. And he added, when a lineman does it, it's not a national news story.
Okay. Well.
So, good-natured ribbing for A.J. Brown?
I think so. I think Brown wanted this. Brown knows exactly who Vrabel is. So this isn't like they acquired him out of thin air and then he's like, I got to deal with this. Like, nope, that's, I think, what he expected. And I think it's also good. We talked about this before. Like, one of the reasons why the Belichick-Brady thing lasted as long as it did was he could treat Brady a certain way. Brady could handle it until he couldn't. And but the rest of the players would kind of feed off of that.
That was Booty getting reps with the twos. as was Hollins, as you pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
So interesting. Okay, let's mix in some phone calls. A lot of you waiting patiently on the Red Sox. You can jump in on the Pats as well. Andrew is in the car. Hello, Andrew.
Hey, guys. Big fan of the show. I usually listen on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. It's free. It's easy. I take it anywhere I want to go.
Nice. Great.
Talking about the Red Sox, I think I understand finally with Breslow. Anytime I see anybody's even talking about trades, all I do is go to the Baseball Savant page. It seems like that's their Bible. Like anytime they're involved with anybody or any players or, Rauschman or any of these guys, it seems like it's all like red is good, blue is bad, and that's just how they're looking at it. They don't seem to evaluate players the way most people look at it, common sense wise.
Andrew, first of all, great job listening on the Odyssey app.
And good call on this.
But I learned this, and maybe we already should have known it. I learned it when the Meade trade happened because everybody highlighted it. In fact, ESPN in their trade grades was like, if you did basic analysis, no one would ever do this trade. But in the Savant page, under the hood world, Connolly Early's Baseball Savant page is filled with blue, even though he has good real stats. Curtis Meade's is filled with red, and he has decent stats. Adley Rutschman, a lot of red on the Savant page. And the biggest giveaway, we'll play it for you coming up in the noontime hour. Breslow literally said under the hood at one point and references ex-Wobe.
Ex-Wobe.
So, all
right.
I think the caller's right about that. And, look, I think Breslow's made a bunch of good baseball trades. I think he might be onto something with the Steven Savant page.
Yeah.
But I do think, as the caller said, that's their Bible. I think he's right.
Hey. Well,
what do you got there?
I'm looking at Jarren Duran because I'm wondering, why keep this guy
A lot of blue on there. I can tell you that
He does
right
have
now.
a lot of blue. The batting. A lot of blue on batting.
Yeah, the defense and base running's pretty red. You're right about that.
Yeah, so they like his defense and his base running, and that's what he was trying to say. That's what Chad Tracy was trying to say. Remember? They're like, why are you going with Duran again? He's like, well, I can bunt. He's good in left field.
What's his bunting on the Savant page?
They
don't have that?
That's probably not even on
what
the
they track.
page.
Okay. What do you know?
His
I know his MLB The Show player profile rather updated.
His squared up percentage, not good.
Yeah, no, one wouldn't think so.
No, real bad.
Matt's in the car. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Jones and Keefe, yes.
Yeah. Right, Matt.
I was gonna say I think they actually, on the whole, got worse because of the value of Connolly Early. So you have. If you weigh it all out, you have Connolly, Early, Meyer, and Narvaez. And on the other side, you have Rutschman, Miller, and Meade. And, most of them are hurt. But the value that you get from a starting pitcher, like Keefe has been on this, a third or fourth best starting pitcher is more than a slight upgraded catcher, a slight upgraded infield. So it feels like, when everybody gets healthy, it might be they regret not having that value.
I was up on him?
I was hovering over the thing.
What
I did not.
World?
I was trying to hover over it. I did not mean to click that. But I think he's right, though. I think he's right. That
you do? You think they're
I would say if they're healthy, not when they're healthy would be my one quibble with it. But I think in a perfect world, they're viewing it as everybody's coming back. That would include Story and Roman Anthony and Crochet. Breslow was asked about that last night. He said the right things, but I think they're banking on some of those guys coming back, which is dangerous.
As much as I like Connolly Early, and I didn't love that trade, I would say when you stack up the three major leaguers and that you kind of traded away and the three major leaguers that you acquired, leave the prospects to the side for right now. I think you are better. As much as I like Early,
you are better.
If Meade can actually play, if Rutschman plays, and you helped out your bullpen, because Narvaez and Meyer were not helping the team. Doesn't mean they wouldn't long term, right? Last year at this time, we're like, hey, what a fine Narvaez was.
We were, yeah.
And now he stinks. And then Meyer has never really gotten going, but at one point was a top prospect in the whole game. So, but he's not helping this year's team. So even if Meyer came back healthy, what are we going to do with him? He's not playing over Monasterio every day.
I wouldn't think.
So Early's really the only true contributor that I think you lost to this team this season. And hopefully you added three contributors. That is definitely the glass half full approach.
617-779-7937. Where do the Red Sox slot in with the best teams in baseball? We'll tear them off on a Tier Tuesday next.